15, 20, 25% of their income just for health insurance. And many people saying, well, I just can't afford that. And they go without health insurance, which puts a burden on the whole system. At the same time, we can work to try to reduce the cost of health care, work on reducing the cost of medicines, working on reducing the cost of primary care, making sure more people have primary care so they're not relying on emergency services for basic needs. That's something that Democrats and Republicans should work together on. But you go back 15 years already, all the Republicans have done is criticize the Affordable Care Act and not come up with any solutions on their own. Let's work together.
Congressman, there's finger pointing on both sides on where the divisiveness. See, there's even a divide on how to say it. Divisive. I think
tomato. It's one of those things. Yeah.
There were a couple of times last night where it just seemed to be uncomfortable or cringeworthy, where Democrats were stuck to their seats. I don't know whether you stood. I mean, I'm thinking one time where that horrific incident where the Ukrainian woman was stabbed in the neck, and her mother was there, and the Democrats were glued to wouldn't even stand for that. Is that a good look? Does that get Democratic votes in the next election, or do people go just shake their head and go, this is beyond normal?
Yeah, before the cringe moments, let's talk about the positives where the chamber was united. There were two key moments that stood out to me when the hockey team came out, and we were celebrating not just the men's hockey team, but all the Olympians who represented our country and did it in an extraordinary way. And congratulations to all our Olympians. That was at the very beginning. At the very end, when the president gave the Medal of Honor to two war heroes, people who put their lives on their line, sacrificed for our nation, and set the example which more of us should follow, is love of country, commitment to duty, right, and honoring each other. And the chamber was united. And I think most of my colleagues, I know I certainly did, when the president acknowledged the people in the galleries who were folks that are an example to the entire country, we stood up. And the one you mentioned, the murder in Georgia was a horrific murder. It was terrible. The tragedy is the president tries to say that violent crime, only is committed by immigrants. The fact of the matter is that immigrants are less likely to commit violent crime in this country than the general population. Immigrants are more likely to start a business, to work in jobs that other people don't want to take on, some of the harder, backbreaking jobs, and work to make our country stronger, our communities better. And rather than dividing the country, I wish the president had spent more time trying to unite the country.
But there has been a change, and you've seen the videos of President Clinton, of President Obama. You've seen them talk about illegal immigration in the past and open borders. And something changed. I guess it changed during the Biden administration. If you can't stand up for when the president says, will you stand up for U.S. citizens versus illegal immigrants? And just to make a point, I don't know if any Democrats really stood for that. And that's almost like a trap that the president set up to, I don't know, pigeonhole all Democrats as being for totally open borders.
Yeah, I think that was one of the sadder moments in the president's speech, is when he went out of his way to create that divide, to set up a as you said, a trap, and basically tell Democrats, if you don't agree with me, you're un-American. The fact of the matter is, what makes this country so strong is the diversity.
It's just to get people actually on the record for, okay, so yes, I do, at least to pigeonhole.
I don't accept the premise. I've been here, this is my 6th term since I got here. We've been working on trying to address immigration, comprehensive immigration reform with secure borders. I've worked with Republican colleagues. We introduced legislation in 2013. John Boehner prevented it from coming to the floor. We worked on DREAMER legislation in 2017 after the president ended the DREAMER program, the DACA program. Then Paul Ryan blocked it. We need bipartisan work together to address the big problems, from immigration to healthcare to energy policy to addressing AI. The only way we'll solve problems with solutions that stand the test of time is if Democrats and Republicans work together across the aisle and represent the entire country.
Congressman, I appreciate your time this morning. Thank you.
Absolutely, anytime. Thank you.
Coming up, Circle CEO is going to join us straight off the FinTech's 4th quarter results. But first, the AccuWeather forecast with meteorologist Bernie Reno, and yes, it's snowing right here in Times
Sticking.
Square again.
It's sticking. I think we're finally back to normal today with the aviation industry across the country, but there's going to be a few delays this morning in the Northeast with some rain and snow from Boston, New York City down toward Philadelphia. There could be some slippery spots in New York State, northern Pennsylvania. We need some rain from Texas toward Florida. We will get none as we go through today. And we also dry things out along the West Coast. AccuWeather says 78 degrees in Los Angeles, back to normal travel-wise. But there will be a few delays here this morning, Boston, New York City, and Philadelphia with the rain and snow. To help you make the best decisions and be more in the know, download the AccuWeather app today.
Welcome back, everybody. Today marks 1 year since KJ Muldoon, who is a child born with a rare genetic condition, CPS1 deficiency, became the first person in the world to receive a personalized CRISPR-based gene editing therapy. The little boy, who's widely known as Baby KJ, became a symbol of modern medicine after physicians at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia and Penn Medicine developed the treatment that likely saved his life. On Monday, the FDA laid out new draft guidance that is based largely on the success of Baby KJ that many experts say will make it easier and faster to develop customized treatments for other ultra-rare disease patients like Baby KJ. We're going to have more on that tomorrow when we speak with FDA Commissioner Marty Makary. And in the coming weeks, we will highlight some of a conversation that I had with KJ's parents and give you an update on how baby KJ is doing. It's all part of our ongoing effort to raise awareness for rare diseases with our CNBC Cures initiative. To sign up for the Cures newsletter, you can click on the QR code on the screen, or you can go to cnbc.com/cures, or you can register for a free live stream of our first annual CNBC Cures Summit. We've been sold out for a while, but we want to make sure that anybody who wants to see this can do so and follow along on that live stream. Next Tuesday, I'll be speaking with some of the top voices in the space, sharing personal stories and discussing the biggest issues impacting the rare disease community. That's cnbc.com/cures. And by the way, baby KJ is doing great. He is walking, he is talking, he is hitting all kinds of amazing milestones. And this is a disease that, it's a rare metabolic disease. The liver can't break down protein. It causes toxic ammonia buildup. And those babies have vomiting, seizures, coma, brain damage, and eventually death if something isn't done.
So the CRISPR, they are able to genetically change somatic tissue. So
he had a base editor that delivered lipid nanoparticles to correct that ZPS1 variant in the liver. They are not calling this a cure. They are still looking at this and waiting to see.
Only had to do it once, though.
It gave 3 doses.
But he didn't have to do it since.
No, and they're waiting to see what happens.
So was it taken up by his genetic machinery?
They believe so. I think it's too soon for them to say that this is absolute. They want to see what happens because sometimes at age 5 something else can kick in. So they're waiting to see what happens with this over time. Yeah,
that's pretty cool. Very good.
It's amazing, and he's an amazing little boy. And his parents have. They took him to Washington last week to make sure they were meeting with lawmakers to see what they can do about making sure that you can continue with some of these developments.
Dr. Oz will be on today, and he's people think he's a TV doctor. I mean, he's a doctor. He's a heart transplant surgeon, and
we're going to talk to him.
Yeah.
Meantime, we're going to talk about Circle right now because it's out with fourth quarter results. Revenue rising 77% from a year ago to $770 million. Adjusted EBITDA increasing 412% to $129 million. And Circle's stablecoin, the USD coin, seeing circulation climb now 72% to $75.3 billion at year's end. Joining us right now is the company's CEO, Jeremy Allaire. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
So the growth continues apace. Where does it go from here?
Well, look, first thing I want to say is I want to express some gratitude to the whole Circle team for 2025. We had a great IPO. We saw legislation pass. You've obviously highlighted some of the growth. We grew faster than the market. We've grown our profitability. A lot of really positive things, and that set us up for now. And the other piece is it's an extraordinary moment right now, and I think we all feel it every day, which is this acceleration, this technology acceleration that's happening. It's software powered, it's automation, it's AI agents, and literally as we speak, we're sort of seeing this convergence between the programmable money of digital dollars running on blockchains and AI agents, and that's actually been an acceleration even just of the past weeks and month. And so ideas that we've talked about here in the past of, what's the utility of programmable money? Why do you need all this new architecture for money on the internet? We're seeing autonomous agentic activity.
Talked to John Collison yesterday. Stripe. That's for them the next
and we're all in
wave.
We're all in, and so we're building the operating systems for that. We're building the actual money layer for that, and so it's an exciting time where I think almost every major institution in the world, whether you're in tech or in finance, are now diving in.
Explain this though, if everybody's diving in, and look, it may just be that the pie gets bigger, and so you're a beneficiary of that, but there's gonna be a whole lot of competition. For a long time, you have been, I don't want to say the monopoly power, but you've been the leader in all of this. But by the way, Jamie Dimon will tell you that he's got his own coin now, or his own stable coin, if you will. And so how do you think about this long term? I don't know whether you think a Stripe effectively creates its own coin. If you think they buy a PayPal, how this all works, for example.
Yeah, I mean,
that's the other big news.
It's a great question. I think a couple things on that. The first is just to understand, Circle is building an internet financial platform company that spans the operating system layer for how this infrastructure works, the actual digital money, the dollars, the euros, the tokenized funds, and the payment networks that ultimately are needed to move this around. And so we're building out this much broader infrastructure footprint to work with institutions. Within the stablecoin network world, actually the numbers tell us an interesting story, which is that we saw, for example, the amount of on-chain transactions with USDC grow over 250% to about $12 trillion in the quarter. Incredible. And what we've also seen is that this is really a durable network effect business, and kind of there's a couple of players, and that has consolidated. In fact, if you look at transactions happening, Visa measures this. We are now about 50% of all transactions. That's up from just over a third in the prior quarter. And the collected amount of transactions from all the other stablecoins that have launched is basically rounds to zero. And so these are platform utilities and network effect businesses. We see opportunities to work with JP Morgan. And in fact, JP Morgan launched multiple initiatives last quarter that use USDC.
How anxious should we all be about agentic payments and agentic transactions? We were just talking earlier in the broadcast about Anthropic's sort of shift on safety. You know, they've always been sort of famously the most focused on safety. By the way, you can do all sorts of wild things now with Claude Cowork, where effectively you really wanted to turn it into an agentic buyer, it might be able to go do that for you. But there's real concerns that some of these things may start buying or making transactions that you don't want to make.
Well, the thing with agentic money movement and things like that is if you build it on infrastructure where the contracts that allow for the money movement are written in code, this is the benefit of using blockchains and the like, is you can actually create policies and provide proofs and assurances that you can't really do in the existing financial system. And so the material we have to work with to build this new internet financial system that merges autonomy, AI, and money, it gives us so much greater tools.
The opportunity for returns, if you will, are higher. Meaning, if my system goes off and buys something that I don't want it to buy, I wake up in the morning and notice it's bought the thing or said it's bought the thing, which hasn't been delivered yet, that I'm going to be able to go get my money back more quickly and do things.
I think all of these things, like how we do disputes, dispute resolution, all that's all going to be reconstructed on this new infrastructure.
Let me ask you a different question. For so many years, you'd come in, we'd sit at this table together, we talk a little about stable coins. We didn't know if everybody understood about stable coins, so we talk about Bitcoin. And we talk about the price of Bitcoin, what does it mean for the crypto industry, and is it digital gold, and this and that. Maybe we can put Bitcoin's price tag up on the screen right now. There it is, $65,431. And I think I might have even talked to you about this last time. Kathy Wood has this sort of interesting thesis that your business, effectively, the stablecoin space, is now crowding out the Bitcoin space. And that maybe some of the expectations for where Bitcoin could go either may not get there or may get there in a much slower fashion than they were expected. How do you see that?
Well, look, I mean, when we started, we were interested in dollar digital currency and how to run that on this new architecture of the internet, and we've always been interested in that, as you've noted. And I think you're seeing that decoupling, right? You're seeing these transaction volumes, the utility, the adoption in finance and commerce and other places. That is that decoupling happening, and I think that's what Kathy's talking about. And I think, from our perspective, that's great. I mean, I don't have a strong view either way on whether Bitcoin should be one price or another. They have a technology heritage, which they're built on cryptography.
But you've always believed that stablecoins are the way to actually pursue transactions, and that Bitcoin was something else. And that's something you've argued.
Very much, and I think that's certainly proving to be the case. And I think and still also very much the early stages. Like,
but so long term, we got to run. I know you got to go too, because I think you got some calls to make. You've got an earnings call to make. What do you think of Bitcoin? I mean, in terms of where its price sits right now, relative to the continued growth of what I imagine you hope your business will be.
Yeah, look, the only thing I would just say about Bitcoin is right now it is sort of best positioned as this sort of non-sovereign digital commodity store of value, and you've had a lot of kind of macro moves, a lot of macro volatility that has affected that in different ways. And I'm personally long Bitcoin, so that's about what I got.
Jeremy, enjoy your call. You got a lot to be proud of this morning.
Thank you.
Talk to you. Thank you.
Great to see you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks.
All right, when we come back, top stocks making moves ahead of the opening bell, including a fast casual Mediterranean chain spiking this morning. Guess which one it is? Yeah, we're telling you right now in the Deco, it's Kava. We'll talk more about that when Squawk Box comes right back.
All right, welcome back to Squawk Box. I'm Dominic Chu with a check on your morning movers today. We're going to start on the spirit side of things with Diageo. Right now, those shares are sliding just about 9.5% after the Guinness beer brewer and Johnny Walker maker cut its annual sales forecast and dividend as well. The company now expects full-year net sales to drop 2 to 3% after previously saying it would be relatively flat or slightly down. Now, this comes as its new CEO, Dave Lewis, aims to reduce debt and revive growth for the struggling distiller. Those shares have been a big underperformer over the past few years, down almost 60% from its 2022 high levels. So keep an eye on Diageo. Let's now turn to shares of Kava, which Becky mentioned before the commercial break, jumping right now by just about 11% after beating the street's estimates for both fourth quarter earnings and forecasting growth for the fiscal year 2026. The fast casual med chain reported full year revenue of more than $1 billion for the first time ever. Kava's CEO noting that improved customer trends across all income levels were there, saying that consumers are being less deal-driven. Shares are still down about 25% over the course of the past year. And then we'll finish with a check on shares of First Solar, sinking by roughly now 17% after reporting a weaker outlook for the full year. The company is citing headwinds like permitting delays under the Trump administration. It said it expects a $125 to $135 million impact from tariffs in this 2026 year. Baird is also downgrading those shares to a neutral from a prior outperform, saying it expects shares to trade lower in the near term amid several unknown variables, including those tariff impacts. Now, for more on those and other calls of the day, head over to cnbc.com/pro, where subscribers get all the access to detail and analysis around the big upgrades and downgrades each day. Andrew, I'll send things back over to you guys.
Okay, Dom, thank you for that. When we come back, a lot more on Squawk. We're going to bring you some reaction to President Trump's State of the Union. Florida Senator Rick Scott and Mr. Wonderful himself, Kevin O'Leary, who was there watching live. We're going to talk jobs, tariffs, the state of the American dream when Squawk Box returns. Welcome back to Squawk Box. President Trump laying out his vision for the American economy. Joining us right now is Senator Rick Scott of Florida. Also, Kevin O'Leary, who was there, right there, this morning. Give us your take on what we saw. I doubt you guys are going to be disagreeing that much, but I'll ask you to, just to start here, Senator Scott, if there was a highlight for you, the thing you took away from it, it was what?
I think the positive is the person's focused on getting people jobs, the American dream. I think the positive is he's focused on reducing the cost of living. I think that's the positive. I think the negative is when the Democrats didn't stand up when he said the primary purpose is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens. But the positive is it was a talk about jobs, cost of living, what he's doing to keep people safe. I think that's exactly what people care about.
Kevin, had you ever been to a State of the Union in person like that?
No, I was honored to be invited by the senator. Obviously, we share the same bipartisan, I might add, vision for small business entrepreneurship. Who doesn't want to create jobs? We both want to do that. I've been an advocate for small business for years, so we work on policy together there. For me, it was a very productive day because very rarely did you get the entire administration in one place at the same time. So I spent my whole day in meetings around policy, trying to just check what condition my condition was in on policy issues that concern me. And then, of course, to be in the room is an extraordinary experience. I enjoyed it immensely. It was quite something. It's one thing on television, I've obviously watched it, but to be there itself is watching history being made.
Well, that's what I want to ask you. You know, from the outside, when you're watching it on TV, you can't tell what the sort of the true emotional reaction is inside the room. You know, we often talk about the division, certain people standing up, certain people not standing up, certain people clapping, all of that. What did that feel like for you, Kevin, in the room? And some people looked at the State of the Union last night and said, in many ways, the country, at least if that room is the country, felt as divided as ever.
Yes, the stand-up and applause index, as I call it, gives you a pretty good idea of what the midterms are going to look like. It, to me, was a pre-midterm policy speech. Clearly, what was on the president's mind are the things he focused on. But there were some very emotional moments with heroes. Particularly the moments where wounded warriors were honored. When you're in the room, that's when you see the bipartisanship either happen or not. You want full support. You want everybody standing up when someone's been wounded in war. And we did get that. I thought that was positive.
What did you make of some of the comments that the president made around things like, we talked about housing. One of his priorities is something that he introduced, I think, in Davos. Just this idea that he wants to prevent firms like Blackstone and others from buying up housing in the future to try to make housing more affordable.
Senator, you've made some comments about that.
Well, first off, we've got to figure out how to drive down the cost. I think the real driver of this is going to be how do we drive down the cost of housing, the production cost, the input cost. That's number one. Number two, we've got to get interest rates down. If you want to make housing more affordable, it's got to be less cost to make it. We've got to make sure people can build houses. Unfortunately, in this country, there are a lot of places where local governments have said, "Oh, you can't build anything here." So that's going to cause the cost of housing to go up. So we've got to think about. You know, I grew up in public housing. I know the importance of housing. I watched my family struggle for it. And so we've got to say we want more people in our communities. We want to make the land more affordable, and then we got to drive down the regulatory costs. It's more at the local level that causes housing costs to go up than at the federal level.
So are you for
I'll give you some breaking news on
president's
housing, Andrew, that you don't know.
Are you for or against the president's plan then?
I didn't know till yesterday. Outside of the tariffs, back in 2017, I did not know this, but I found this out yesterday. That's what's great about coming to Washington. You learn a lot of stuff on the ground with the staffers. 2017 litigation forms with the large softwood lumber companies. There is a disputed fund of $10.1 billion sitting there. I learned yesterday the shareholders of the large softwood lumber companies would like to cut a deal with the president. They'd like to give half of that back to make housing affordable. That is going to be interesting because nothing to do with tariffs. This is back in 2017, multiple administrations ago. Their shareholders are tired and they want to cut a deal. We'll see what happens with that, but I think what I heard last night on policy was all about affordability on housing. Well, how about $5.1 billion right to first-time homeowners? That's what I heard.
Where do you stand on the tariff issue, Senator? At this point, one of the things that was so interesting, I think, about the Supreme Court's decision was, in many ways, it effectively suggested this is really should be the work of Congress and the Senate.
Well, I think Congress has failed. We've allowed for decades, we've allowed other countries to take advantage of us where our workers don't get to sell their products or services into another country, but they get to come in here and sell all their products. And so it's Congress's actual responsibility. The president is trying to get American jobs back. I think what Kevin has said, the most important thing, whatever we do, it's got to be fair for small businesses, which I agree. The driver of jobs in this country is small businesses. So we've got to figure out how American workers can compete globally. When I travel around the world, I tell the governments, I said, reduce your trade barriers and you won't have a problem with the United States. Do your own defense, you won't have a problem with the United States. So the big thing is we've got to make sure we get American jobs back by opening up the markets.
Hey, Kevin, actually, both of you gentlemen have been in the private sector in a big way, obviously. But Kevin, going back to, small businesses and sort of that's your passion. Do you expect this next year to be as positive as what President Trump is highlighting it to be, given some of the tailwinds? Have you gotten what you wanted in terms of deregulation and tax policy? And I don't know, 100% expensing. Is it going to be big, or is it going to be held back by something else?
Generally, the policy's been pro small business. Getting out of the rhetoric of politics. Small business lives on policy. The issue right now, as the senator just mentioned regarding tariffs, is the Supreme Court has ruled that around $200 billion may or may not have to be refunded. The lower court will decide in the next 6 to 8 weeks. But whatever happens, you saw and you reported on FedEx's complaint, small business can't afford to do what FedEx is doing, and yet they are entitled to more than half of that money if indeed it's going to be returned. I am inundated requests from our CEOs. Basically what's happened to them is their lenders, their shareholders, and their customers want to know that they will be the fiduciary to getting these funds returned, particularly the lenders. So, like every other investor, and we're looking at this, listening to our portfolio companies, I'm hiring hundreds of lawyers now. What else can I do? I have to find a way to be compliant because my CEOs, my investors, and we lend these companies too. And we want to know that if there's a receivable that has the AAA credit of the government, like a tax return, we have to have that. And so this, in a way, it's too bad this decision was made because it's put a compliance cost on small business that we never anticipated coming.
That's interesting. So, and you're thinking about all these things in between, I guess going on casting calls and stuff. Is something in the works for you, O'Leary, at this point? Another major motion picture? I bet it is. And Senator, would you ever consider, I don't know, you've got a certain character actor look that could be valuable to some producers or directors?
I think Kevin did a great job. And I had two friends in that movie. John Cassimatidis was also in the movie, but Kevin did a great job. I hope he wins every award there is out there for it.
I'm honored. I'm on my way to the Oscars.
Oh my God!
I'll be wearing Dolce if you want to know what I'm wearing. And I'm telling you right now, starting tomorrow, my campaign for taking on the role as the bad guy in Bond begins. As I sit down with producers and agents, I have to be that guy. There's no one else that can do that role.
No, you have to be nice guy.
Most people just play themselves. For you to just turn 180 degrees from what we know about you and play that other character, it just was like just out of the blue. So you're going to be out there. I'm going to be out there. I don't get to go to the Oscars, but we go out and sort of, I don't know, it's for my son, but we'll be out. We hang out like hanger-oners. Maybe you can get me into some of the parts. So you think anyone in the world understood Kenny Rogers in the first edition? My condition was in. One person in the control. The greatest scene from Big Lebowski is that song. I don't know if you've ever seen that, Kevin, but no one knew what you were talking about, I don't think.
Well, I would argue, regarding anybody out there, and this is a bit of a pivot on the answer, I think, what I've learned is, if you want to stay sharp in your life, and I think the Senator and I agree on this, we talked about it in the green room, you better spend about 30% of your day out of your comfort zone. And acting's my new thing. I'm going to destroy Bond. I'm just telling you right now. That's what's going to happen.
Kevin did a great job.
He did. Yep. Just out of character, not playing himself. All right. I'll thank Andrew. You want to thank?
Well, thank Senator Scott, Kevin. Nice to see you. Thanks. Look forward to seeing you in person. You bet.
That's you too. Oh. Yeah, that's
Today's Aflac trivia question. What is the meaning of Plutophobia? The answer when Squawk Box returns. answer to today's Aflac trivia question. What is the meaning of Plutophobia? The answer, a fear of money, wealth, or wealthy people.
Being afraid of that one dog, Pluto, who I totally get mixed up with Goofy.
Goofy. Goofy's the talking standing dog. Pluto's the actual yellow dog.
There's one black and one's tan or something.
The golden tan one is.
So it's not a fear of what used to be a planet. It is now. Is it even
They call it not a planet, but I still consider it one.
not a fear of that or the dog? All right, coming up.
Plutocracy.
Oh, okay. Coming up, could Washington State be facing an exodus of residents? Robert Frank will have more on a potential plan to tax the income of millionaires. Squawk Box will return in just a moment.
But Washington may be the next state to see the wealthy flee. Robert Frank joins us right now with more in today's edition of Inside Wealth. Robert, good morning.
Yeah, it could be Washington is the new California when it comes to the wealthy fleeing the West Coast. In fact, the Washington State House expected to vote soon on a proposal to tax millionaires. The tax would be a 9.9% tax on those making more than $1 million a year. Washington right now is one of only 9 states that has zero income tax, so that would be a huge change for that state. Now, the plan has already passed the Senate and has the support of the governor. So some of Washington's wealthy and their companies are already thinking of moving. Real estate investor Barry Sternlicht telling CNBC this week that he's already heard from one CEO looking to move to Florida.
We just had, I don't know, a dozen billionaires and more move from California to get away from their proposed wealth tax. I had a CEO of a major company up in Washington State call me and said, I got to move, they're putting in a wealth tax. In New York City, these people will move. These cities are wrong. These politicians are wrong. They will move.
So Microsoft and Amazon, which are of course based in the Seattle area, aren't likely to move, and supporters say the revenue is needed to fund schools, healthcare, and other services. But Jared Walczak of the Tax Foundation says the tax would fall largely on small business owners and tech workers who receive restricted stock units. Now, for more on the blue wave of tax hikes on the wealthy being proposed right now in 5 Democratic states, you can sign up for the Inside Wealth newsletter at cnbc.com/InsideWealth. So we've got 9 Republican states cutting taxes this year, and we've got 5 Democratic states. You talk about a divide over policy, about specifically over taxes. It's never been more stark at the state level than what we're seeing right now. And Washington going from 0, one of 9 states that have no income tax, to 9.9% is dramatic.
That's a lot. You would think, and we're calling it a millionaire's tax. These people are more than millionaires. They
make $1 million.
They're making at least $1 million in income. So
Right.
who knows what they're.
Right.
In New Jersey, I was talking about the other day. I know there's something similar because Phil Griffin, he's already gone. Yeah, I forgot. I know. Phil Griffin used MSNBC. Anyway,
they had
his was 1 to
their
5.
surtax.
1 to 5. Phil Murphy, 1 to 5 million, and it was 10 3/4.
10 3/4
versus
is top sack.
Versus how much is 8% for under that?
Yeah, I mean it's graduated. It's a progressive system, but a lot of these taxes now in the blue states are just going after that very high end. So it's not like everybody's rates will go up. That's traditionally what's happened. Everybody's rates are going up. Now they're really just targeting that top. And the problem with that is, are there enough people at the top? So in Washington State, there are about 20,000 people.
Right.
They say that this would apply to raise about $3.7 billion a year.
Can't just leave.
So let's say
That's right.
Let's say 1,000 of them leave.
Yes.
2,000 of them leave.
Yes.
What is the impact? And we had talked to the senator about this from Washington. How much they actually model into the program of
Right.
people leaving. None of which accounts for to me the bigger issue, which is, are people coming?
Right.
People in the future. We talked about J.P. Morgan.
Right.
Yes, they've got this big building here on Park Avenue, but they got more people employed in the state of Texas now than they do here.
That's right.
And so, what does that say just about what's happening?
Right. So what's interesting about Washington is that because they don't have an income tax, you're not losing an income tax base if people leave. Everything you get from this will be additive.
Right.
And so they don't care as much if a few thousand of those 20,000 people leave. But it would raise less than $3.7 billion that they're expecting.
And here's my other question. Look, they already lost Jeff Bezos back in 2023 when he moved to Miami
And he
to
immediately
avoid capital
sold
gains.
billions of dollars of shares,
Right, so
which would have gone to the state.
Did that affect their, because we've talked about how one person leaving can affect a state budget, like happened in New Jersey.
It
With
didn't
Tupper
because
left.
they don't have an income tax, and
No,
that was
but
the first
it was
time.
to avoid capital
The
gains
capital gains,
tax.
which was the first time that they were imposing that. 2022 was the first time,
Right.
and he left. He got right under the wire, left as soon as it took effect,
And then sold billions of
billions of
But
dollars.
if X number of people leave because of this, how many would leave on an actual wealth tax of 3% of their assets?
That would be
10x.
That would be significant.
That's as much on a level of egregious. I mean, that's confiscatory, and it's like probably except for property taxes. I don't know.
Yeah,
But
and
it's-
And that all ends up in court, by the way,
That's
probably
right.
for years and years and years anyway. And that's the other thing, problem for the state and for the individual.
think if you paid on AI stocks last year, think if you paid capital gains on your gains and where they are now, the government would owe you money.
Think of
wouldn't
all of those Amazon and Microsoft employees from 20, 30 years ago that had that stock
Yeah.
that are now worth hundreds
Right.
of millions
They'd
and
leave.
billions. And there's a lot of those that would immediately, but they're not talking about a wealth tax in Washington.
No,
they
I-
are in California. And
Yeah,
to Andrew's
an actual
point,
wealth tax.
even if it doesn't pass, and I'm skeptical that it will pass November, it's going to be in courts. And do you want to, as a rich guy, especially one of the top 5 billionaires in
Right.
California, do you want to take that risk?
Well, and we now know someone's going to have to explain it very slowly to Gavin Newsom about how all of it works, and probably even
He's against it, Joe. He's against
how
it.
does he
And he's
know?
helping.
How does he know he can't read? He said, if the 960, you had 960 just in English, and you or math or something.
800 is the highest you could have.
I know, but I expect even more
No, thank you. You know, I was before the curve on the SATs. If
Thank you,
recall.
Robert.
Thanks, guys. And join us now with the reaction to the President's State of the Union, Dr. Mehmet Oz, the administrator for the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. Doctor, it is, I think doctor's better than Mr. Administrator. Right? Do you even want to be an administrator? That's like that's almost a pejorative, isn't it? That's like a bureaucrat. Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning. I do get to use a scalpel periodically when we make these budgets, but you know, I got to say, politics is a fairly bloody sport. It might be bloodier than heart surgery, so it's a good training for what we're up to now.
Yeah, that is a good point. One of the things in this world where affordability is always being talked about suddenly by the opposition, the president is very proud of what's happening with pharmaceutical costs and most favored nation, things like that. Should he be, in your view?
No, 100%, Joe. The president's been upset about this for a long time. He brought it up in the first administration, but this time around, we brought in some world-class experts, Chris Klump, John Brooks, and Hernandez, people who really knew the pharmaceutical industry and could go head-to-head with these $3,000 an hour lawyers who negotiate these deals. And instead of cowering in front of pharma, we were able to do what the president was insisting on, which is a deal with a moral hazard created by an industry which is incredibly innovative, save lives all the time with wonderful advances in technology, but nevertheless, they were charging American citizens 3 times more on average than brand products sold overseas. Joe, even when they were made in the same factory, in the same bottle, even when they're made here in America, we were paying 3 times more. And so the president wants that stopped. He also wants innovation to continue. So we went at it. We got 16 of the 17 top companies on board. The 17th one's going to sign. And we'll be back in the Oval Office again celebrating the president's initiative to make most favored nation drug pricing a standard. But there are some gaps. The first big gap is these deals last through this term. We made them for this president. We want to make sure these deals are codified by Congress so they last into future generations. We also don't have all the companies. And if Congress takes action, we can get all of pharmaceutical companies, especially those based in other countries, to agree that they must sell their drugs at the same price across the world. We're not price controlling. It's up to them to set their price. But whatever they're going to sell the drug for in America must be the price that they collect from other countries.
You know, Doctor, if you weren't administrator of Medicare and Medicaid, you could have been involved with the FDA or even a biologics chief. You could, I feel you could wear all of those hats. You've seen some of the controversy. I think we're going to have Dr. Marty McCarr. We're going to have him on it. And Becky was talking earlier about this amazing CRISPR technology. But it all comes back to rare diseases and drugs and the way that we promote it. There's a piece in the Journal today that is kind of very critical of what's going on with the head of biologics. And I'm just wondering if you can weigh in on what's happening over there with Dr. Prasad and Marty McCary.
Well, Marty McCary is a superb clinician, but he's also a superb commissioner for the FDA. He's making some difficult and brave decisions, but we worked together already crafting mechanisms for us to get devices approved more rapidly. We have a great model at CMS that lets us pay quickly for some of these orphan drugs. Drugs, for example, like the ones that can cure, not just treat, cure sickle cell anemia. It costs us maybe $2 million to treat a child with sickle cell anemia, but it saves $10 million for the system. And more importantly, these children no longer suffer with these deadly complications of their illness. And so we're banking on these technologies getting advanced into commercial use, and we're going to pay for them when they get there. Folks like Marty McCary have to make tough decisions to make sure the standards are maintained, but across the board is administration, and I do want to applaud Secretary Kennedy for this. He's bravely taking on the status quo. He's not just going to sit back and let what's been in place for many years continue without at least kicking the tires. We've done that with food policy. We've done that with some of the new ways we're paying for solutions, including, by the way, in Medicare and Medicaid. We're, for the first time, going to pay companies coming up with digital solutions if they get great outcomes. I'm going to say that again.
But Dr. Oz,
Every
can I
major
just go back to
company signed up to participate.
What Joe was talking about in the Wall Street Journal, this is an op-ed piece that today lays out the difference with what Dr. McCary is doing, where he seems to be opening the path for a lot of these things, and what Dr. Prasad is doing, which seems to be rolling back some of those very same initiatives or very similar initiatives to try and help rare disease. And the Journal asked the question today, you know, where is this going? How do you have kind of one hand doing one thing and the other hand doing the opposite? You mentioned your support for Dr. McCary. What about Dr. Prasad?
I don't know Dr. Prasad, and I'm not trying to evade the question. I haven't read the article. I was busy watching the State of the Union address last night and getting ready for a bunch of different ways we're going to hopefully improve affordability in this country. My plate is plenty full at CMS without looking over to see what's happening next door.
Well, you're familiar with the gentleman, an ardent supporter of Bernie Sanders, government run healthcare. It doesn't seem to stick out like a sore thumb in the Trump administration. Anyway, Doctor, I wanted to ask you about Becky. So, what's the baby's name?
Baby KJ Mildew.
Baby KJ, CRISPR technology that allows it's working. Can you explain to me? Is it taken up by somatic tissue? I mean, it's everywhere. That would be an unbelievable advance if we could just put something in that would stay and work. You know, you could actually alter someone's genetic makeup. Is that what's happening?
CRISPR technologies allow us to insert either changes to the DNA because they were defects during conception, or adjust other pathologies that exist. I'm very excited about the opportunity for these solutions to not make these diseases into chronic ailments which require lifelong therapy, but rather simple or at least maybe even single solutions that might be able to get these kids past this problem. And I should mention, we were doing all these most favored nation drug pricing announcements in the Oval Office, and after one of them, we had an executive order on childhood cancer treatments. And about a dozen of these beautiful, bright-eyed kids were in the Oval Office. Every one of them would have passed. if it wasn't for advances made by the pharmaceutical sector. So this administration is strongly supportive of innovation across the board, across our agencies. We want these technologies to prosper. We want to be able to pay for them as they're appropriately used. The key challenge for all of us is to make sure that we make these affordable. Because, Joe, 1 in 3 families, when they go to the pharmacy just for basic medications for chronic illnesses, are unable to afford their treatments. That's not right. That doesn't happen in other countries. So we're driving down prices for Medicaid. That's going to allow governors to manage their state budgets better. We're driving down prices for Medicare. That'll allow our trust fund to last longer. It'll keep the Medicare system intact. So folks who are working right now their entire life know that that safety net will be there when they get older. And the president hammered on these issues last night, which is, again, why he's calling on Congress to codify some of these changes so we'll have it for affordability across the board. That includes drug prices, includes hospital prices, transparency, and what you're going to pay when you get sick. All of that makes the system work better because the market works better. And that's why we can now take a chance using AI and digital technologies to bring them to the forefront of solutions for the American people. Let me paint a picture for you. We're going to be able to give you, as a beneficiary, information that lets you live your best life. We'll meet you where you are. We don't have to get you to call 1-800-Medicare.gov. You can do that too. We want to meet you where you are with tools and technologies from our most advanced companies in the space to allow you to deal with your diabetes more effectively, your hypertension, or maybe get diagnosed and treated with one of these CRISPR techniques.
It's too simplistic to say we'd like Europe's prices, but not Europe's innovation, but it's related. That's the thing. I mean, we're importing price controls to some extent. We just don't. We want to make sure that the drug companies are reimbursed for how expensive it is to develop these treatments, or else they won't do it, and we'll end up with no innovation. You know, they got cheap drugs over there, but when's the last time they don't develop nearly as much as our industry does here, Doctor? I know that must be a front of mind consideration when we're doing all these things for you, is innovation.
Well, we're not. Yeah, Joe, we're not limiting their prices at all. They get to set their prices. We want to help them get better pricing in Europe. What they all come to us and say is, you guys are doing great. You support our innovation. Your cancer survival rates are better in America than in Europe because you're able to get access to these drugs faster. And so what we're saying to Europe is, you guys got to ante up. If America spends 0.8% of its GDP on pharmaceuticals that save lives, Europe can't spend less than half that. And we're asking Europe, like with NATO, same thing. NATO was an external threat. They all agreed to put in 5% of their GDP to protect themselves. We're demanding they do the same thing for an internal threat, the diseases that plague our people. Humanity will always be better if we invest in innovation, but Europe needs to carry its fair share. No more global freeloading. And you know what, Joe? Pharma wouldn't have signed on if they didn't think that made sense. And the sector's stock, their market cap has gone up since they signed these MFN deals, because they do allow us to preserve innovation while getting better reimbursement from other countries. Across the board, it'll be more stable for the industry.
All right, Dr. Ross, thanks. We appreciate all your comments, and come back soon. Thanks.
God bless.
All right, still to come this morning, reaction to President Trump's speech from the other side of the aisle. We have Democratic Congressman Josh Gottheimer of New Jersey, who will join us next. And then Montana Senator Steve Daines with his take. Squawk Box will be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Joining us right now to weigh in on the President's State of the Union address is Congressman Josh Gottheimer of New Jersey. And Congressman, thank you for being here today. We've been talking to...
Hi, Becky. How are you?
Great, good. Great to see you. We've been talking to congressional leaders all day to get their take on what happened last night. What was your take?
I'm, a little short for my taste, Becky. It was coming in around 2 hours. I think it just finished, and I'll just say it wasn't Lincoln-esque. He wasn't exactly binding up the nation's wounds in his approach, but I'll say those, the positive moments of the hockey team, that was great, and obviously some medals to war heroes who deserved it, and that was, I think, a tearjerker for everybody. But overall, I was a little shocked that that the president didn't spend more time with the elephant in the room, which are costs, and he mocked affordability, but that's actually what Americans and the folks in Jersey that I talk to all the time are asking me about. And so I was surprised there wasn't more time talking about what he was going to do about high costs of utility bills and childcare and food and all the things that people are struggling with right now. And obviously he doubled down on tariffs, which are a huge tax on people, and $1,700 a year in Jersey for families that I represent. So those were some of my top takeaways.
Congressman, just in terms of affordability, I mean, that's reminiscent of what President Biden did at the time when people weren't feeling like they were able to get by, that inflation was too much and that it was going in those directions. And President Biden at the time basically said, no, the economy's great and you're not feeling what you think you're feeling.
Yeah, it's hard to tell people that, right? I mean, I think it's part of the reason why President Trump right now has favorability on the economy in the 30s, because people are struggling, right? When you've got these tariffs and you've got high energy bills and high childcare prices and healthcare premiums, which, you were just talking about healthcare, those premiums are up thousands of dollars for people across my state and around the country, especially when the Affordable Care Act tax credits expired, right? So people are really feeling the crush of these things. So to turn around and say to them, don't worry, you're fine, nothing to see here, I think people don't buy. And we've got to really address those issues. And I think the president should have. And as you pointed out, no president gets away with that when you don't acknowledge reality.
You have some ideas yourself in terms of housing affordability. That is a really difficult issue. No party seems to be able to get their arms around that. You're still talking about 40 being the average age of a new home buyer these days. It's a long-term problem. It's one that will take quite some time to bring down. What are your ideas?
No, I think you're right. I mean, I think the housing thing the bottom line is you need more supply, and people are struggling because there's just not enough out there, and so the prices go up, and we're not building, in my opinion, fast enough. You've got a lot of bureaucracy in the way of getting things built faster, and I see that in my state. You've just got to do more. I think this is where things like permitting reform, which I'm working on, are critical. And anything we can do, whether you're talking about housing issues or health insurance, getting your health insurance premiums down, and obviously some of that addressed in terms of the cost of drugs last night, which is a good thing to get those prices down. Those are all things that will help. But overall, when you look at utility bills up more than 40% in my state over the last year or so, and that's just not okay. You're on a fixed income and suddenly your utility bills are up 40%. Where are you finding those extra dollars from? You turn around with the tariffs on everything you buy being more expensive. People can't make ends meet, and wages aren't exactly going up. So those are the struggles people are dealing with, and we've got to make life more affordable. We got to get taxes down, especially those local taxes down for people, and those are all things that I think we've got to focus on.
The speech was very heavy on domestic issues, a little light on some of the foreign affairs issues, but there was a glancing reference to Iran. And there's been a lot of talk in Congress about potentially bringing back War Powers Resolution, the Massaconnax War Powers Resolution Act. That's actually not something you voted for. Why don't you support that? And what do you think about where we stand right now?
We haven't voted yet on that, but you're right that I came out strongly opposed to the idea that right now we've got the leading state sponsor of terror in the world, who's, as the president talked about last night, is continuing to drive ahead with their nuclear program and their ballistic missile program. Their lead banner is death to America. They're killing their own people by the thousands and putting America's national security at risk.
we're at the negotiating table, as the president talked about. He said diplomacy should be the top way out, but at the end of the day, if Iran continues to drive forward with their nuclear program and enrichment, if they keep going on their missile program and continuing to support our enemies who've killed thousands of Americans, all those terrorist proxies like Hezbollah and Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad and the Houthis, and they keep going there and threatening America's national security, then we've got to keep the maximum pressure on and respond if we need to. And I think we need to make sure that the Commander-in-Chief has what he needs to be able to both have those negotiations and to move forward if necessary. And if the decision is to move forward, then of course the decision should come to Congress after an appropriate time, as the War Powers Act says, and get a vote here to move forward. But you don't tie up hands in the middle of a negotiation. Everybody knows that, and that's exactly what the Massey proposal would do, and it makes no sense to me.
Congressman Gottheimer, thank you. We appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me. Thanks.
Join us now, Montana Senator Steve Daines. Senator, it's great to have you. I was looking forward to seeing you yesterday in the Capitol in the rotunda, but we had a storm, and in parts of New Jersey we got like 30 inches. Does that qualify in Montana as an actual? Is that a dusting? What is that in Montana? I mean, even you're impressed with 30 inches, aren't you?
30 inches isn't bad, Joe. We call it a light dusting there in Montana, but we could use some more snow actually out west.
I know, that's true. So I'm glad that you were able to hear Congressman Gottheimer, and it's something that we've been hearing a lot. A year is an eternity in politics, obviously. So to you, though, when you hear Democrats talk about affordability, when prices were up 21.5% during the previous administration, that's where we are. That's where prices are. Now they've gone up another 2.5%, which is too much in terms of inflation. But do you see a way for a commander-in-chief to actually lower the 21.5% and get that back down to zero? I just don't understand what could have been done versus what we actually are seeing right now.
Well, Joe, there's a couple things that we have done that are going to really help, and that is giving the American people a pay raise with the tax cuts they'll be receiving as a result of the working family tax cut bill that we passed, President Trump signed last July. Or senior citizens, no tax on their Social Security, workers who have overtime, tax relief, no tax on tips. So another way to combat the affordability challenge is to give more money to the American people and the hardworking folks. But what I saw last night as I sat there listening to the president speak was there were two very different Americas on display. The contrast could not be more stark. And I thought for a moment, Joe, what if Kamala Harris would have won the 24 election? What if she was giving that speech last night? Where would we be at? Millions of illegals continuing to come across our southern border. As the president said, he's sealed the southern border. Fentanyl flows are down 56% over the course of the last year because of the work this administration has done to keep our communities safe. Think about taxes. We'd be talking right now about a 30% tax increase for most businesses across the United States because the Democrats would have let the Trump tax cuts expire. Instead, we made them permanent. Think about capital investment, R&D investment, interest costs. Those are all now 100% expensed as a result of what we've done working with President Trump. That will be jet fuel for the economy as we move forward. But in terms of the affordability, look, inflation is sub 2% now, and giving the American people a pay increase is one additional way to help address the affordability challenges.
But it depends on which measure you look at, but it's definitely not 9%, and it's somewhere, I don't know, if you use PCE or the core or whatever it is. I think one of the last readings was 2.4, but it's a tough spot to be in for Republicans. As I said, people are fickle, and it's been a year now. The affordability problem is difficult to tackle at this point unless you're talking about income going up. And does this work in November, Senator, in your view, if the Republicans keep talking about it in this way?
Yeah, I think it's very important to remind the American people that every election is a stark choice. And sometimes you hear back home, well, it really doesn't matter who you send back to Washington, they're all the same back there. Just look last night at the president's speech as Democrats stayed seated throughout most of the president's speech. fundamental issues of America, patriotism, honoring veterans, honoring victims of horrible crimes. So there's more than just the affordability issue, but we take a look at gas prices now coming down, you know, $2 or less per gallon. That's a very important indicator, and that's a result of President Trump truly unleashing American energy. And guys like Chris Wright, our great secretary at the Department of Energy, is doing a terrific job expanding more made in America energy. That's important not only for national security, but also economic security.
All right, Senator. It is good to have you on a day late, but I'd rather be in person, but this is the best we can do on a remote. Thanks for coming on this morning. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Joe.
Okay. See you.
Meantime, can the programs that the president proposed in his State of the Union speech impact the economy? Time to have any effect on the midterm elections? That's the question of the morning, and the man with the answer, senior economics reporter Steve Leisman, joins us with more. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Andrew. And now it is a race between the economic data on the one hand, the president's programs on the other, and the difficulty in the middle of changing people's views about the economy and especially about inflation. The president's got a tough job ahead, but it's a race he could win if the programs work and he gets a little help from the calendar. Take a look. Among the previously announced and new programs we heard last night, the president talked about this federal retirement match program for non-government workers. We need more info on that. Limiting company or institutional home purchases, reducing drug prices through Trump RX, as well as this most favored nation status idea, driving down mortgage rates with $200 billion in mortgage bond purchases, and reshoring manufacturing, of course, through the signature program of tariffs and investment in the U.S. The president could get help from what's called the round tripping of the inflation numbers. The bulk of the tariff price increases, they occurred in the summer of 2025. They should drop out of the annual calculations by next summer, just in time. Housing disinflation in train for the past year, also going to help bring down overall numbers. Meanwhile, economists generally expected inflation to fall anyway. Morgan Stanley writing, even absent any policy changes, we expect some affordability improvement this year. We expect inflation to decelerate starting in Q2 and the Fed to cut 2 more times this year. That could help also. But, of course, there are challenges. Inflation has remained a little bit sticky, especially in the non-housing services sector. PCE remaining near 3%. You do have the potential for more tariff price increases to come down, and there are big government programs. They take time, as the Biden administration found that on the infrastructure programs. Republican pollster Micah Roberts, he manages CNBC's All-America Economic Survey. He told me before the speech, if people did get real reduction in inflation, plus things are looking up economically and jobs are steady, I think you can see independents turn. That's the big part of what the big Republican challenge. But Roberts acknowledged once people make up their mind about a candidate on the economy, it's very hard to change. And what many economists think is the best way to change the inflation picture, ending tariffs, well, it didn't sound like the president was on board with that idea last night. Andrew?
Steve, thank you for that smart analysis, and we'll see whether the crystal ball of Steve Leisman comes true. Thanks so much. When we come back, a lot more on Squawk reaction to last night's State of the Union from House Majority Leader Steve Scalise, plus key takeaways for investors from Roger Altman and Senator Eric Schmidt on the future of America. Don't go anywhere. Squawk Box coming right back.
We're speaking to individuals from both sides of the political spectrum. Joining us now with his take on the President's State of the Union, House Majority Leader Steve Scalise. From the other, and welcome, Leader Scalise. On the other side, here's what I've heard, just paraphrased from a couple of Democrats we've had on. They like the hockey stuff. They thought they should stand for that, and they thought they should stand for I guess the 100-year-old like heroes, obviously getting the medals. That's good. I think that's pretty good. But there's nothing else. I mean, we've got new highs in the market. We've got unemployment is low. Basically, we're at full employment. Inflation's down. There are some positive things, and the border's closed, which didn't happen in the previous administration. And yet we had this moment. Take a look at this. I know it's getting a lot of play.
So tonight I'm inviting every legislature to join with my administration in reaffirming a fundamental principle. If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens.
I mean, it's just, there's no one standing there. And I'm just wondering, is that, I understand it was clever by what the president decided to do there, and some are calling it a trap. But when did the Democrats decide that a closed border was not in their best interest? And what's it about?
Yeah, that was years ago, and frankly, the seminal moment last night that you just showed is going to be replayed time and time again between now and the midterm elections, and it shows the country what this contrast election's about. You know, it's not just going to be about how you feel about personalities, this president or that president. This is what we stand for as a party, and our opponents stand for this. And the number one election issue in 2024 was border security. It was the biggest issue everywhere you went. Border towns, places nowhere near the border, because people saw how crazy it was when Democrats opened the border. Joe Biden for 4 years let it happen. And you saw, it wasn't just millions of people, it was violent criminals. You saw crime spike. Every city was seeing violent crime because Trump said, I'm going to stop it, and he did. And when he said, the easy question, Democrats call it a trap because they've lost their way as a party, but will you stand up for America against people coming in illegally who want to do us harm? And they sat down, and it showed the country who's on your side and who just wants to have wide open borders and violent crime in communities. And they would not stand up when you had victims of crime, President Trump pointed out, by the way, in the audience, people whose daughters were murdered by these illegals who came in because of their open border policy. And here's the mom saying, don't let it happen to anybody else. And Democrats are sitting down like they're okay with the murder. It's insane. And so it showed the American people just what's going on. When you used to think, as Steve Daines said, hey, maybe the parties aren't that different. Last night you saw a starkly different contrast. Who wants to get this country back on track and mop up the mess that we had for 4 years? And President Trump is doing it, working with this Congress to make life more affordable for working families. That's what we're doing. And we want to keep doing it. The work is far from done, but you saw every step of the way. We're fighting Democrats in Washington who don't want to do that work. They want to go back to the old days of the violent crime, of the high inflation, of the high interest rates, gas prices over $5 a gallon. We don't want it.
The tendency every 2 years after an incumbent party is throw the bums out. It just, I don't know why. I guess it's just, a year is a long time, 2 years even longer. Is that enough, do you think? When Democrats have hooked hitched their wagon to affordability, like, it just started a year ago instead of really 5 years ago. But can voters be swayed by what you just said at this point, you think? And will we have to change your name from majority leader to minority leader in November?
We're not going to do that. But look, if you want to throw the bums out, voters saw last night who the bums were. the people who were sitting down when President Trump said, I want to give you a big tax refund. When you file your tax returns, you're going to get over $1,000 back, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. And he said, and he pointed to Democrats, because every Democrat voted against that. He said, they want to raise your taxes. And they all stood up and applauded. That was maybe the only time the Democrats stood up and applauded, when they basically took ownership of the fact that they as a party want to raise your taxes. And you're seeing it in New York, you're seeing it in California, where they're raising taxes to the point where they're running their own people out of their state. Well, do you really want to get run out of America? Vote for Democrats if you do. But that's going to be the contrast in November's election. And I think people, they recognize, look, they lost $3,000 of buying power during the Biden years. 4 years, they lost $3,000. They've made up $1,200 of that in the first year of Donald Trump. It's a lot more money in their pocket, but it's not where they used to be before Biden took office. And so we need to keep that progress going. We need to keep delivering for those working families, and we will. But you saw last night who wants to go back to the days of taking money out of your pocket. Look at gas prices. Today in America, just from a year ago, you have $600 more in your pocket because of lower gas prices.
Are people sold on tariffs, though? Every Democrat we have on talks about the, Josh Gottheimer just said New Jersey residents, tariffs cost them $700 in a year. And I've heard other figures from different individuals about how much that costs. Are Americans sold on tariffs in general? And I think would you go to whip? Because I guess Mike Johnson would go to minority leader. You'd go all the way to, would you go to whip? Is that what would happen? Is that the
First of all, I'm not talking about those titles, because we're going to keep the majority. Okay. But again, just the tariffs. By the way, the tariffs are in place. I know what you have to do, but the tariffs are in place with all of those great economic indicators I just mentioned to you. You have $600 back in your pocket with the tariffs because of lower gas prices. And by the way, who wants to raise gas prices? Democrats. They voted for it. And you look at what they did on taxes. You know, because you have, when you file your return, most people haven't filed their returns yet. April 15th hasn't hit yet. But when you do, the average working family is going to get over $1,000 back. Every Democrat voted against that. So you factor in the tariffs, you're still going to get $1,000 back. And Democrats want to take that money out of your pocket and give it to Washington. For what? For fraud in Minnesota. You saw when he started talking about fraud in Minnesota, and J.D. Vance is going to be the fraud czar in charge of rooting it out. You saw all the Minnesota Democrats yelling at him. I mean, how disgraceful is that? First of all, yelling at the President of the United States, yelling because he is stopping fraud of your money. $19 billion so far identified. We have whistleblowers in Minnesota. Many of them are Democrats who say we're disgusted by the theft of our money by people, and the governor is looking the other way, the attorney general is looking the other way. That's more money out of your pocket for theft, and we're stopping it. President Trump is stopping it. And so that's the contrast that we have this November. And you saw a party last night that's just full of hate. They don't want to celebrate America because they don't like Donald Trump. That's not who America is. We were excited about what's great about this country. From 1776 to the Olympic hockey win
250 years. Congressman, the president spent time summarizing the effects of the last round of tax cuts that were included in the big beautiful bill. He spoke, I think, generally about future tax cuts, but earlier at a lunch, he spoke specifically about another reconciliation bill that would include tax cuts for both personal and corporations, more to the personal side than to the corporate side, being something he'd like to do. Do you have any details on whether that is going to be something that you try to push through for the president? Is that in the works?
Well, I'd like to see a reconciliation 2.0, and I've been in meetings with some of our members. You know, we put together cross sections so that you have not just the ultra conservatives or just the moderates or just the swing district members. We put them all in a room, about 15, kind of break them up. And then we start talking through, is there consensus? We have a 2-seat majority, and as you saw last night, every single Democrat's going to vote against cutting your taxes. And so if we're going to do it, it's going to be done on our own only with Republicans. And so the consensus isn't there yet. We have to obviously build that. We did that for the working families tax cut. We built that bill over months of meetings and negotiations with our members, with the president, with his team. And then we put together a phenomenal bill that's delivering now for American people, signed by July 4th of last year. And when you file your return this April, you're going to get over $1,000 back because of that bill. Most families will. And so we're not at that stage yet. We're trying to see if we can find consensus. And if we do, we'll move it. And we'll do it on our own because sadly, you saw Democrats just want to root against America because they don't like Donald Trump. But the American people elected Donald Trump, and he's delivering on the promises that he ran on. And that's what people are excited about.
Yeah. I know Senator Warren did stand up and cheer for the insider trading comments, right? But not everyone did. That was interesting. Any
Yeah,
notable
but we're
people
going to move that bill. It's an important bill.
Yeah, it is. All right, Senator.
We'll see when we look. We're going to bring that bill to a vote, so we'll see where everybody is on that one.
Another good one. Yeah, when people actually have to go on record that.
What do those who oppose it say they oppose it for?
Well, you know, look, one of the things we made sure to do in the bill is if somebody came into Congress, you know, from a private sector job, for example, had a 401k, they might have owned a business, and then they came to Congress. You obviously don't want to ban people from coming to Congress with 401ks or other kind of investment income. It's just when they're here, you don't want them trading off of their information they get as a member of Congress while they're here. That's what this bill deals with. And so I don't see why anybody would be against it. And that's why we're going to bring it to the floor and we're going to pass it to the Senate.
All right, Majority Leader Scalise, Steve Scalise, thank you. Appreciate it.
Hey, great to be with you. Thanks for having me.
Let's take a look at futures right now ahead of the opening bell. Still got about an hour to go before we get there. The Dow looks like it would open up about 172 points higher. NASDAQ up about 106 points higher. The S&P 500 up about 23 points higher. We're going to speak in just a moment to Evercore's Roger Altman about the economic takeaways of last night's State of the Union in just a bit. Don't go anywhere. Squawk Box. Come right back.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Among our top corporate stories, Lowe's shares are trading lower on weak guidance. Fourth quarter results did top estimates. And you can see that stock right now down by about 3%. Shares of Kava jumping on upbeat results and a strong 2026 outlook. The company topping $1 billion in annual revenue for the first time, and that stock is up by nearly 10% this morning. And shares of NVIDIA will be ones to watch in today's trading session. Right now, the stock is trading at $194.40. The chipmaker reports tonight after the bell. Tomorrow on Squawk Box, don't miss our conversation with CEO Jensen Huang. Up next, Evercore's Roger Altman talks markets and the president's economic plan. And then Missouri Republican Senator Eric Schmidt will be our guest. Squawk Box will be right back.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Quick market check for you. We are about an hour before the opening bell, and things look like they would open higher this morning. You're looking at the Dow up about 175 points right about now. The NASDAQ up about 118 points right about now. And the S&P 500 up about 24 points. We also have some breaking news for you right now. David Tepper, of course, who runs Appaloosa, sending a scathing letter to the management of Whirlpool this morning, saying that their management team, quote, has destroyed hundreds of millions of dollars of shareholder value. Enough is enough. There can be no more excuses. He, in particular, said that they watched with astonishment, he says, it's a recent issuance of equity, which resulted in what they're calling a large and unnecessary dilution of shareholders. They go on to say, or I should say, goes on to say that that issuance was done at a very high cost of capital, seemingly exceeding 10%, with the stated intent to reduce debt. He says this was done even though the company's debt is trading in the capital markets at a tax-adjusted cost of capital below 5%. He goes on I mean, it's really quite a letter. It says, we believe Whirlpool has not looked to properly take advantage of the tariffs instituted by the Trump administration, either by seeking partnership with or by merging in whole or in part its operations with disadvantaged foreign companies. So he's pushing for them to think about that. And he continues to say that he believes that they need to remember their fiduciary duty and not accept management acting purely in their own self-interest. You can take a look at the stock. Right now it's about $71. You can, by the way, go back to 21 there, and you're over $220. So you can talk about the value destruction. He first got into this stock back in 2012. I don't know what his average price in is, but it looks like it must be at least over $100 if you go back to where he was. And I was sort of trying to figure out where he's been, when he's been coming in, looking at some of the filings over the years.
Time horizon.
This is a long time horizon, and he's been in the stock for quite some time, but clearly he's had enough. And as he says, enough is enough. So we will hear.
You marry a loser.
We will hear, I imagine, whether Whirlpool reacts to this letter, which David Tepper has now sent to the management of Whirlpool. Meantime, we want to get a lot more this morning on last night's State of the Union address, the markets, the fight for Warner Brothers Discovery, and so much more. The man in the middle, Roger Altman, he joins us. He's a founder, of course, and senior chairman of Evercore. He's been advising Warner Brothers in its contentious media deal. But before we get to that deal, let's get your reaction to what you saw last night by the President of the United States.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. Brevity is not President Trump's strong suit, but I thought it was classic Trump. He's a showman, and the way he brought forth so many heroes, and I must say I love seeing the U.S. men's hockey team, and I would have liked to have seen the women's team too. The way he taunted the Democrats, the way he's very creative about the facts, it was just classic Trump.
Okay, but as a Democrat, did you think it was a winning strategy last night?
Didn't he set the new record that your guy held? Didn't he?
Well,
Wasn't Clinton was 88?
Yeah. Well, that was at the Democratic convention, yes. But I don't think that speech, and I don't think State of the Union has generally changed very much. I mean, President Trump's poll numbers are pretty weak. 41% approval in the latest Washington Post poll on the economy, 39% overall. Those are really weak. Did he change that last night? No, I don't think so, because he described an economy which was roaring and couldn't be better. And I don't think a lot of Americans feel that way about the economy. And if they did, you'd see different figures on consumer confidence. You'd see different figures on Trump's approval on the economy. So I thought there was a disconnect there. But, as I say, I think it was vintage Trump. He's a showman, and he put on a show.
Can I ask you just about the politics in the moment? Because here, he's talking about affordability. You're suggesting that maybe things are not as affordable as they should be. On the other side of the aisle, though, when you look around the country, we keep talking about what's happening in Seattle. There's a millionaire's tax that may go into effect. We're talking about what's happening in California, in New York. I mean, there's sort of the pendulum is swinging almost on both sides. And I wonder what you think that portends for the midterms.
Well, at the moment, the Democrats are poised to win the midterms.
When you say win the midterms, win the House?
Well, win the House. Win the House.
Okay.
And the Senate is possible. I think it's less than 50%, but the House is quite likely. But that's not a surprise, because I think only 2 times in the past 50 years has the party that just won the White House, in this case Trump and Republicans, not lost the first congressional election following that. So that would be consistent with the cycle. And it's also consistent with his poll numbers. Now, I must say, the president's been very outspoken on various ways he might try to subvert the election. Mm-hmm. That worries me a great deal. I think that would be very destabilizing and just bad at every level. I hope he doesn't do that.
Yeah, we don't need to do that again.
But he's talking at great length about it, and I think it's very disturbing.
Hey, Roger, you remember the time you were annualizing Biden's stock market return? Remember, and I told you that you can't. You're laughing, but that we were talking about it as a positive. So since the election of Trump, 16% on the Dow, 19% on the S&P, 23% on the Nasdaq. There are good things happening.
No. In fact, as a matter of fact, I'm glad you brought that up.
Okay.
I think the economic outlook is actually good. I mean, at Evercore, we're expecting 2.5 to 2.75% real growth for 26.
Yeah.
Inflation is ticking down. It's not as low as Trump said last night.
Employment's
It's
pretty-
coming down
pretty
toward
solid.
the Fed's 2% long-term target. We see 3+% wage growth. And if you juxtapose that against the inflation ticking down, they're going to be real wage gains. Corporate profit outlook remains good. So I think just in terms of the
It's
economy.
a disconnect for people that they really don't understand that things are pretty good.
Well, you have, but this whole debate, Joe, about the K-shaped economy.
Yeah.
And that the lower half of the K, it's just a fact, I think, that lower middle and lower income Americans are having a harder
Wage
time.
gains should help there.
Yes, that's true. But they're having a hard time. You see that in the comments from recently Walmart. You see that from the comments from people like McDonald's. And those folks, I would say, need help, and they're very concerned. And by the way, it's pretty obvious. There's deep concern in much of the labor force about the ultimate impact of AI on the demand for labor.
Roger, what was your impression of the impact of the Supreme Court decision on tariffs and how you think that changes things, either for the companies, some of which you may very well represent, and the president, I think, tried to speak to it last night, for all of these investment commitments that so many other countries, foreign countries, made in the United States as part of these tariff deals, many of which are largely unfulfilled and in some cases continue to require legislative approval in those foreign countries, and where you think those all go. The president said all those deals are in place and are not going anywhere because they know that I'm still here, and he sort of nodded to, he said Scott as in Besson. Are they here? What do you think?
Well, I think there's two separate questions there.
Okay.
Just in terms of tariffs, the administration had a lot of time to prepare for the Supreme Court decision. I think they were ready, in some respects, anticipated it. So they promptly put in place under under 122 authority, 15% across the board tariffs, which they can keep in place for 150 days. And the weighted average tariff rate really didn't change very much between pre-Supreme Court and post-Supreme Court. It's about 13%. And then after the 150 days, I think they can have similar authority ready under Section 301 and continue with equivalent tariffs.
Right.
In terms of the investment programs, I think those countries are in a tough spot because Trump is going to do everything possible to hold them to that. I'm sure some of those countries are slow walking that. In fact, I know they are. And
you say they know they are because you've spoken to them.
Well, I've heard enough that I consider reliable.
Okay.
Such that they think Trump will be out of office before they actually have to make decisions on the whole thing.
Right.
But I don't think they're going to be able to just walk away from it because that's an agreement they have with the administration, and Trump will do everything he can to hold their feet to the fire on those.
Is your expectation, though, if we were sitting together in 2030, what will tariffs look like in America? Meaning, is there a permanent state of tariffs? The president talked about effectively being able to remove income taxes in the future as a function of all of these tariffs.
Yeah, those numbers don't work at all. That's never going to happen. I think it's unclear whether tariffs will ever be removed because of the federal revenue impact.
Right.
And they're generating so much money that it's going to be hard, for example, for Democrats to decide to forego that revenue if they were in a
Roger,
position
if you could
to
make
take off
it
the
that-
tariffs.
if you could-
I think tariffs may be in a semi-permanent state here, just because of that revenue.
If you could handle the regressive part of tariffs, if there's a way to do that, is it a reasonable way to raise revenue? It taxes corporations. The consumers that can consume are affected more by the ones that aren't. I mean, if you could just make it where it wasn't regressive, isn't it a viable way to raise revenue?
The answer is largely yes, including because the impact of the tariffs, as we've now seen, on the U.S. economy has been muted.
Yeah.
I mean, only the import share of the U.S. economy is only 10%. 75% of our GDP is in services,
right,
which are not tariffed.
And some of it, Roger, could be, you could recalibrate trade in places where you'd like to do things, or bring maybe onshore some some rare metals or whatever it is that you're trying to do, maybe that would actually work too. So I don't know, isn't there a middle ground between the two parties on this?
Well, I think it's going to be hard for Democrats to say, let's just get rid of them.
Right.
Because that's really important revenue.
I want to switch the conversation in a moment just to Warner Brothers, because he's in the middle of that. But I just did want to ask you, because we were talking about David Tepper going after Whirlpool.
I heard you say that.
What do you make of this idea that companies like Whirlpool, and what he's suggesting is, should be taking advantage of their U.S. status and making deals with foreign companies and others, effectively probably to manufacture here to avoid some of the tariff issues?
Well, Andrew, I don't know any of the facts about the Whirlpool situation. I literally learned that when you said it 5 minutes ago. I mean, much more broadly speaking, despite the very high shareholder stock price indices, shareholder activism continues at record levels. So various versions of this are continuing to happen despite high stock prices. I just don't know enough facts about Whirlpool to know how to assess his
Fair enough. Let me ask you about something you know a lot about, because you've been knee-deep in it, which is this Warner Brothers Discovery deal. And kudos to you and David Zaslav for managing to get this stock price as high as it is relative to where it had been. The question now is, the indication is that you're saying, hey, this Paramount deal actually is now better than the Netflix deal. And now, of course, the question is whether Netflix comes back. How much room do you think either side has to maneuver at this point?
Well, first of all, we have to be careful. So the Warner Brothers board has decided that this revised Paramount Sky offer might be expected to lead to a superior offer. Right. It's different than saying it is.
It is, right.
And they are continuing to negotiate. So once they finish negotiating, then the Warner Brothers board will have to decide, is it indeed superior?
I can't imagine you're not going to say it's superior, because otherwise Netflix doesn't have to come back at a higher bid.
Well, the board hasn't made that determination. If it does determine that it's superior, then Netflix has 4 business days to match it, and we'll see what happens. I don't know what the board is going to do.
What's the
and I definitely don't know what Netflix is going to do.
What's the time frame? I thought it was 7 days to negotiate. That period of time is up now. How long does the board have to consider this before the 4-day period kicks in for Netflix to?
The board has flexibility on when it reaches that determination. There's not a hard and fast limit as to how much time it could take, but it's not going to take a lot of time because the negotiations are close to finish with Paramount. I'm not sure which day they'll finish, and then the board will decide. So. Fairly short order.
Let me ask you different.
And then this 4-day, it's 4 business days, it's important, 4 business day match right for Netflix kicks in.
Let me ask you a slightly different question. The prevailing view is that if Paramount ends up acquiring this asset, not that it's going to sail through the regulatory world, but that it's going to be done. I don't know if you believe that or not. We saw David Ellison at the State of the Union last night. We did not see Ted Sarandos or somebody else there. There's the other view is that if Netflix gets this asset, this is going to be a food fight for 18 months or whatever you think it is, with Paramount running a campaign to try to make sure that this transaction doesn't happen. Do you believe that Netflix is going to be running a campaign to make sure that Paramount doesn't get this asset?
I don't know the answer to that. But my own view is that each of these possible mergers, if it's Paramount Sky or if it's Netflix, will ultimately be approved. Remember, President Trump originally opposed the AT&T acquisition of Time Warner. It went to court. Court approved it. So the ultimate arbiter here is the courts. I think both can be approved, and we'll see if that's right.
What do you think of both Susan Rice's comments? She's on the board of Netflix, and then the president's reaction to those comments.
Well, I thought that was quite an overreaction. Susan spoke for herself. I know Susan. She's an ardent Democrat, and her comments were consistent with that history.
But Roger, if she was the auto pen, and she's saying companies are in big trouble if they have bent the knee to Donald Trump, you don't think that's an overt? rattled me. I mean, that's
No, all I just said was that I know Susan, and I know that she has.
well, it wasn't just personal.
She has feelings like that. I mean, you know, she's in a tough spot, and if you're a director, you know, under these current circumstances we've been discussing, maybe not the smartest thing to go out and talk about that right now.
So it was Bill Clinton in the SO2 of 2000, and it was this was 20 minutes longer. So that was an hour and 28. And Trump was first and third now because he also did a 100-minute one. Most of them are about, you know, somewhere between 60 and 80.
I thought he was rather effective taunting the Democrats. I mean, you know, I'm a conservative Democrat. I would have stood up at a few of those moments.
Yeah.
Well, Roger, this segment, it hasn't gone full 20 minutes, but we're definitely over. So we have to say thank you. We appreciate it.
But you were energetic and you weren't that divisive. I don't think. You never are. I try to get you there, but you don't.
Thank you, guys.
Up next, Missouri Republican Senator Eric Schmidt on last night's State of the Union address. Squawk Box will be right back.
Missouri Senator Eric Schmidt putting out this statement after last night's State of the Union. In his speech recapping a historic year, the president laid out a bold new vision for the future of America. The message was clear: the era of drift and decline is over. A new era of strength, security, and prosperity is here, and our best days are still ahead. Senator Schiff joins us right now to talk about those days. And sir, thank you for being with us this morning. Obviously, we know what you think about the State of the Union address. Maybe you could address some of the concerns some of the Democrats who have joined us this morning have raised, including Roger Altman, who was just on. He said that he thought the one place the speech was lacking last night was in the idea of really acknowledging concerns about the economy that some Americans have that are reflected in the president's approval ratings on the economy at this point. What would you say to that?
Well, I think the president addressed it by, I think, skillfully going through a very effective speech that, number one, laid out the challenges we had under the first 4 years of Joe Biden, which were a disaster, where inflation was around 9%. That number is now below 3%, beating expectations. And so we're not going to get out of this in one fell swoop, but I think setting the table for what we just came out of, acknowledging the historic accomplishments in year one. I mean, objectively, ticking those off, I think. And then thirdly, talking about an optimistic view for America 250, and the patriotism that was on display. I think those are three very important things and not easy to do in a speech. I also think that he drew a contrast between the two parties here. I mean, the idea that Democrats couldn't stand up for to say that American government is there to support American citizens, not illegal immigrants. They couldn't stand up for that. Just tells you how far gone and radicalized the Democrats have become. So I think, and to answer your question also, when we get to, I think this is sort of a blueprint for the midterms for Republicans when you get out in your districts and you're campaigning. Once you start unpacking all the things in the working class, the working families tax cut that was passed last year, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, having a secure border, all of those things, those are wildly popular when you start pulling those things out. So I'm very optimistic, and I think it was an optimistic speech.
Yeah, I do think the tone was certainly optimistic, especially the first half hour or so when probably most Americans were watching. What do you ascribe the president's approval ratings to at this point? I think it's 39% overall, 41% on the economy. Why do you think that is?
Well, not you guys, of course, but there is a certain endless drumbeat of negativity with most of the legacy media. But that's okay. I think President Trump is sort of used to that, right? I mean, a historic comeback. No one alive right now has witnessed a president who was out of office coming back into office. No one has seen, I think, the disaster we saw for 4 years and a historic turnaround in 1 year. So I think the president's doing great. I think that we have a job to do in Congress to continue on with that legislation. But I think, the investment, the $18.5 trillion worth of investment in this country in the first year, that's amazing. Inflation-adjusted wage growth, that's improving. So if the average family lost $4,000 by way of inflation in those 4 years of Joe Biden, they're up about $1,200 right now. That doesn't solve all the problems in the world, but it does, I think, mark progress, which I think was part of the speech last night.
Senator, let's talk about tariffs and tariffs that have impacted your state in particular. The tariffs knocked down by the Supreme Court, obviously the president pushing ahead at this point, but soybeans are one of your top export markets, or top export crops, I should say. There has been concern that if the tariffs are no longer there or can't be used, it will be much harder to force China to buy soybeans because there's a bumper crop in Brazil. It's cheaper to just buy it directly from them. Where are your thoughts on this? What do you think we should be doing?
Yeah, I think that it's important to put the tariff discussion in a broader context. One of the things I'm very appreciative of this president is, after the Cold War ended, no president, Republican or Democrat, ever sought to sort of recalibrate our foreign policy and our trade policy, right? If you think about the trade regime that was set up after World War II and sort of the NATO alliance, the idea was we were going to provide security and also have favorable trade deals so they could get back up on their feet. Well, that mission has been accomplished, and no president stood up to these other countries who continued to rip us off. And so I think the tariffs were used very effectively to get better trade deals. So the farmers and ranchers I talked to in Missouri are glad that new markets are opening up. I think you look at the tour that he had last fall where he's going to these Southeast Asian companies, opening up new markets, having Australia buy American beef now. These things in the long term set us up for greater success, because I think the American people are tired of getting ripped off for so long, and I'm glad President Trump sort of took that on, and tariffs are a very, very effective leverage for the president.
But if he no longer can use the tariffs in the same way as the Supreme Court has ruled, that makes it a lot tougher for you to do some of those very things you just laid out.
Well, let's be clear. So I disagree with the decision. I don't think how, if you're looking at the plain language of the statute to be able to regulate imports, I don't know how that doesn't include tariffs. There were 3 conservative justices who had that point of view. Another 3 didn't. However, they did make it very clear that the president has other trade authorities on the books that have already been passed by Congress. The president alluded to that. He also made the point that the countries that we've negotiated these new trade deals with, they're not backing away from those deals in light of the Supreme Court decision, because they also know that the president has these authorities at his disposal. So again, I think that this 10% global tariff that has been set out, that statute in particular has been upheld in the past. So he has other authorities, just not IEPA, as was discussed by the court.
Okay, Senator Schmidt, thank you for joining us this morning.
Anytime.
Up next, from the street to the sky, Uber inking a deal for air taxis. We've got the details right after a break. Squawk Box, we'll be right back.
Breaking on Squawk Box this morning, Appaloosa's David Tepper sending an angry letter to Whirlpool accusing management of a, quote, striking lack of judgment and destroying hundreds of millions of dollars of shareholder value. Whirlpool is down 60% in 5 years. Meantime, shares of Oracle up 2% after an upgrade and price target hike from Oppenheimer this morning. And Joby Aviation and Uber launching Uber Air. The companies expect to carry their first passengers in Dubai later this year.
That's kind of cool.
It's coming here.
Whirlpool was the big Elizabeth Warren price gouger. Remember, they raised prices on both washers and dryers, even though and even after gouging for all those years, they're still down 60%.
And now David wants them basically to try to buy a foreign competitor.
They need to gouge better. Yeah. Make sure you join us tomorrow. Squawk on the Street coming up next.
Thursday morning. Welcome to Squawk of the Street. I'm Carl Kingston here with Jim Cramer, David Faber at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Futures steady, coming off the best day for stocks in about 3 weeks. Plenty to work with today. State of the Union reaction. Several companies with weak guidance like Lowe's, Workday, Diageo, Lucid, HP, NVIDIA, and Salesforce are tonight. Our roadmap begins with a crucial moment for the AI trade as NVIDIA does get ready to report. And the president says big tech will have to pay for its own power needs.
Meanwhile, Anthropic CEO raising concerns about what he calls the overnight and accidental concentration of power in the AI industry. And Warner Brothers, oh, it opens the door wide now for Paramount, which made its latest offer and is likely to lead to a superior one for that company. We'll have more on that in a moment.
Let's begin with AI this morning in a State of the Union that some argue is relatively light on policy. The president did highlight a message he delivered to tech companies about data centers. Take a listen.
We're telling the major tech companies that they have the obligation to provide for their own power needs. They can build their own power plants as part of their factory so that no one's prices will go up. And in many cases, prices of electricity will go down for the community and very substantially down.
Been combing through everything, Jim, looking for clues about what the market may be interested in. Very minimal comment about Iran and no mention of China.
Yeah, I mean, I found, look, obviously we're addicted to whatever could be said, and you get a savings plan, throwaway line, you get some notion of inflation, the president's view. But in general, you know, David, I found that this, let's call it this self-power of the hyperscalers.
Yeah.
It's something that it's time. I mean, it's a national issue. It's not a local issue.
Yeah.
And I think that there are some that are free riders, but that most of the companies don't want to be free riders.
No, but there's this whole issue behind the meter, in front of the meter, which is it going to be,
Right.
you know, you want to avoid. So if you're on the grid, then conceivably you're using power that is broadly available, obviously, and therefore the question is whether that power is going to become more expensive for everybody who uses it as a result of the enormous needs of these data centers.
Yeah,
I mean, yesterday we had this announcement with AMD and Meta, 6 gigawatts, if they get there, right? And obviously it's all based on the build out over time. But 6 gigawatts of power, I mean, that just goes to the point that the president is making, which is the needs are enormous. Right. We are in a race, obviously, with the Chinese, which, by the way, also means a separate story we'll get to, put aside safety to a certain extent, or those like Dario Modé who had been warning about things, but now is sort of saying, well, we can't win our race if we have to only abide by safeguards that nobody else has. So we're in this race, and power is going to be one of the key gating issues.
Right. Well, look, if we had Scott Strachan from GE Vernova, the biggest for turbines, and he said, look, there's just a waiting list, Carl. It's waiting list to say 5 years. We got caught. Everyone got caught in DRAMs. We didn't know we needed more memory. We didn't know that we needed more GPUs. I mean, that's why I think that when you listen to, it's not a zero-sum game between Lisa Su at AMD and Jensen Huang reports tonight, NVIDIA, and we didn't plan on power. These companies just didn't plan it. It's been a horrible business. That's why. I think that DRAM has been a horrible business, disk drives have been a horrible business, and turbines have been a horrible business. So it wasn't like they're sitting around just saying, you know what, hit me again.
No, I know.
Hit me on 19.
There were some respondents to the Dallas Fed Services Survey who argued that their memory prices have gone up 50% in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, well, if you listen to the HP conference call, which was a very tough call to listen to, you're talking about definite demand destruction, although I would say that you could pass it on and kill your margins.
Yeah, can you pass on all of that? I mean, again, you mentioned HP.
No, you can't. You can't. You just
Which
can't.
is dealing with higher memory prices, we know that, and reported earnings that reflected that, right?
Yeah, they're seeing double-digit unit decline, and they cite the cost of memory. Memory is usually, I thought this was good, 15 to 18% of the cost of a PC, but now it's 35. So that's a real crisis.
Wow, it's a lot more than tariffs.
Yeah, I know, but when I spoke to Lisa Su, I mean, Lisa still feels, like many people, that it's still just incremental. It could explode. Incremental, because if you look at what HP did, their numbers were terrible. I mean, they're obviously not passing it all on. I mean, Best Buy's not seeing it yet to a point where it's going to hurt their numbers. Maybe it will.
In terms of the sales of the laptops and
the
everything
guts
else.
inside. Yeah, they haven't really seen it.
Yeah.
I think they're going to see it, but not yet. I mean, that stock is reflecting that they're seeing it. Okay, it's very tough stock.
Well, I guess that it's not going to get resolved anytime soon.
No, well, it can't because none of the companies, the semiconductor manufacturing companies, you take a Lam Research, Lam again, a great company. They produced a huge amount. They got shut down in China. Our government shut them down in China, lost a couple billion. That was money that could have been used to put up more. The only guy who's really putting up more is Sanjay Mehrotra. He sees it, and he's seen it the whole time. But if you listen to Cisco, Chuck Robbins, he was caught. But Jayshree Ullal at ANET, she was not caught. Some people are caught, and the person, of course, who was least caught, Jen Swan.
Jen Swan, they had the memory.
Well, he would come on air and he'd say, look, I think it could be a memory shortage.
Right, he called it early. And
Yes,
if you'd
he did.
listened to him and bought all of those company stocks that are at the heart of making memory, you would be very, much better than if you owned NVIDIA, by the way.
No, look, someone yesterday suggested shorting SanDisk.
Oh, was it Citron?
SanDisk?
Was it Citron yesterday?
Well,
I get in the way of that.
Yeah, short SanDisk. I mean, you know what? I was going to send him a letter to his funeral, but then I figured he'd take care of himself.
On the subject of AI, guys, you know, I mentioned Anthropic, obviously, and Amode, who, all these guys, by the way, they communicate a lot, whether it's Altman.
They talk so much.
Oh my God. They do podcast after podcast. Unfortunately, they never seem to sit down with us for a long one. But, you know, on the overall warning side, Anthropic has a new policy out about its responsible scaling policy.
Yes.
And they basically pulled back from where they were because of the fact that nobody else was joining them, and therefore it represented a competitive pressure on their business that others weren't dealing with. I thought that was interesting. This is in this memo. If you want to take a look, the blog, whatever you call these things, policy announcements from them. And then in his latest, you know, podcast appearance, Amode talked once again of what we've been dealing with every day here in the stock market, which is people trying to understand, investors trying to understand the impact of this technology on so many of the companies that we follow so closely. Here, it's more about, again, the risks perhaps to society. Take a listen.
It is surprising to me that we are, you know, in my view, so close to these models reaching the level of human intelligence, and yet there doesn't seem to be a wider recognition in society of what's about to happen. It's as if this tsunami is coming at us, and you know, it's so close, we can see it on the horizon, and yet people are coming up with these explanations for, oh, it's not actually a tsunami, it's, you know, you know, that's just a trick of the light, like it's some, you know. And I think along with that, there hasn't been a public awareness of the risks, and you know, therefore governments haven't acted to address the risk.
Now that is not not a new line of argument for him. Of course, he's been talking about this for some time, but we have adopted the policy federally that we are moving as fast as we possibly can to make sure we get to whatever the breakthroughs are ahead of the Chinese.
Well, I think people have to understand that you can ask this stuff. You can ask it, well, can I have something that's like Workday? And it comes out with something that's like Workday.
Well, in the words of Workday, I want to get the quote right here. Last night, no amount of vibe coding is going to produce an HR or an ERP system.
See, I just think you can't do that. You can't say that anymore. I think you can say, look, it could happen. We don't see it happening. IBM, well, could happen. We don't see it happen. But to say, to close it off.
Or if you're a company A and you have Workday or you have one of these and you're like, well, listen, I'm going to try and vibe code it, so you better lower your price by 15%. Right? Doesn't it give you more leverage?
Yeah, why don't you take it? Why don't you know, we've been doing these 4-year deals and we raise it every 5% every year. You know what? What are you thinking about the 4-year? And they said, well, how about a 1-year? Because we think that Anthropic can come up with something.
Yeah.
Now maybe they can't.
Or my guy over there can come up with it, you know, with using Claude.
Well, I was with someone last night at Baby's Heart Fund, and my wife runs a gala, and a young person who just said, look, let me tell you what I've been doing with Cursor and Anthropic. And I said, well, that would take years. He said, no, I did it 4 days.
Yeah, I know. UBS has a piece out this morning looking at the top third of income earners and their fears about employment through UMISH. It's the worst it's ever been. The worst it's ever been.
Yes.
The top third of earners.
Yeah, rich people, David, you know what Lennon said. I have to update it. It's their own fault.
Yeah.
Well, it turns out it's Dario's fault.
It's Dario's fault, yeah, and Sam's fault, and Elon's fault.
By the way,
Mark's
Dario also, the man, I do want to mention this, I was critical of him last night. He's a much loved figure. He's not a disliked figure.
No, I watch most of those podcasts. They're fascinating. listening to him. If he's right,
amiable guy, man.
we're all in trouble.
How about
This is why, don't you think it would have been good at the address last night to have gotten some sense of how we should think about AI as a society? We're really just relying on the business titans at this point.
Well, look, I think Terry's right. We don't see it coming. We don't see it coming because we're not smart enough. Well, no, my age group. I have to go. The kids that I get this from are in their 20s, and they're destroying. I have one that's destroying Optum from United Health. So they're going to destroy Optum.
It's every day.
Optum's like worth billions.
Every day there's more things that are evidence of it.
It has to do with time.
Okay.
Like
Yeah.
you can stop. There are stuff that you would never think about trying to disrupt because it would take too much of your life and cost too much. And now, well, while you're at a dinner, guys thinking about how to destroy this.
The guy who used Claude to hack the API for the vacuum thing, and then he ended up controlling 7,000 vacuums.
I think it made it
7,000.
Yes.
Yes.
I thought that was kind of cool.
That was cool,
right?
Yeah, I loved it. Yeah.
Did he control
in everybody's
Breaking
house?
Bad? Remember
He
the
could
one
map
Breaking Bad?
everybody's home. He could. Who knows?
But they
have
were
the vacuum
but
cleaner come into a room.
The kid did disclose it. He chose not to take control.
He did. He did.
Wait till they start tracking your self-driving route to work.
It was scary, though.
Well, how about the Defense Department and what we're thinking with Hegseth versus
Yes.
Gary?
Yeah, we'll see. Tomorrow's a big deadline.
Right?
Yeah.
You don't want to lose that business.
Yeah, I know. Take a look at the pre-market here. A lot to get to. We will get Jim's thoughts going into NVIDIA tonight, which, by the way, has been knocking on the door of 192, 193.
Yeah, if I hear one more
Again.
person say, well, it's done nothing, and the options are indicating the options. What are they? You're like, those guys know? Have you ever watched how stupid the people who trade options on this are? I mean, I have to make fun of them. They're so dumb.
And there's Jensen tomorrow at 8 a.m. on Squawk.
That'll be very good.
Yes. More Squawk of the Street in a minute.
All right, it's It's been a big moment in the contest for Warner Brothers Discovery. Later yesterday, of course, Paramount's latest proposal to acquire the company has been deemed likely to lead to a superior proposal, and that changes a lot. What was the key here? Was it just the $31 a share? No, although they did come up from $30 to $31. They also increased the reverse termination fee from $5.8 billion to $7 billion. But really the key, certainly in my mind, and I believe in the mind of the board of directors of Warner Brothers, was certainty. It was all along. When I talked to people close to the situation, they would say, you know, they kept bidding and bidding and bidding, but really all it was a one-way option. And our concern ultimately was that if there was a true deterioration in the underlying fundamentals of Paramount's business, or even our own, they would pull away, or their banks would pull away. So there's where we are now in terms of some of the basics. By the way, that 25-cent a quarter ticking fee goes into effect starting basically October 1. So this deal's not closed by then, you get another 25 cents, so $31.25. Next quarter, another, so maybe $31.50. But here's the key. Larry Ellison basically, is my understanding, the way it's been explained to me, has now said, and will through, obviously, the contract, if they get to that, which seems likely at this point, that he will fully guarantee the deal, in a sense. In other words, if they get near the close, and this had been the concern with the LBO structure, and Paramount's very levered, and their cable networks are suffering, and the like, he's going to step in to make sure that they are completely solvent, and therefore the banks would have no reason to pull their financing for the deal. That helped a great deal in terms of certainty, as did carving out any performance of Warner Brothers cable networks from calling a material adverse change. So you have those two things together, and you know the way it's been described to me is we got a locked deal in the sense of at least certainty, and that's what it's always been about for Warner Brothers board of directors, despite what have been the many protestations from those on the Paramount side saying it's a tilted field, it's not a level playing field, they don't like us, and on and on and on. Well, now they kind of do like you, and the question becomes, what next? Now, first, they've got to get to it being deemed a superior proposal. That seems highly likely. They had to stop talking at 11:59 on Monday, remember, because the 7-day waiver ran out that Netflix gave them. If they hadn't had to stop talking, the likelihood, as I understand it, is they probably would have gotten to a superior proposal, it being deemed that, once they did more. But they still needed to do more, and they still do. So today, maybe into tomorrow, then we get there. Then the 4-day matching right period begins for Netflix. And guys, this will become the key. What is Netflix going to choose to do here in terms of the competing, as seems highly likely it will need to if it wants to retain its deal to acquire the studio and streaming assets of Warner Brothers? I've talked often about this debt adjustment mechanism where, you know, you've got the spun-off entities of Warner Brothers going to take as much as $17 billion in debt, maybe down to $15 billion by the end of this year, but a lot of debt. And given the multiple accorded our own parent company, you get to very low numbers in terms of what that spin-off would be worth. Can Netflix adjust that to the likes of increasing the value, or do they simply go up? They're going to have to do something. And I don't know the answer. Do you want to read into the fact that they chose not to preempt when they were granting the 7-day waiver, right? They could have said, no, we're not going to give you the waiver. We'll give you more money to make sure we still have this deal locked. And then when they were told, oh, we think it's now likely to lead to a superior proposal, they could have. They didn't. I am not reading a lot into that. Based on at least the conversations I've been able to have to a certain extent, I just don't believe that it's a decision that was made previously by Netflix not to compete. The question still will be what they do. They have the capacity to. We know that. They can do it. It's just a question as to whether they will choose to do so, because it's going to cost them, Jim, more money, and probably a good deal more money. Ted Sarandos has been out there arguing for his deal. It's not like he's backed off in any way.
But this is a major, I mean, he's acting as if nothing's really changed.
No.
This was a major change.
Now it's changed. Yeah, but that's only in the last, not even 20,
well, I mean, but I think
18
you
hours.
come out and say, look, we will do what's necessary. That would be a we want to do a we will do.
Well, I think at this point you wait and see what the deal. You kind of know what the deal is. You get your 4 days, and then you make your decision. You know, I think that they have been planning for this possibility. It's not exactly a surprise to them that they had a competitor in Paramount that might ultimately, on its 10th or 11th try, finally get in the front door here. And the question continues to be, or will be from here on, and what I'll be covering closely is what's Netflix going to do. Don't know the answer. Simply can tell you not to read too much into their decision not to preempt.
How much will Netflix stock go up if they give it to them?
If they let it go, you tell me.
That'd be huge.
How much is it down because of the deal? You know, Mike Santoli's pointed out that it did move down similarly to Spotify. That said, we all know, look at that. I mean, it's down 23.5%. We all know a lot of that move is because of this decision.
Look, the stock could go back to 120. I don't know. It's a great company with a great subscription model. Everybody loves it, and it's been a winning stock for many,
but
many
they
years.
made a decision that this was an important asset, and the IP of Warner Brothers was an important one for them to have.
They know more than
Do
we
you
do.
just walk away? Now, by the way, we've seen it before. Chevron had that bid for Anadarko. Oxy came along and they said, see you later, we're out. They didn't even try to bid again.
That's not oil or water, that's oil and TV.
I'm just pointing
Oil
out
winner.
there
No.
have been
Oil
situations like that, but oftentimes a company that wanted to buy a company is not just going to go away at the first sign somebody else wants to buy it.
No, but I think it's a great combination, but I obviously feel like I'm alone within the stock. I like Sarandos so much. I said, if he needs it, what? I say to Sarandos, hey, listen, let me explain to you this business. You see, I've worked in it. No.
You were in The Good Wife, right? Or was it Madam
Yeah,
Secretary?
I didn't do a good read. It was a bad read, but crypto was at 20. Bitcoin was at 25, and I said I put the farm in Bitcoin. My smartest one other than NVIDIA.
Good call. Well, we'll get to crypto later on this week.
Literally 25.
25.
Yeah.
I said put the farm, bet the farm on.
We'll get Kramer's Mad Dash countdown to the opening bell. We will get to Lowe's, Whirlpool, Kava, Circle, Lucid, and more in a moment.
Let me hear. Uh-oh. We broke out of resistance.
a look at some NDX winners pre-market. You'll see strategy in there. We'll talk some crypto as Bitcoin's trying to make its way back to 67K. Would be almost unwinding the losses for the week so far. We'll get the opening bell in a few moments, and don't forget you can catch us anytime and anywhere. Just listen to and follow the Squawk on the Street Opening Bell podcast.
Two more minutes, and we broke resistance.
Let's get to Mad Dash with Jim real quick here. Whirlpool's on your mind.
Yeah,
Why?
well, you know, David Tepper, Appaloosa Management, is listed as the third largest shareholder, is very upset about this deal that they're doing, which is some people think is a save the company deal. I think he feels it's very much destructive for shareholder value. Maybe there should have been an acquisition considered. I understood at one point that Bosch was very interested by it. Enough is enough. There could be no more excuses. We encourage the board to remember the fiduciary responsibilities and not accept management acting purely in its own self-interest. Let's get some other companies interested. Obviously, by the way, David, tariffs should have indeed helped this company. It's a Michigan-based company. It's really our only independent appliance company. So I do think that there is a striking lack of judgment on the part of the board. I agree with David. This deal is going to raise some money, but
What deal are you talking about, Jim?
Well,
you haven't told anybody.
Okay. Oh,
what
I'm
you're
sorry.
talking
Okay.
about.
No, they're doing a depository share deal, and they're also doing 6.8 million shares of the common stock at $69 a share.
They're issuing equity.
So it's in the hole.
Which is not something you see often.
No, and
obviously Oracle did it not long ago.
The stock was at 110 in July. I mean, this is the destruction of value. that is truly remarkable for a great American brand.
They're getting it on all sides. The machinists are going to have a press conference today bemoaning a lot of the layoffs that they're getting in the Midwest.
Well, I got it. You know, I've met Mark Bitzer. I thought he had a plan to turn it around. It hasn't worked. Many reasons, but they are a higher cost producer with good product, but that's not enough. And I thought that was protected. I don't know. Obviously not protected enough. I agree with Tepper entirely. 100%.
IBM worst month since '92.
Exchange of the big board at Americares, responding to those affected by poverty or disaster. At the NASDAQ, it's Intap, an AI platform for firms in highly regulated industries. As we manage at least, Jim, to get
Around
back to
610 support.
Yeah, you go back to Monday. We didn't think that could happen. There are companies all over the place that are blowing up, and I think people should recognize. I mean, for instance, we're witnessing extraordinary. I don't want to say this is buy because I think it's a buy. There's a company called Medline's reporting a good number. I mean, no, actually a great number. And the stock's off 3. This is one of my absolute favorite companies. This is a supply chain. It's been the most level-headed of the IPOs this year. It's down 3. I think that's a terrific buy. I like that. Obviously, I'm not going to touch Workday. There's been a couple of things, David, that I think people should understand. TJX, an absolutely great company, always does the same thing, always blows away the numbers, and then gives you a forecast that is a little more tepid than you thought. And you have to just take it with a grain of salt. I was working with Jeff Marks today, works with me on the club. We are used to them putting out a low ball forecast. This time, their actual numbers were so great, it didn't matter that they put out a low ball forecast. Congratulations to them. That was a fantastic quarter.
What a fantastic creation, I mean, of wealth this has been for, you know, if you go back,
it's
you
just
take
amazing.
a look, a year, 5 years. It's,
They have the best comp store numbers of anybody, and every one of their businesses, Home Goods is doing well. The one, you know, obviously TJX right behind us is doing well. I think it's a remarkable company. It's also one of the least promotional companies on earth. It's a true blowout, $1.58 versus $1.23, and so many. Just so many elements of this company are just crushing it. Now, there'll be a time during the conference call where they are always so humble that people take their humility for concern and worry. What you should realize is this is actually not only a same-store sales company, it's a do they have merchandise company. And you know there's a lot of retailers that need the cash, and this is where you dump the merchandise. It's a fun place to shop.
Speaking of comps, Kava comps beat a little bit.
Very
Lowe's
nice.
comp actually was a little bit better than Depot's.
Yeah, I mean, now that was, look, I expected a little bit more from Marvin Ellison. I happen to like Lowe's very much. I was surprised far more about how great Home Depot did than how badly Lowe's did. I don't think that Lowe's has been such a winner. It's literally one of these things that people have to understand. Lowe's has been killing it and Home Depot hasn't. So Lowe's delivers a number that's a little suboptimal, and Home Depot just ever so slightly better, and Home Depot takes off. Home Depot being a fantastic situation if you have a lot of housing turnover. That's their number one leverage. Lowe's does more do-it-yourself. Home Depot does more professional.
Yeah. Well, to Depot's comment yesterday about the housing market being frozen, we did get mortgage apps today, Jim. They barely move, up 0.4. That's even with the 30-year fixed at 609.
Well, the president, you know, he would say it's the corporations that are the problem. I say that you had those low rates. People don't want to lose the low rate because it's just a terrific thing. We don't have a lot of building going on because I find even Atlantic did the best piece on it about zoning and how you can't build a lot of places. And look, wealthy people, if they have angst, you maybe want to hold off from the Toll Brothers home. Although Toll did have a very good quarter. Doug Yearley's last quarter, a remarkable CEO. Remarkable. What are you thinking? What are you thinking?
No, I'm just thinking about NVIDIA, obviously, which we're going to be talking about a lot tomorrow once we are digesting the earnings from the company.
Right.
Looking at a couple of notes here, one from Rothschild Redburn.
Oh, you mean
shares traded a 20% discount to McDonald's.
Well, it's historically,
which is, of course, been the story of this market.
AMD pulling back.
NVIDIA's historically had look, NVIDIA's a company, I want people to understand this. You look after they report and you realize that it had a low multiple.
That had a what?
A low glycemic fault. Well, it turns out, holy cow! I mean, if you look at the big blowout they had a couple years ago in May, it turned out that they were making far more money than people thought. There are always people who think this is the end. There's always also people who think that the margin's going to come under pressure. They do more than 70% gross margin is going to be better than Intel at the absolute height of the Pentium cycle, which was one of the greatest moments ever for semis. Remember, it's not all semi. A lot of it is software. They do have orders. The people might have freaked out about AMD getting that Meta order, but remember, AMD had a
AMD hit my red line support.
NVIDIA was actually a late comer to Meta, but Mark Zuckerberg has a fantastic personal relationship with Jensen. Forged by Mark Zuckerberg saying, listen, we're not about combat. Because Jensen always says he's a fighter, not a lover.
Right. Yesterday, D.A. Davidson came out and said that NVIDIA is no longer a bellwether because the market's... D.A. Davidson. They said that the market's chosen other winners like Broadcom, like some memory names.
No! Broadcom people are worried about VMware being disintermediated by AI. I happen to like Broadcom, but absolutely not. I mean, look, it's surprised that no one's been talking about things people should talk about, and anyone who's off the desk says, how did I miss Google? How did I miss Alphabet?
Right.
How did I miss Gemini? That's what people talk.
A year ago, I've made this point so many times, but yeah.
How'd you miss AMD today?
We were all, investors were very much focused on losing their monopoly in search as a result of the advances that were being made, largely by ChatGPT, but certainly others. And now here we are today, still talking about OpenAI because it's such an important, significant company, but in a very different light, in the sense of their commitments, and how much capital they need to spend, and what the revenue number is going to really look like for them in terms of their business model, and whether it's ultimately going to be challenged in a significant way by competitors like Gemini and others.
They have to pivot more towards business to business. That's what Anthropic is. But Anthropic, amazingly, has business to business all to itself. That's why everyone's in love with the thing so
They
much.
focused on code. That was sort of the beginning, and they saw that as, and that was a smart move.
And they can go into any industry, and they can theoretically get rid of people by bringing people in.
And then
Slash ES new high
we've been discussing now for
on the
weeks,
body.
not months, which is the shellacking that so many of these software companies have taken. It slowed this week. In fact, the IGV I think was up yesterday.
But that was I think that was a bounce.
It's still
new high.
Over your need
Yeah, we
bounce.
talked a little bit about Workday earlier, and
I was
the
going to
numbers
say about
there.
Oracle. What did you think about the Oracle upgrade by Opco?
And there was an Oracle upgrade. The stock is up. But I can't help but, we were talking about the alternative asset managers a couple of days ago. Obviously,
going
we're
blue
talking
out?
so much about
Are you going
private
blue
credit.
out?
No, I'm not talking as much about private credit. Private equity is not as large or an important business for all of these companies as it once was.
Thank you for
when
saying
they when KKR started, we knew it as a LBO company. It's what it did. Blackstone, and the like. But private equity is still important. You should take a look at the Oracle upgrade there from Oppenheimer. Private equity is still important, and it's under pressure.
Well, do you think it shouldn't be?
I'm not
Under
talking about
pressure.
Oracle. I'm talking about Blackstone, Apollo, KKR, and many of these others, because it's under pressure. Because you do wonder about the marks that they're going to have to take on and these are the public entities, by the way. There are plenty of private equity companies that we've talked about. Where what are the marks really going to look like on their software companies, which in some cases represent, it depends on the percentage, but a large percentage, and what about the possibility of IPOing any of this stuff?
Well, I think
given that investors are probably not going to want it because they're really questioning the business model long term.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because that's really what's at the crux of this. They can't dump the stuff on the public market because nobody wants it. The IPO market wants rocket ships, and it wants flying cars.
If you can't get exits from your private equity fund, you have a harder time raising new money for it.
Right.
So, yeah.
It wants HUD.
Well, it wants SpaceX.
Oh my God, that's a double for people
and
who
it's
put
going to
money
want Anthropic.
Right.
I don't know what else it's going to want, but
it doesn't want Oddity. I don't know if you've seen that one.
I don't know what Oddity is.
It's a cosmetics company it's kind of an AI cosmetics company.
Oh,
AI.
what's an AI cosmetics company?
I'm an AI anchor. I don't know. You can AI anything, right? You put that before anything. Well, but these guys have an artificial intelligence-driven online platform for beauty and wellness.
Right.
But that stock's down 15. That's kind of a hammering. That's not a 2-for-1 split, guys. It's
But yeah,
not.
I did want to
relax. It's not a
you know,
2-for-1.
the journal wrote up, and we've been talking about it, guys, but when it comes to the alternative asset managers and private credit, of course, this is just going to be a continued
But what are
question.
they saying
We're also
to you?
keeping an eye on the BDCs, which remember, there's more of a retail audience, and whether or not people are going to want to continue to try to pull, and whether, in fact, they're going to have to gate those people in
But
terms of
those are
getting
the
their
private
quarterly
BDCs, not
liquidity.
the ones you can just jam if you want. Public market
private,
BDCs.
the private ones.
Yeah.
These-
UBS today says private credit defaults might go to 15. About a month ago, they were 13.
Nice rebound on
AI
Google.
Causes a severe disruption
See,
in that space.
I think that it's not.
I think the same thing will happen
I
here
think
with
it's the
AMD.
multiple that people pay for these companies, not for the private.
It may well be, and as we pointed out, it's not
What
like
do you
this
pay
is
for
going to be
Workday?
this
Less
quarter
than yesterday.
phenomena. Although with
No, it's
Workday,
not.
maybe we take a closer look there, guys. I haven't.
They
you
still
know,
have a good book of
call-
business.
Right.
It's just
but it's
that-
those names that you're worrying about. But near term, first of all, they're going to make an argument that says they're, in a good position and that they're going to be charging for outcomes as opposed perhaps for seats. I'm not saying they're doing this specifically here, but that's sort of what you're going to start to hear. But it's not about the
yum,
ability
yum.
in this companies. It's not about these private software companies' ability to repay in the near term. It's just simply whether they can sustain over the long
Yeah,
term.
as you said, IGV's still below Liberation Day lows.
But I look at ServiceNow. ServiceNow's a really good company. Okay, it's just a good Bill McDermott. He's got a lot of AI. He's done a lot. It's went from onboarding to basically running the infrastructure of your company, and I think they're just an amazing company. It is down 34%, but it still sells at 24 times earnings, and that's the Achilles heel. Mark Benioff's company, which reports tonight, sells at 15 times earnings. That's a radical adjustment. Maybe that's
It's a radical adjustment.
Maybe that's enough. But if
Is
you
it
listen,
enough? That's the
I don't know.
maybe it's enough. That's the key
well,
question.
maybe so many people in the part of the company that is not the growth agent force. Maybe there's a lot of other people that have been laid off, so you can't pay. They're not going to pay you more money.
Met a
to
new
let
high.
people use it.
Right.
And that's what the
But
Workday phenomenon
unfortunately, you
was.
can't also disprove the negative because
No,
it's
because if it's not this quarter, it'll be next quarter.
and if it's not the next quarter, it'll be the one after that. I mean, you heard Dario Modet at the beginning of the broadcast anyway.
Nice guy.
We got a tsunami coming.
We do.
Tsunami warning.
That we're not
That's
looking
better
at.
than that's
It's
better than
there,
the canary
but
in
we're
the
not
coal
really-
mine.
that's kind of
we don't
frightening.
usually. The president might bring back the coal mine canary, right? Coal would be the solution. We
I
have.
don't know how
we
do
are
we
the
get from,
Saudi
how do we
Arabia.
get from a tsunami
He's
to a
talking
coal mine?
power gain.
Now,
Yes.
you
You
moved
don't
up-
forget,
you moved past
don't forget
the
we're the Saudi
societal
Arabia of
tsunami.
coal. Remember we're the Saudi Arabia. We built all those coal plants and they last for 40 years. That was Jimmy Carter, and I think that the president would like to be. You can make a coal plant lickety split.
Okay, so that's for the power of the data centers that are to run the
I was
AI
doing a
that are
transition
creating
from-
the tsunami that is going to
Well, I'm just
that is
saying,
coming.
what is the analogy? Is it the canary in the coal mine? That had been the analogy until I saw it was the tsunami. No one yet is using nuclear war. I may go there.
Two different things. One is the power problem, and the other is AI is going to wipe us out.
Yes. Yeah, but
They're two different things.
Well, AI was a dirty bomb. Now I'm getting a sense that AI is an actual atomic bomb, but not an H bomb. We have not seen that. The Easter Christmas Island, we were bombing Christmas Island. Remember that one? We
Yep.
took the H bomb.
I think you know what. I think he's just like
No, I'm Oppenheimer.
he's cycling now.
It's not Oppenheimer.
He's lost.
Which was Comcast, by the way.
It was a great universal picture, yes.
It
was
was
a
a great-
tsunami, and now he's just riffing.
Christopher Nolan, you got it.
He's like a jazz musician.
just
Coltrane.
Who knows where he's going?
Coltrane.
Modal.
There you go,
Yeah,
Coltrane.
my favorite things.
It's okay.
Still the
Coltrane.
best.
It's going to be fun.
All right,
it's going to be fun.
No, I'm just saying that we are getting more and more dire, and yet I think that it's to a small group of companies that it's really dire.
Oh,
And yes, what you have
what
to do
the
is say, is
heck?
IBM vulnerable? You have to go from saying no to being maybe. And that's why I don't like definitive statements that we're not vulnerable. Because there's some kid in a college dorm right now who is trying to figure out exactly what Workday does.
She
in-
beat me
in
to
another
it.
3 weeks, Dave.
Damn.
Might
Girl.
have it. She might have it. That's not a coal mine. That's
Just somebody at a company
existential.
who's actually vibe coding something that says maybe our HR we can just do this.
Yeah, yeah. Well, there's Dyer, Jim, and then there's the beer business Dyer. Diageo, again,
Right. Can we
close
just
to a
talk about that?
multi-year low. I don't know if you saw this chart out of B of A today. Shipments they expect in 2026 beer business at 37-year low.
Jim was.
It's just falling off the top.
I read the look. I know they got a new CEO at Diageo, and he's a very straightforward person, Dave Lewis. I have to tell you, I thought that his conference call, he just got there, was once again
He was.
avoiding the real problem. And the
He
real
was,
problem,
and he was, and I told you.
Any liquor store is the agave spirits aisle, and their numbers were horrendous in tequila, Don Julio, and Casamigos. I'm talking down 27-30%.
Are smaller brands like in mezcal, for example, taking share?
Well, you had to be artisanal, and what happened is there was a labeling problem for the older ones.
This one's gonna fly.
Been able to, let's say, clean up their labels. But Brown Foreman is overvalued.
Oh gosh,
It
that's
was
some
also,
good
again,
stuff.
This is GOP-1. Don't worry about it. Okay, I won't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
That tastes when you're drinking whiskey, it tastes like you're having it for breakfast. You don't drink it for breakfast.
I know. People don't drink anymore.
Well, they drink ready to drink.
Go out with people and they're like, I'm like, really? You're just gonna have? It's fine.
But these were the greatest.
Nobody
This was a
drink
group.
anymore.
They cut the dividend in half. This was a group that you could count on.
It's a journalist.
in good or
Went to a
bad
bar.
times.
That's how you did things. So
Pen and pencil.
sources,
You ever go to the
have
pen
them
and
have them have a few drinks. Now it's like, oh, I'm gonna have a soda
no,
water.
No, you want Tropicana from Pepsi. PepsiCo's been really good stock here. But Frito-Lay somehow has managed to beat GOP-1. I don't see.
I've never really find sense of humor in that. Woo!
Areas like that.
DLTR,
Market, some healthcare.
Tesla,
that are up this
Nvidia,
also just not closely correlated to the AI trade.
Mr. Coin, TSM.
Thank you.
Thank you. Amazon.
Great to see you.
Apple.
Coming up, some key levels to watch on the charts, and Kevin Green's all over it. We'll have those numbers
Uh-oh.
for you. Opening bell. We'll be right back.
She's looking hot. Just I can't help it. Boom. Boom, boom.
Sometimes, you know, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
I'm Jenny Horn. We go beyond the headlines, tracking the trends, sector moves, and fundamentals shaping the markets in real time. This is Schwab Network. Subscribe at schwabnetwork.com. Live from Chicago, this is Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. We track macro forces, market trends, and company news that shape investor decisions, all with expert analysis and actionable context.
Netflix
From
is moving.
Data to sector rotations, earnings to policy. It's a comprehensive view of the market every trading day. Trading 360, in-depth market coverage straight from Chicago. Weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Welcome back to the opening bell. We're seeing up arrows across the board here. Key levels to watch right after the open. We're only a few minutes in. Senior markets correspondent Kevin Green is with me taking a look. Some of your thoughts on the action here. More up arrows than down, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. We actually have been able to break above that 6,900 level. We kind of talked about that as an area of resistance yesterday, Nicole. We got within 2 points and closed below it. But today we are actually breaking above it. And actually we are seeing some pretty strong activity, especially in the information technology space. Financials did catch a little bit of a bid early on, kind of fading here a tad bit. But if IT as well as communication services can kind of lead the way, I think that does bode well for the bulls in this market. If I'm looking at the levels to the upside, 69.40, that's where we saw early on as our major area of potential resistance. A lot of call flow going there. But I just checked here, and 69.50-ish area is actually starting to catch a lot of traction. That's the number one top tick call action that we were seeing this morning. So we might actually break through this level if this price action does continue. If you have a little bit of reversal, you want to see 6,900 hold to the downside, and any type of further breakdown, 68.40. So still a wide range. VIX is kind of moving to the downside, sitting at 18.8 right now. So you'd like to see that continued move to the downside. And obviously, we're going to be anticipating NVIDIA earnings after the close here, Nicole. And I think that actually is good for the broader index. Not so much the movement of NVIDIA, but the implied volatility that's going to be removed from that, from those options. And NVIDIA should also coincide with volatility across the broader market to also subside as well, which is conducive for equities moving higher. So NVIDIA, everybody's going to be focusing on it. I wouldn't be focused too much on the price action of NVIDIA, but
Why?
the high volatility crush
in the next day or 2 days after the report, and that actually does lead us to usually, or at least the last 2 quarters, to new highs.
Yeah, so we'll have to wait. We're not
To
that
new
far
highs.
from some new highs. So if they
Kevin.
come in sort of what folks are expecting, we could see some new action.
Oh.
Maybe get back to 7,000 even on the S&P 500. Let's take a look here. I know you're looking at high yield credit spreads versus the VIX. What does this story tell you?
Well, we are still seeing high yield credit spreads inching to the upside. Actually, yesterday, a pretty decent bid, not only just in high yield credit, but also if you're starting to look at investment grade, the AI names, those that actually have exposure, Microsoft, Oracle, things of that nature, still catching a bid when it comes to high yield credit spreads, which just means that we have some institutions still putting on hedges in the market. What you would like to see is actually those spreads crushing to the downside. That will lead equity volatility to move lower as well. Now this chart here is showing VIX, which is in blue, starting to creep to the downside today. The high yield credit spread portion, that's going to be 1 day delayed, so that will be updated tomorrow. But at the end of the day, you would like to see the debt complex kind of ease when it comes to volatility. That will lead to equity volatility to move lower as well, and hopefully that's conducive for us to try to get back to, let's say, that 7,000 level. We still have a long way to go here, Nicole. I want to highlight we are breaking above the 20-day moving average. First time that we've done that since February 12th. We need to hold above that, close above that, and I think that gives bulls a little bit more confidence that they can continue this run.
Oh, interesting point. Thank you for that. Kevin Green, good to see you. Appreciate it. All right, let's take a look here at our market thoughts and some final wrap up for this hour. Kevin Hinks is back with me. So the early trade is underway. Some of your thoughts on the action. What are you watching?
Well, certainly the leadership in this market has resumed its leadership, right? It's information technology, communication services, it's discretionary, all leading on the upside. That said, I see 5 sectors higher, I see 3 lower, and I see 3 real close to unchanged. So it's
you need the glaucoma checked.
Market, despite the S&P being up 0.6, the equal weight is actually down slightly.
Oh.
So it's a little more nuanced than just an up day for the S&P 500. So this is one of those leadership days where it's that left side of the heat map is doing well. Also,
new high.
Nicole, if you've noticed during your show, there was breaking news. Saudi Arabia boosting crude oil output. That took crude oil futures from positive to negative on the day. So we're watching that as well. I don't know if they're preparing for something or just
PLTR new high.
Normal business, but those 2 things
CRM new high.
Really catching my eye. Leadership on the S&P 500.
Double top baby break.
Going from positive to negative.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm glad you brought that to us.
Yeah, that's a good
keep an
point.
eye on that because we've had oil basically at 7-week highs. An incredible run. I mean, the safe haven of gold is back in full force. People still love gold. We saw it at 5,200. I mean, what are you still hearing about gold? I mean, when you think about the run-up that gold has had.
You know, it's interesting. The choppy relationship between gold and Bitcoin, right? They're both up today. A day or so ago, that gold was up and Bitcoin was down hard. Bitcoin has since recovered slightly, but gold. These are there's a note out today talking about. I think it's B of A talking about silver being over $100. We're getting to some hyperbolic levels. Now, gold was up here before, so it's been higher than it is right now, but gold back above, up near 5,200. There it is, 5,200 as we speak. So these elevated levels in these precious metals, it's certainly something to look at. And it doesn't appear to be risk off, right? Because it's up with the market up. It doesn't appear to be currency influence because the dollar's higher and gold's higher, or the dollar's pretty much unchanged. It was a little higher, now it's more unchanged. So it's not a currency thing, it's not a risk off thing. So gold continues its just a cumulative rally here. So watching that is pretty incredible. But right now we've got a nice rally here midday. Like I said, not an equal rate S&P rally, but a leadership rally. Information technology, communication services, and consumer discretionary higher, Nicole.
All right. So mid 9:30 to 10 a.m. I'm not sure it's midday yet. It may be midday where you are.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
I haven't even had my breakfast yet. George Sill.
We got a triple bottom. Prepare ye in the name of the Lord for a scalping poo. SPX.
Morning. I think yesterday was, like I said, a pretty telling day in terms of maybe a pivot in the software space.
Well, it was.
Microsoft today still
I was telling
well.
about it.
Actually traded quite well yesterday. A couple of names that we'll be reporting we have to keep in mind. Salesforce is going to be reporting from the software application space. One of the stocks that I'm watching today, and I did after hours, is Workday. They actually guided lower for both sales and earnings for fiscal year, just slightly a downside. Sold off in the after hours, actually sold off quite a bit in the pre-market, and on the open, it's catching a bid. So we're seeing some buying on some bad news in the software space. So things are starting to line up in that regard. If you look at the consumer staples names today, they're down. Walmart, Costco, PepsiCo is to the downside. And the energy space is also the downside as well. So this is an offensive rotation and growth. Communication services, information technology, as Kevin alluded to, is moving to the upside. And we are seeing the mega cap names pick up, and in particular, like I said, Microsoft. Because
We have a situation here.
Would say that stock neared the April lows from last year, and a lot of stocks are actually hitting some of those April lows from last year, and that might be a pivot point as this market tries to.
It's a do or die situation.
But of course, lastly, we have to keep in mind Nvidia is the dark horse here in terms of momentum, either up or down for this market, because again, the broader S&P is really stuck between that 67,000 range until it breaks out in either direction.
On the 1 minute,
you have to just assume that
the
this market
SPX is at the 21 and the 9 is above it.
Yeah, well, thank you both, George Sillis and Kevin Haynes.
I can't
we're watching
compete.
also names like Circle, Oracle, Kava with some up arrows today, Workday, lows under.
You know, I asked you to come to work today showing a little bit of cleavage at least. And you didn't do it. You wore that stupid snake top. Oh. Sneaky snake, I get it. Oh, I get it now. Sorry about that, baby. Forgive me. She's pissed off. We're looking at the 69.50 strikes for a lotto here on the SPX. The /ES just hit the 21. Now I'm showing some weakness on my SPX. Oh, okay, get ready. I just see something. We got a triple bottom. Oh, this is gonna get good. Get ready. We'll find out real shortly right here. There it is, right there. Right to the penny. So we got a triple bottom, and I'm going to get into this trade. If we gotta hold it. So this is going to be the here's some silence. What is it? SPX. The 69.50s. We're at the 63. Yes, this is perfect. He might have missed his opportunity. 215, 210 he could have got. There it is. See? $2.10. The crowd's going wild here. This is the 69.50s at $2.10. Do we understand? Oh. $2.50. Okay. We're at 280. Make a business decision or executive decision. Make an executive decision. He's trying. I need someone to take off my shoes for me. So far, we have a triple bottom with a higher third touch. And it's still kind of iffy until we break above the 21 on the 1 minute, or the 9. The 9 would, oh, uh-oh. This could seal the meal right here, the deal. There, position yourself. Oh, excuse me. Accident. Now the 9's crossed down over the 21. Netflix had a good little run. Deal may be dead. Netflix Warner, deal may be dead. How dare you?
WM double
Oh, oh. Whew. IWM double bottom. Did you see your Netflix? Deal may be dead.
Yeah, I saw it.
Deal may be dead. I need to take off my shoes. Oracle's up $7.85. We got a little bitty bounce on AMD. And new high on NVIDIA. Take off my shoes. Book. And I gotta go get my slippers. I'll be right back. We got /ES coming up on the 200 and the VWAP. 200 SMA on the 1 minute. Netflix pulling back. Tesla pulling back. Ooh, liking that. 100. Below the second and third soldier. And 412.44 would be the first. And that's at the 200 DMA on the 1 minute.
Ooh, I see.
Oh yeah.
Freaking, yes. At 260, 250 is a strong support, but also it's got big bullish divergence on the RSI.
Nice little reversal on AMD. Yeah, I'd say we could probably go down more if we wanted to. We had a little gap up this morning. Oh, so right back. And my shoes. And the pullback. Oak. Pullback. Yep. To the V-bop. Well, once they find out about NVIDIA earnings tonight, I think it's going to be it. Do, 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 do. Do. So says Kathy Wood.
Probably more room for upward pressure on long-term rates than there is really room for much movement in short-term rates.
Okay, I was listening to an interesting chat this morning which sort of pointed out the fact that Trump didn't talk about any sort of extra spending, you know, as far as, you know, any helicopter money or these additional checks, which is perhaps why we haven't seen a move, certainly on the long end. But just as Kathy mentioned there, Michelle, I do want to get your take on what we're seeing here as far as, you know, the tariffs. I mean, I was just having a chat with Barry Knapp, my previous guest, who didn't seem to agree with, you know, China and places like India emerging as the perceived winners in all of this, with some of their duties actually being reduced here. Just talk us through what you're seeing, because it looks like global and regional markets have been celebrating what we got here.
Yeah, you know, we have this shift from the IEEPA tariffs to the Section 122 tariffs, and that does reduce the rates on Chinese goods and goods from Brazil and India for now, but there's still 301 investigations for both China and Brazil, so those tariffs could increase again. But despite the tariffs, you know, companies really are looking to move back to China. We hear that from the American Chamber in Hong Kong, due to the stable supply chains in China. And, you know, they're still very competitive on cost there. And we're seeing countries, many countries, looking to increase ties with China. German Chancellor Merz is there right now. We saw South Korean president and the UK Prime Minister both visit China last month. And then we had that deal between Canada and China to cut tariffs last month. Now, you know, we have this pause right now on the U.S.-China trade war, but really, you know, it looks like both countries really want to maintain that economic relationship because it is mutually beneficial.
Right, obviously we're going to be watching what happens in the Trump-Xi meeting as well coming next month. But Kathy, just getting back to you, and obviously with respect to the tariffs and these rates now that we're talking about, what sort of impact do you believe that's going to have on inflation, and how would the Fed then be thinking about that? Because some of the conversation, I was also just speaking to Barry about that in the previous segment, seemed to think that, you know, from what we've seen as far as the inflation prints, doesn't seem to suggest that we're going to see much more pass-through at this stage.
Now, when you listen to various Fed officials, the attitude is once again, well, you know, the impact of tariffs is believed to be temporary. It's a temporary price increase, and they'll tend to look through that as a one-time event and not take it as the start of a bigger move in inflation, a year-over-year continuous rise in prices. So I think we can, from the market's perspective, probably put that a little bit aside, unless, you know, we get a situation where there's more tariffs and we go through this cycle again where things start to add up. But that seems the least likely outcome. And I think Fed officials are relatively comfortable looking through a one-time price increase on goods again. Where we have, though, started to see inflation is in the core services area, and that's more of a concern for the Fed because that's more domestically driven. So they're going to probably try to put the tariff issue aside and focus on core services. And that's where, you know, whether we get a rate cut or not, that and the employment market are where the Fed will decide what comes next. On the tariff side, I think it's probably impact is relatively limited on the bond market. There's so many other factors, such as fiscal stimulus and spending, that can have an impact on yields.
Okay, something to look at. Ladies, we have to wrap it up there. We've completely run out of time. Really busy day here for us, but thank you so much for joining me as always. Kathy Jones, Chief Fixed Income Strategist, Schwab Center for Natural Research, and Michelle Givley, their Director of International Equity Research and Strategy. Coming up, it's time for the morning trade. We'll take a closer look at Workday, which is lower today after its earnings. Morning Trade Live, we'll be right back.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals, you can spend less time searching and more time learning. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
From the most iconic trading floor in the world, this is Opening Bell with Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, the countdown, the setups, the stories that make markets move. Minute-by-minute breakdown of the biggest headlines, earnings, and global movers, just the trades that matter. As the bell hits and the markets react in real time, Opening Bell, live at the NYSE, right when it counts.
We're back on Morning Trade Live. Let's focus on Workday. The SaaS apocalypse continues for the stock today, hitting a new 5-year low after earnings disappointed. Workday is down more than 30% this month. It's down more than 55% from last February's 52-week high. We are trading lower by 2.5% right now at $127 and change. So that's the focus of the morning trade. Joining us now for a closer look is my co-host Marley Caden. Very good morning to you, Marley. Obviously, we were talking about these numbers yesterday. They looked okay. It was really about the guidance, but we've got a long list of sell-side analyst notes and reactions on this. Just talk us through what we're seeing as far as the response today.
Good morning, Sam. Yes, like you mentioned, we covered the earnings on air. The quarter itself actually looked pretty good. As far as the numbers, earnings per share came in at $2.47. That was better than the $2.32 that was expected. Revenue coming in at $2.53 billion, better than the $2.52 billion expected, just a little bit better. But still, the quarter performed well. Their revenue grew 14.5% year over year. Net income was at $145 million. That was up from $94 million in the same period a year ago. But like you mentioned, that guidance coming in soft was really problematic for the report. They called for a 30.5% adjusted operating margin with $2.335 billion in subscription revenue for the fiscal first quarter. Analysts have been looking for a 30.9% margin there on $2.35 billion in subscription revenue. So a margin miss and a revenue miss for the current quarter. Then for the fiscal year, they said that they see their operating margin being about 30%. That also trailed the consensus with $9.93 to $9.95 billion in subscription revenue, which does imply 12 to 13% growth, but was looking for slightly better than that number. So just weak across the board for the current quarter for the fiscal year. And this problematic because, as you mentioned, investors have become increasingly concerned in recent weeks that these AI models could constrain growth for these major software companies, the SaaS apocalypse, as we're calling it. So, of course, that led to a slew of notes from analysts. I will start bearish to bullish, Sam, and we'll get through what we can. Evercore ISI downgraded to inline from outperform with a new price target of 160, down from 200. Right now, for perspective, we're trading at about 127. They said that the results for the quarter were in line, but the new CEO, its agentic strategy being what they call in the early innings, and its lower fiscal outlook make it an unlikely narrative for a move in a positive direction in the immediate near term. TD Cowen downgraded to hold from buy with a new price target of 155, down from 200. on that growth deceleration. They also cited some deal slippage that they noticed in Q4, that leading to that ratchet down in the growth forecast. UBS lowering its price target to 130 from 170. That's actually very close to where we are right now with a neutral rating. Loop Capital down to 120, below where we're trading from 145, maintaining a hold rating, Sam.
Okay, Marley, I was wondering if you used AI to sort them from bearish to bullish.
I did
but
not.
knowing you did not.
I did it by hand.
Because you are on top of it, you are prepared, you're so articulate. So thank you so much for breaking down a few of those for us. There's a long, long list. All right, thanks, Marley. I'll catch you a bit later. Let's trade it now with Scott Bowers, CEO of Prosper Trading Academy. Scott, how are you approaching your example trade for a workday? It's having a pretty tough time. It failed to ease some of these SaaS-apocalypse concerns out there.
It is having a tough time, though. If you look at the trade today, it's well off its lows of the day. It's, you know, we're almost on change. We're down only about 2% right now. That being said, I think there could still be trouble ahead here, not necessarily because of just their guidance, but just the overhang in the industry as well. So when I put this out here, when I talk about this put spread that I'm looking to buy here, this is only about opportunity and only about reward to risk. The chart looks awful. 115, which we almost hit earlier, that is a line in the sand here. You had mentioned we're at 5-year lows here. That is a line in the sand. I think there's a possibility it could break through that. So I'm buying March expiration 115, 105 put spread. Could do that somewhere around $2, maybe a little bit less or so. Again, this is just a very, very inexpensive position to have for the potential of it breaking through that major support area.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because Evercore ISI still talked about how this agentic strategy is in the early innings. So I suppose seeing will be believing on this one. Let's wait and see. Thoughts on the overall market today, Scott, just as far as, the setup going into NVIDIA later this afternoon?
I think there's a big sigh of relief coming out of the State of the Union last night that, nothing really kind of rocked the boat at all, that there wasn't more tariff talk, if you will. Yes, NVIDIA, everybody is looking at this. If NVIDIA does come out with really good guidance, a lot of these beat up stocks that we've seen recently, we may get a good rally out of this. I would expect numbers to be pretty good. I would expect guidance to be good. How much upside that means, is left in NVIDIA. Can it go to 200, 205? Maybe. But I think, I think overall the report is going to be a good one. I really like where the market is. I know, volatility got really expensive end of last week, early this week here, and I think the market has just reacted really, really well.
Yeah. All right. Let's see if the S&P 500 can hold that 6,900 level today. Scott, always appreciate your thoughts. Thanks so much for joining us today. Really appreciate it. Scott Bowers, CEO of Prosper Trading Academy. Coming up, we'll take a closer look at the sectors on the news this morning and some international earnings movers to watch. We'll be right back here on Morning Trade Live.
Morning movers, be the first to find out what's shaping early market action. Tech check, options corner, futures focus, technical analysis. Morning
had the
movers,
pullback, didn't we?
Grab your coffee and tune in every trading
Okay.
day at 8 Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Stay connected to what moves the market.
Download the Schwab Network app and stream anytime wherever you are. Live from Chicago, this is Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. We track macro forces, market trends, and company news that shape investor decisions, all with expert analysis and actionable.
We're at the VWAP again. Been here for the last 8 minutes. 6-8. Working on 8. That kind of caught a couple of walls, one on the SPX and one on the /ES. Trying. AMD back on that red line support. That's from yesterday's channel. Yippers. Been like this all week. Weird week. It's like we're in slow motion. Tesla moving up a little bit. On a pullback, that is. And coin
Oh man. Yeah.
You hear something?
God almighty.
I did. I heard something.
Yeah. Coinbase launched stock trading today.
Oh, it does?
Yeah. She gone. Is that a dollar move? They ain't facing nothing today. This market's crazy as hell today.
It'll probably show Hood how it's done.
That's exactly what the article says.
Mm-hmm.
Coinbase launches stock trading as it races Robinhood to bid everything in.
Whoop.
Everything's getting beat up except for small caps. IWM is down and they're keeping it down.
Miss PX is going sideways. Tried to break out twice. And this is the third time. Been a weird week, I must say. We're watching the SPY real close here, folks.
Real choppy. I'll be on a client call in 7 minutes. I probably won't be on the rest of the day.
Okie dokie. Well, you said that. You said that yesterday, and we had a big old bounce.
Actually,
Yeah, you better do that. I'm watching it here. Kind of like got a little diamond shape. That's on the SPY. I'm using that 200 as a pivot point.
Let's see if I see any orders.
You'll get stuck. /ES. What time is it? Man, it's gonna be a long day.
Yep. Google's in a buy zone. They're in a 5-minute support zone.
Very pretty spot.
Let's check the 15-minute. They could come down to 306 on the 15-minute. That would be a good spot to look for a reversal there. Yeah, I'll set an alert there. You have a bearish RSI divergence on the ES on the 5-minute.
SPY at the 200 on 1 minute.
Ooh, and you have a yeah. You have a big ass bearish RSI divergence on the hourly. That's no bueno. I'll post this picture, then I gotta get logged in and work.
Yippers.
Show you the hourly buy zone and the hourly RSI I'm looking at. There you go. Y'all have a good day.
You going? And I swear every move on that man cause aches and muscles. Am I correct? Right now we're at the 200. Are we going to bounce off the 200 here or not? Well, that's the question. Fed barking. Who's barking up the wrong tree? Barking up the wrong tree. Fed Barkin, B-A-R-K-I-N, says on AI should not immediately jump to the point that people will be displaced. What about marrying a robot? Okay, we're breaking out. Jimmy called it here off the 200. Jimmy called it off the 200. You see what's coming up? Triple top break. We were sitting over here at the bar of Dooley's, and we were watching Washboardjim on YouTube, and he says, we're getting ready to bounce off the 200 SMA on the 1 minute time frame. Everybody looked up and said, damn, last time that happened, they hit a home run. It's coming up to a triple top now. Crowd's going kind of quiet. Do you have time for a bite of toast and soup? Yes. Where's the resistance levels on that, James? Well, you have a head and shoulders right here. Then you have a triple top straight across. Can you dig it? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. How do you do it? We want to get this right to the penny. Oh, as Jim spits out bread, you're getting ready to take another bite of soup. You got to go to the dollar price line. And then you're going to do the triple top. Right there. Boom. Perfect. Oh. Look at Randy. You did call VWAP Andima 200 bounce on LLC. Is that Spanish? Is that cartel language? Okay, we're getting ready to jump in this trade again. retesting what was resistance. Now becomes support. We're moving these up to 69.40s. There it is. Hardly anything been working lately. Oh, there it is, see? I'm just getting ready to buy it. Right here at 30 cents, 35. Then it dipped down to 210, 215. Now we're at 215. Randy, we're at the VWAP on the slash or on the SPY. I figured it was. Right now, as we speak, we're retesting what was resistance. Now becomes support. Will we get a continuation? Or will the market be boring for the rest of the day? Because, uh-oh. Look at that. We're at 255. Three white soldiers. Uh-oh. 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 Just as planned. Again, how's he do it? Well, we had 3 white soldiers and 3 black crows. 3 white soldiers. No more crows. Continuation to the double top. And then a crow. That's the most beautiful call I've ever seen in my entire life. 280. Now where are we coming up to? Say it. Neckline, shoulder line, and head on the SPY. $295. Are you kidding me? Just like that. Trade of the day. One of the trade of the days. Nice. Back to the 200 here. It'd be the triple down if it hits the 200 one more time. 1 minute. Come on, baby. Oh yeah.
bull pennant pattern that I often try to look for in these segments and point it out. So kind of the reverse setup in this case here. We do see that RSI is trending upward a little bit here. We're out of the oversold area as well. So, you know, again, not a guarantee. These patterns aren't a crystal ball that tells you which way price is going to go. Indeed, if you did see a breakout to the upside, perhaps some potential resistance here. Our 21-day EMA near 40.80 roughly here. We are starting to peak above this trend line as well, with RSI making a matching relative high. But the day is still quite young here. We're still pretty early in the day. It's important to wait and see how things shake out near the close of the day. The close is more important. Our volume profile study shows here that there is quite a pocket of trading activity, 37 to 39. We did see some volume spikes recently, but again, as Don said, kind of trending lower now, kind of a lighter volume than we've seen typically in recent days here. Volume doesn't really pick up again significantly until around 49.52, that area. Point of control near 50.22.
All right, right now at 38.58 for IBIT as we look at the Bitcoin ETF. Your last pick here, though, very different. Not an ETF, definitely a mega cap name here. Pretty much flat on the year, though. We're talking about Apple. They've got their experience announcement coming up March 4th. Take us through this pick, Don.
Yeah, what do you think the experience is going to look like? Is it going to look like a lack of innovation? Because that's exactly what they've had recently. There's a lack of AI leadership here. There's a lack of innovation. And for the most part, what we have, and I'm going to stay away from the technicals in this one and leave that to Rick, but what we actually have here is this has become kind of the safe haven asset class of tech right now, which to me is not a positive. Like, Apple has become, if you will, the new treasury market. So we're seeing capital rotate towards Apple. And again, I hate to use this phrase, but it's for all the wrong reasons. And I think that is eventually
there's
going
resistance
to exist when people realize, look, I get it. Apple is an absolute cash cow.
You do not
That's
get it
always
because
the
we just
argument
got it.
over here. But to be trading at multiples like this, to be a cash cow with no innovation, okay?
Ladies and gentlemen, we just now broke resistance. To my surprise, the 69.40s are now at $2.90. That's what I thought. Whoa. There you go. Marley.
Around that general point near kind of 275, 276, that would be where you started.
Netflix on 15-minute.
That we established previously. Then it was subsequent lows after the breakout. Now it's about where we hit some resistance once again. So
hey, in 1 minute.
From several different measures depending on how you look at it. Some other important horizontal levels, 265 highs and lows, kind of got to be more of a mess in this area here, but notable lows here, lows again, breakdown point, and support near 255 as well. So
Very good, Rick.
those would be some areas of interest. When we look at our moving averages, once again, we can see that as price kind of tightens into this triangular shape here, the moving averages have kind of lumped together, where they're all kind of consolidated between about 265 to about 270 roughly, save for our yearly 251 EMA, our yearly EMA, kind of flat near 245. So lack of strong trend directionality, kind of sideways movement here, increasingly narrowing range. RSI breaking above its downward sloping red trend line and the 50 midline here, but not really getting a price breakout either yet. So that's kind of the more critical aspect of all this. Momentum kind of on its own needs to be paired with price. Price is more important. Our volume profile study shows that our volume node of interest here around 267 to 276, so we're near the upper end of that kind of general range. Things start to pick up again down here between about 253 to 260 or so.
All right, and taking a look at Apple, we're at 274.14, catching a small bid pretty much with the rest of the market as I take a look at the big board. Right now, Alphabet, the only one in the red, and it's just barely marginally in the red this morning. Don, I want to thank you for always being with us for the Big Three. Don Kaufman, the co-founder of Theo Trade, and of course, Rick Ducat, our lead market technician, for always breaking down the technicals for us. Coming up next, we are going to spotlight Zeta after the company reported earnings and its recent partnership with OpenAI. Stay with us.
My man. Sometimes, you know, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. The Platforms and Tools webcasts are designed to help you broaden your knowledge of platform features and resources available from Schwab. You'll learn tips and tricks to help navigate Schwab.com, Thinkorswim, and mobile-based platforms. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden, live in our Chicago headquarters. It's time to spotlight Zeta. The company reported earnings on Tuesday and is also partnering with OpenAI. Lots to discuss there. Joining us now to help us break it all down, Chris Greiner, the CFO at Zeta. Chris, thanks for taking the time to be with us today. Your 18th straight beat and raise quarter. You had $395 million in Q4 revenue. That was up 25% year over year. You came in ahead of guidance. What is driving this outperformance?
First of all, good to be with you again, Marley. Delivering unmatched ROI for our customers. We are maniacal over it. We give our customers a unique set of proprietary data, full transparency into the outcomes that they achieve with us. On average, return a 6x or a 600% return on their ad spend, and it's driving record net revenue retention dollars. We had 120% net revenue retention rate for all of 2025, and as you noted, coming off of a quarter where we grew 25% year over year, we're guiding to 40% growth for the first quarter and 35% for all of 2026.
And Chris, how much of that is execution versus demand that continues to still be stronger than many people expected?
Yeah, it's demand. We have done incredible work through our partnership with obviously our customers, but our sales pipeline. We have record RFPs. Our RFP volume's up over 100% year over year. Our premier customer event, Zeta Live, which we've already closed $40 million worth of business, has another $130 million of opportunity that we're pursuing. So we continue to see a very healthy demand environment spurred by a pretty dramatic marketing cloud replacement cycle that we're leading.
And where are you seeing the strongest momentum right now?
It's really broad-based. When you think about Zeta and what we're helping our customers achieve, we're helping them retain, grow, and acquire new customers. Those are three distinct use cases that the chief marketing officers for the largest enterprises and agencies in the world are solving for. And we're seeing healthy demand across each one of those use cases. In fact, for the fourth quarter, all of them grew double digits. And out of our 13 verticals that we support, and our top 10 are like 90% of our revenue, 9 out of our top 10 industry verticals grew over 20% year over year. We've never seen that as a company.
And Chris, you announced this partnership with OpenAI, your strategic partnership. You announced it at CES. Take us through practically what this partnership unlocks for your customers that they couldn't do before.
Sure. We are in the process of developing what is our most important product in our history, our Athena interface. We have it with called 5 to 10 of our trusted customers right now, our beta customers. It's going to be generally available at the end of March. And OpenAI is a key partner in powering the voice interface of Athena. Instead of you having to individually discover keystrokes on the platform, you can simply use your voice to make demands of the platform, and it will lead you through a process of creating a custom audience down to highly technical personalization, activation channels, whether that goes through email or different programmatic channels or mobile or social, all the way down to transparency and execution. OpenAI is a critical partner in powering the voice interface, and Zeta will have the ability to get access to early and new models developed by OpenAI. So it's been a very promising early relationship that we're optimistic can even grow from here.
So early relationship, you're targeting Athena for a wide rollout in March while you're in beta now. Did this partnership accelerate that rollout?
It's on schedule. In fact, you could even be a little bit ahead of schedule. But what we're thinking about with OpenAI is it really started at the most strategic of levels. It then blossomed into relationships built on the technical side of each of our organizations. And as part of our press release at CES that you mentioned, we also announced starting to work more closely with their go-to-market teams, which is exciting to us as well.
All right, and everyone talking about AI right now, of course, it's just pretty much in every sector some kind of part of the discussion. Where are you already seeing measurable ROI from agentic AI in terms of marketing workflows?
Yeah, AI has been native to our platform and core for years. In fact, when we went public in June of 2021, the banner on the New York Stock Exchange said data plus AI equals intent. So it's been something we've been innovating for several years rather than the last several months. It literally powers from audience creation to how you as a brand reach those members of the audience and how you help them convert to your brand. AI is integral to that entire process. And if you think about the defensibility of platforms right now, and what many software investors are looking at is how defensible are the companies that I'm invested in? What are those moats? Zeta has 3 layers of defensibility. We have the largest proprietary data platform really outside of the walled gardens that our customers get full access to. We then execute and help them execute off of that data by generating, as I mentioned, 6x return on investment on their ad spend with full transparency. And then obviously we're fully integrated into the enterprise, from data security to data privacy, through their procurement teams, all aspects of the enterprise.
Well, Chris, it is a great pleasure to have you with us to highlight some of those results from your earnings and also take us through this partnership with OpenAI and Athena's rollout, which could come sooner than March. We'll be keeping an eye out. But your stock trading up % higher today, having a great week as well on the heels of your earnings, more than 7% higher. Chris Greiner, the CFO at Zeta. Coming up next, we've got the disruptors. We'll go through the expectations for NVIDIA's earnings. It's NVIDIA Day. We'll have them after the bell for you today, but George Tillis will join us to break down a preview.
connected to the markets with Schwab Network.
Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on SchwabNetwork.com
And on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Do you like using charts when analyzing your stocks? Our technical analysis webcast series breaks down different charting techniques like trend analysis, price patterns, moving averages, oscillators, and much more. Best of all, you can ask questions directly to an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden here in our Chicago headquarters. Let's head out to the New York Stock Exchange for a check on the markets. Welcome in Nicole Petalides, host of Opening Bell and the Watch List. Good morning, Nicole. We're 2 hours into the trading day. I'm looking at the board now. We've moved all 4 of our indices into the green this morning. What's sticking out to you so far in trading today?
The fact that we're holding on to the gains from yesterday and sort of tacking on to that today, and you're seeing tech higher because everybody keeps wondering what's going on with the tech trade. I know software has been out of favor, but today is NVIDIA day, and obviously it's something we've been waiting for weeks. These hyperscalers and the CapEx spending, which went from $600 billion to now $700 billion. What will NVIDIA say today after the bell? I know you'll have that on market on close later, so everybody should stay tuned for that. But the NVIDIA story is front and center and will really drive this market one way or another. There's potential to hit new highs after this. We're only about 75 points away from a record high on the S&P 500. You are seeing tech and financials and also consumer, discretionary communication services, and healthcare. Those are some of the areas that are doing very well. And as far as earnings have been going, we've had a few winners. I mean, for example, Circle has had a nice move. Kava, which I'll get to in a moment, has had a nice move. Oracle had an upgrade today. On the downside, Lowe's and Workday, so those names are under some pressure. And of course, yet more on the saga with Paramount and Warner Brothers Paramount upping its bid, $31 a share. Netflix has a few days, 4 days to then, sort of meet that need or counter offer. And so we'll see what happens there. So continuing to follow that long story. Oil also, Saudi Arabia. It says they were boosting some output, and that brought oil down after it's been up about 7 weeks in a row. Right now, oil's at 65.40, and gold, the safe haven of gold, is above 5,200 a troy ounce.
All right, you mentioned consumer discretionary, one of the strong performers. Kava, a big help to that today. I was just looking at their move to the upside, now at 23.5%. Nicole, can you take us through the earnings and some of the highlights here?
It's just incredible. Kava, it's a Mediterranean style, protein and vegetables type of fast food chain, and it really stems back to the creation in the early 2000s with 3 Greek guys who were going back to Greece and bringing back the family recipes, and they had a little place in Rockville, Maryland, and maxed out their credit cards, wrote everything down on paper. They had no point of sale or anything like that, and were doing all the work. And then they met with Brett Schulman, who was the financier behind the whole thing, in 2010, and he really helped to propel Kava into what it is today with packaged goods, the fast casual concept, and then also going public. And so with this now, the numbers have been incredible for this one. I mean, they have now revenue that has surpassed $1 billion for the very first time, double-digit revenue growth. The outlook is strong, and also new restaurants that they're planning. In fact, the new restaurants have seen more interest and more foot traffic and things like that, better performance at those. Overall, foot traffic was down at some of the existing restaurants, down 1.5%. But because of higher prices and people really just being very particular with their spending, the company noted that they're feeling very confident with the demand, and so they highlighted an upbeat forecast for Kava. And they also hit those milestones in 2025 with revenue that was up over the billion, 22% higher, 72 net new restaurants that were open, same-store sales growth of 4%, profit margins that are on the rise, and numbers that are projected to go continually higher. So This Mediterranean wonder is up 24% today, and certainly doesn't look like it's running into any issues at this moment. So good news for Kava there. Marla.
Yeah, certainly good news. Certainly a nice move to the upside there. Nicole, thanks for taking us through some of the numbers there for Kava and the performance that we saw from that fast casual restaurant. That's Nicole Petalides. Now it's time for our disruptors. George Tillis, our senior markets correspondent here, of course, with today's company. It has to be NVIDIA because it's NVIDIA Day. We will have extended coverage of the chipmakers' earnings as they come out today on market on close. But what can you tell us, George, about what the street's expecting here?
Well, I mean, clearly there's a lot of folks waiting for this announcement today, especially if you look at the price action for NVIDIA in the last 6 months. It's really been sort of stuck in a trading range. I mean, we're getting some positive momentum alongside the market in the last few days. But nonetheless, I mean, we know that this is certainly a semiconductor powerhouse. It's essentially the lead architect of, this GPU AI infrastructure build out that we've seen. And if you look at the report estimates, they're still quite large in terms of percent changes year over year. $1.54 is the estimate. That's 73% higher on an adjusted basis than last year, where they earned 89 cents. And sales are expected to be at $66.12 billion. That number is also higher by 68% compared to $39.3 billion last year. Clearly, data center is the largest constituent of their top line sales. That number is expected to be higher this quarter at 65% to $58.72 billion. The other thing is their gaming revenue, their next largest segment at $4.26 billion, is also higher by 67%. So across the board, analysts will be looking very carefully in terms of what's happening with Q1 guidance going forward. The AI CapEx hyperscale build out, what's the pace of that? You also have to think about the competitive noise around AMD and perhaps even Google's TPU technologies. And gross margins as well. On a trailing basis, around 70%. The trajectory estimates around 75%. So that's based on pricing power as well as demand going forward. And lastly, I think the other thing that analysts will be looking at for NVIDIA is what's going on with supplies in China, some restrictions on export controls, and so forth. But nonetheless, I mean, just if you were to look at this business from a financial standpoint, irrespective of what they're doing or who they are, right now, just look at these growth numbers, 65% sales numbers in terms of rate of change, trading at 24 times next year's earnings. So one would say, just if looking at those growth ratios to the forward earnings multiple, it's cheap. But again, it's a $4.7 trillion business that is going to be hard to continue to push it higher sort of exponentially.
With the setup, George, and obviously knowing the anticipation around NVIDIA and its potential move to be a market catalyst, Kevin Green saying he thinks it's much more likely to be a downward catalyst than an upward catalyst in terms of the reaction that we might see. How would you structure an example trade here?
So it's a good point to bring up. What I'm going to do in this case, I'm going to structure a bullish trade here. I thought about a neutral trade. If you look at the 200-day moving average, it seems to be respecting that level. I mean, it's near the bottom of the trading range we've seen, which is around 170, 175. The reaction post-earnings might be initially bullish, but again, the follow-through is really important. If you look at the market maker move at around $11.50, what I'm going to do in this case is structure a long call diagonal spread that gives us some more time, about 4 weeks out, to let the juicer, the more dense portion, let's call it, of this position to manifest. So it's a long call diagonal, so I'm going to sell a 2-day expiration, the February weekly, out of the money call, which is basically the 210 call, which again is about $5 away from that market maker move. And it also corresponds to the highest level we've seen in the price in the last 6 months. And then I'm going to use the proceeds, because those are very expensive options, to help finance in the money 195 March call option. So altogether, this would cost about $9 a share or $900 a contract. So we're basically capped at the 210 between now and Friday, to which point, again, it's still bullish. You need the stock to hit, if you do hold this position, at least the March portion of the contract, and doesn't roll off if the February expiration rolls off worthless, you have to hit 204 by expiration in March. So again, you have about 28 days for that contract to manifest. So if you think it's going to be bullish at short term, capped at that higher price level, a little bit outside that market maker move, that February contract will roll off. But again, in case it pulls back, you have to get some time to let this March contract digest, which again, 204 would be the full break-even price for that contract.
All right, right now, NVIDIA trading up about 2.25% at 197.26. George, we appreciate you being with us for Disruptors today to take a look at NVIDIA ahead of those earnings. And of course, we'll see you later for those earnings. George Tillis, coming up next, it is time for our 360 round. We will preview SaaS earnings that we have coming later today, Salesforce and Snowflake. Stay with us.
Dad, I have a question for you.
Sure.
When did Granddad first start investing?
Granddad had an account with Schwab before there were branches in the area. He really started with nothing. He worked hard, and after he passed away, the torch has been passed to me, and my advisor, Jennifer, she was with me with the journey, helping with the estate distribution. The 2 grandchildren, planning for their college educations. Someday it'll be their turn.
This is Fast Market, built for traders who want more than just headlines.
We walk you through trade ideas with structure, risk management, and a focus on execution.
From options to earnings to volatility plays, we bring decades of trading experience to every segment.
With real-time insight across products and sectors, we deliver what active traders need to stay ahead. Fast Market weekdays at noon Eastern, live on Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. It's time now for our 360 round. For that, let's bring in our panel to discuss Salesforce and Snowflake. Both companies will report after the closing bell today in this all-important SaaS space. Joining us now to help break it down, Mark Gibbons, the CIO at Gibbons Capital Management, and Melissa Otto, the head of Visible Alpha Research at S&P Global Market Intelligence. Great to have you both with us. Now, Melissa, I'd love to get your thoughts on the setup we have going into both of these earnings. I'm looking at the IGV getting a bid today, but we have seen just this SaaS apocalypse, as we keep calling it, just this beat down of these software names, creating a very interesting setup going into the reports today.
First of all, thanks for having me on. Absolutely, this has been an incredible sell-off year to date in the IGV. All eyes are going to really be on Salesforce and Snowflake as we look to see what the companies say about their AI strategies, how the quarter does, and then also, more importantly, how they guide.
And obviously the guidance has been important, but for these software companies, and we're seeing it with Workday, which sort of is a standalone on its own, but highly problematic for them today. Mark, I saw in the notes that you sent over that you think this software trade looks overdone short term. You know, what are your expectations here? Are we setting up for disappointment?
I don't think so. I think the Salesforce numbers will actually be pretty good. Most analysts will be focusing in on the Agentforce business and how it's doing, you know, along with top and bottom line. But you know, it's going to be a really important report. Salesforce in particular is kind of a bellwether in the software space, and obviously, you know, as we're talking about, as we've seen, has not, you know, software stocks have not done well in the year. But you know, taking everything you know, into consideration, I think Salesforce has a real chance to at least prove that, you know, the wheels aren't falling off of the software cart.
All right, Melissa, so with what Mark just said, that he expects them to do well, to prove the wheels aren't falling off, is that going to be enough for the market to move higher? Because I mean, we've seen punishment on great numbers so far this earnings season. What are you keeping the closest eye on? What's going to matter from your viewpoint the most?
Yeah, based on Visible Alpha consensus trends into the quarter, we have seen little to no movement. I think one of the looming questions is going to be around OpEx and whether or not Salesforce is going to be able to maintain their efficiency. I think if they're able to demonstrate that they can see a trajectory of growth into this fiscal year combined with efficiency, that may be the positive signal that the market is looking for.
And Mark, you mentioned that you'll be keeping a close eye on Agentforce, that number very important in the report today. What does Agentforce need to show for this quarter to satisfy investors here and get that much needed move to the upside?
Plain and simple, it needs to show growth and significant growth. So it is their, AI product, and when you have investors going out there saying that software is being being eaten by AI, they have to show that they're fully integrated in the AI system, and that they can actually show that significant revenue growth on their core product.
All right, and we're running a little tight on time, so I want to flip to Snowflake here. Melissa, I'm looking product revenue expectations about $1.2 billion for the quarter here. But where's the real bar on this one, given the company's consistent beats?
Yeah, it's for Snowflake, all eyes are probably going to be on the operating profit. This has been an area where the company has been beating to the upside the past few quarters. So it'll be interesting to see what they deliver in Q4, and then also what the outlook for that whole margin anticipation will look like.
And Mark, you say that you think Snowflake is better positioned here because of its data, because of its LLM integrations here. What proof points do you need to see in this report for that thesis to hold up?
Well, it really begins, it ends with the revenue. So if they can really show that they're going to be growing revenues, top line at around 28-30%. I think that the whisper number is something around 27%. If they can show that they're really hitting on all cylinders there, I think that's really the core piece of it. But I think it is a company that's been thrown out with the bathwater here. It has a lot of proprietary processes, the data collection and analytics it provides, along with the integration with the LLMs out there. It's really positioned well for the long term.
All right, well, I want to thank you both for being with us for this preview today. We'll have Salesforce coming out right at 4 o'clock when the market closes today, and we'll have that coverage for you on Market on Close. But that's Mark Gibbons, the CIO at Gibbons Capital Management, and Melissa Otto, the head of Visible Alpha Research at S&P Global Market Intelligence. And Salesforce and Snowflake both seem to move to the upside, so we'll be watching those earnings again on Market on Close. But that is going to do it for us today on Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. You can download the free Schwab Network app, available in the Apple App Store, and tune in 24/7 on SchwabNetwork.com. Fast Market with Diane King Hall is coming up next, and please join us on Market on Close for NVIDIA, Salesforce, and Snowflake.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors. Named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists, streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Hey Bob. Hey Andrew. Last year, my dad had a stroke. Big shock to see this person that I've always seen as a force in our family be vulnerable. Wait, had a stroke? Yes. Now we're in the car together almost daily. I started to realize, what can I pick up from my dad? He's been with Schwab for a long time.
Jim, my financial consultant, I probably met 20 years ago.
Jim's really been there to answer any questions I ever have. Makes a huge difference when you have someone that actually cares.
Welcome to Fast Market here on Schwab Network. I'm Diane King Hall. Coming up on noon Eastern here at the New York Stock Exchange, and stocks are inching higher today as investors look to build on yesterday's gains. So let's get right into a check of your scorecard as we hit the lunch hour on Wall Street. The S&P 500 has a gain of about 0.7%. There at the top of the leaderboard is information technology, followed by financials and communication services. Keep in mind, consumer discretionary was the leader yesterday. It's got a slim gain right now. The Dow has a gain of about 0.5%, exactly 0.5%, triple-digit advance there. NASDAQ 100 is the star of the show, rallying more than 1% right now. We've got some key earnings in front of us. You know the name, NVIDIA. Russell 2000 has a gain of nearly 0.33%. Here's the roadmap for today's show. We'll look at example option strategies for NVIDIA, which some say provides a critical test for the AI trade. Plus, the team from Lightfolio will be along with new data on Salesforce. It's got earnings due as well. And Snowflake also has its quarterly results due after the bell today. Now that we've got the roadmap for today's trading action, it's time to bring in my co-host. We've got Tom White in our Chicago studio. Kevin Hincks zooming in from the virtual home set there. All right, Wall Street seems to have out its shopping list again today. There's more nibbling after the State of the Union address and ahead of NVIDIA's big day today. Tom, what do you make of all this?
Yeah, I think it's setting up for maybe a potential rebound here. We've seen those big sell-offs in, the SaaS names, the software names. Those are catching a little bit of a bid today. We're going to talk about Workday. That stock is far off of its pre-market lows that we saw earlier today. So that's, making some inroads there. But I think this is more about the optimism moving forward. You still have about 4 or 5 sectors within the S&P 500 that are negative today. And then a few of them are actually just slightly positive. But when you've got, information technology, communication services leading the way to the upside, that kind of negates maybe some downside, and maybe it's not as broad-based of a rally. But tech leading today, and that's, I think if you look at NVIDIA, and I know we're going to talk about this ad nauseum today, it's broken out of a 3-month consolidation period. This is the highest level that we've seen since mid-November for this stock. We've been waiting for it to get above 195 bucks a share, and that's lending that. But you can see there from the heat map, there's plenty of stocks that are in the red. You've got consumer staples, which had been leading in the broadening out of the rally. But I think this is a good sign for traders that, hey, you know what, we need tech to participate if we're going to get any sustained rally at this point. But all that can change right after the close today when those earnings get released from a few of the software names and also NVIDIA.
It feels like it's like a hair trigger right here. Information technology is leading today, so there's something to be said for that. Kevin, what's your take?
Yeah, it's really good news to see the software sector of information technology recovering. That said, this is a leadership story today. How do I know? Well, the S&P 500 is up about 0.7%. The equal weight down 0.05%. So the equal weight S&P, Tom said, it's 6 sectors up, 5 down. So it's not an overwhelmingly bullish day, but it's a day made up of the leadership. of the S&P 500. Information technology, communication services, don't forget consumer discretionary, right? So the big whales of the S&P 500 are leading it higher. Doesn't mean the whole thing is higher. It's actually pretty balanced up and down today. So I think this is a day all about NVIDIA, all about the companies that are tied to NVIDIA, either via partnerships or via investment. I think it's going to be a massive story. I think the AI CapEx spend, it's all going to wind up in a couple places, and NVIDIA is one of them. And I think, Jensen Huang put out he talked at a conference in October, and he projected CapEx spending. I think he's going to have to adjust those numbers to a higher level. So I think we're going to look at this afternoon with nothing short of hyperbole all over the board when it comes to NVIDIA.
It'll be interesting to see that. We were just, we had some of the Mag 7 populating in our charts there, and it looks like all of them are in the green, even those that are in the green marginally, a win that Microsoft clearly needed given its performance. Let's talk Oracle and IBM. Those shares are both higher off the back of some upgrades. For Oracle, Oppenheimer says buy the dip. IBM also getting some love today. Tom, your take?
Yeah, I think if you take a look at the IBM upgrade, that was kind of interesting because they initially, UBS had a sell on this stock, and then they said that this 20% pullback that we've seen so far in 2026 isn't warranted at this point, so they put it up to a neutral. That was pretty interesting because they had missed that whole rally at all-time highs at the end of 2025, but like I said, it's pulled back about 27% from those all-time highs that we saw in November for this stock. And then the Oracle's, Oracle's down 56% from its all-time highs that we saw last September. And if you start taking a look at maybe the business cycles, the earnings that they have, there's been a lot of concern about the amount of investment that these companies are doing to build out these data centers, to build out their AI infrastructure, right? And we don't know what the final tally is going to be, but when you see a stock pull back that much like Oracle has, not surprising that you're starting to see some people start to nibble on some of these stocks. And maybe that's warranted because earnings have still been great. Oracle's in a little different basket because their CapEx spend is so big. They've been raising capital. That's not a positive for this stock. And their growth rate has slowed from what we saw in mid-2025. So those are concerns in there. I just don't know if, you can't call a bottom in any sector that's been punished the way that these stocks have, especially Oracle here. But, it's nice to see that there are some people sticking their neck out, starting to buy into some of these names that have pulled back pretty significantly. But you have to start looking at valuations. You have to start looking at free cash flow. And then you have to start looking at their guidance and what's on the horizon. Oracle doesn't report until the beginning of March, so we'll get some more clarity there. But I think it might be, we might be in that wait.
He hasn't met the chart as noticed.
For some of these software stocks at this point because
I'm here.
Wall Street give them the all clear to go in and start buying these names hand over fist at this point.
That's a good point. Even with IBM, it wasn't all clear. They moved to neutral from a sell rating. Kevin, what's your take, whether it's on IBM or this move that we're watching in Oracle?
Yeah, here's something you don't hear me say on Fast Market very often. Kudos to the UBS analysts who had a sell on IBM.
You were part of them.
Sell off in this stock and then move to a neutral. That's the way we'd like analysts to do it, not chase things up on the downside.
Oh, listen to him.
Pre-move and then took it off post-move. That's the way a true analyst is supposed to be working. In most cases. But I think the Oracle story, this is the software story that start making comments and changing their views just because this software sector has sold off so much that I see it as, the correction, Oracle is a great company. However, they have mortgaged a lot of their future on this AI bet. And let's face it, if it doesn't work out, then this company is going to look different. The debt that they're taking on to make this, it either works. This is a poker game. They're sliding all their chips to the middle on this, and the price of the stock shows the uncertainty. So kudos to the UBS analysts and Oracle. Not surprising that people are starting to change big, a good company on a massive sell-off, Diane.
Okay, speaking of a sell-off, we are looking at Workday as well. That's under pressure. Those results from Workday not working for Wall Street, but it's off the lows, well off the lows of the session. And clearly this is about what the guidance looks like to me. Tom, your take.
Yeah, it's basically flat on the session now. That is a big comeback from, I believe the stock traded just above 115 bucks a share in the pre-market prior to this rally that we're seeing, this extension of yesterday's rally. Now, you look at some of the numbers, they grew revenue 14.5% year over year, slightly ahead of expectations. They beat on non-GAAP EPS 247. But then they gave that guidance moving forward that came in just below expectations. They expected just over 10 billion. They're expecting just below 10 billion at this point. And I think it's getting a little bit of a pass here. There's the intraday chart. So you're seeing that rally, snapback rally. And I think that goes back into that investors are starting to nibble. When you see a chart like Workday over the past several months since the start of the year. I mean, this stock is down 39% in 2026 already. So not surprising you're starting to see some nibbling here. I still think there's questions out there about their business and whether some of these AI agents are going to take some of their subscription revenue away from them. We're seeing a slowdown as far as margins goes and their growth rate. That's been a concern for a lot of investors. And then you start taking a look at the valuations. I think that's going to come into play for a lot of these companies because everybody thinks, oh, because it's pulled back so much, maybe I can start nibbling. But this is still an expensive stock compared to peers within software. And I think that might be a concern. But it's nice to see a nice green candle here on the chart.
So, Tom, just a quick follow-up on that then. Do you see part of that is it moving in sympathy with a little bit of the recovery that we're seeing in the software trade, especially even given, that stock was down coming into today about 39%.
Yeah, I think that's definitely part of the psyche, I think, of this trade that's going on right now in software where people don't want to miss, they're not going to ring a bell at the bottom, so they don't want to miss maybe a rebound where maybe these AI models don't take a lot of their subscription business, that their growth rate, doesn't deteriorate further, and the fact that maybe productivity due to AI actually increases maybe some of their margins in the future. So I think that's a lot of the nibbling that's going on in a lot of these names is the fact that, hey, you don't want to miss a complete turnaround in some of these names. I just think there's questions out there in the space due to the high valuations that still remain in a lot of these stocks in the space.
Okay, on the flip side, Lowe's, that's under pressure after its latest quarterly results. They were better than expected, but some investors are worried about its guidance, and the CEO, kind of was pretty cautious. Kevin, your thoughts when you look at Lowe's today, the pressure, especially given its performance yesterday, along with Home Depot?
We discussed this tech yesterday, and we talked about how it had rallied and was the bar was somewhat high from Lowe's, and they were going to have to compete with Home Depot. So a day after Home Depot comes out with relatively, news that eased a lot of fears, the overall chart on Lowe's was pretty solid, hanging in there, outperforming against Home Depot, and well, now it didn't do as well. So I think this is an interesting story, as they've had quite a run, and based on Home Depot's numbers, you would think that Lowe's would have done better, but some of the guidance was a bit light, as you know, and they're hitting that stock fairly hard today. And it's interesting, after being up yesterday, Home Depot down 11 bucks on the Lowe's news, right? These stocks move in tandem. Lowe's was up yesterday on the Home Depot numbers. Home Depot now down to 2.9% on the Lowe's news. So trying to figure out that, trying to trade these names around these numbers, pretty incredible. But this is a sector of the U.S. economy so dependent and a proxy of housing. And so, you know, Lowe's is a little more do-it-yourself, then Home Depot is a little more pro. That's their niche for each one of them. Home Depot or Lowe's has always been a distant second to Home Depot, so the play out continues with these two names, but definitely Home Depot took Lowe's up yesterday. Lowe's taking Home Depot down today, Diane.
So it's a sympathy move in the opposite direction today for these home improvement retailers. And this stood out to me, Tom, the CEO saying that the outlook for 2026 remains cautious given the persistent volatility in the housing macro. And he talked about the uncertainty around big ticket discretionary, those DIY projects that Kevin just flagged. And it looks like it had already had a run up into today's results, not just from yesterday's move. But I guess there's the expectation that the housing sector will turn around. But what's your thought on Lowe's and this response, this market response today, Tom?
I think it feeds into the fact that the housing market's been in, a secular bear market at this point. Until we get that 30-year fixed mortgage in the mid-5 level, I just don't see it rebounding because people are being cautious at this point. There's still an affordability issue. Marvin Ellison said that he's still dealing with a housing market that does not have a lot of tailwind. And what's going to be that tailwind? Well, if the jobs market remains where it is, wages continue to move higher, but the key is going to be interest rates. Until we see the mid-5s for that 30-year fixed mortgage, I think, these companies will continue to tighten their belt a little bit, be shareholder friendly like they always are with as far as dividends, if those continue to get paid, and buybacks, and they're going to play this waiting game. And I think we've been waiting a long time for a resurgence, but there's just not enough supply to meet the demand that's out there. But now the demand side of the equation starting to wane a little bit because people are being cautious and they're waiting. They're going to say, hey, I want to see that 30-year fixed mortgage at 5.2% or 5.5% before you see a acceleration as far as the housing market goes. And that's what they're relying on at this point. They can execute their heads off at this point, but until we start seeing some more activity on the mortgage front and the housing front, people are going to, tighten up their purse strings and maybe not do those big projects at home. They're going to continue to wait.
All right, indeed, looking for a thaw in the housing market like we're looking for a thaw here on the East Coast. We've got bull versus bear coming up. The guys will get their example trades put together for NVIDIA. Keep in mind, still the world's most valuable company. It's got a big test in front of it. We will have more Fast Market after this break.
The video. Well, it had a nice recovery in the market.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcasts are designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, futures, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live.
Technical analysis.
Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Sometimes, you know, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on Schwab Network. Investors gearing up for earnings from NVIDIA with the AI trade at a critical crossroads. Analysts expect strong results, forecasting revenue will surge some 68%. But after leading the markets higher for years, investors have been questioning massive AI spending by megatech companies. Still, NVIDIA remains the world's most valuable company at $4.7 trillion, giving its results outsized influence on the market's direction. All right, time now for the tug of war on NVIDIA. For that, let's welcome back in our co-hosts, Tom White and Kevin Hinks. It is bull versus bear time. Before we get to the example trades, we've got to get your thoughts on NVIDIA. Kevin, I'll start with you. Your thoughts.
We've been waiting ever since the last large cap tech name came out with earnings. We've been waiting for NVIDIA, and it's finally here. I think the numbers that
we were waiting last time.
In terms of about $1.52 in earnings and about 65 point something billion in revenue.
God.
That sounds great. That's 70% and 65%.
Let's go.
Year over year. Not sure that'll be enough though.
Oh.
Right? Last quarter they put up gargantuan numbers and the stock sold off. The stock is flatlined the last 3 months. It's creeping higher during the
I'm not liking that, George.
highs, but who knows? Jensen Huang's going to have to talk about the CapEx spending. He's going to talk about, Blackwell and Blackwell Next Gen and Rubin. He's going to talk about where they fall. Will he talk about some of their investments? Will he talk about mention CoreWeave like he has in the past? That's one of their big investments. I think you'll see names like AMD and Broadcom going in two different directions today, by the way. I think that's interesting. We'll see if they move with it. Does Taiwan Semi, does Micron move with it? All these other names that are affiliated with NVIDIA. It's going to be a massive, I think you're going to hear, hyperbole coming from all over the place.
Ooh.
The question is, if you're a little gun shy, is all this that Jensen Huang's going to say, is it enough?
That's a low blow.
Higher, Diane.
Yeah, and no doubt we may see, in terms of interviews after that, the trademark leather jacket from Jensen Huang. Not that that matters. It's just something that I noticed. Tom, your thoughts on NVIDIA?
Yeah, I think, it's been surprising to me. I talked earlier about the cap at about $195 a share, where over the last 3 months we haven't been able to break through that. It seemed like they sold that every time it touched near that 195 level. We're finally starting to see the breakout on the technical side. That's probably a positive at this point. Valuations, the stock has not been this cheap on a valuation basis for a couple of years now. So that kind of piques my interest. But then you also look at what the four top hyperscalers are spending. Nearly $700 billion combined this year. That's Microsoft, Meta, Alphabet, and Amazon. And you know what? Where that trickles down to? Well, look at the names like Taiwan Semi, right? You look at Micron. You look at some of the semi-equipment makers like Lam Research and AMAT and Applied Materials. Some of these other stocks within that space, the picks and shovels within AI. Well, NVIDIA hasn't gotten that pass like some of those companies have, when these big hyperscalers and big tech companies announce all this investment in AI. Well, you know what? NVIDIA is at the top of the heap as far as AI infrastructure build-out goes, and might have the most picks and shovels at this point. I think one of the concerns for investors moving forward is they expect that growth to start to slow. I think a revenue growth in the AI segment is supposed to grow over 68%. If that number hits 70% growth rate, maybe that's good. But then you'll also want to hear some commentary on their new Rubin chip that's coming out later this year. How many orders do they have lined up? Are they getting any market share taking away from them in the AI data center race, which they own 85 to 90% of at this point? Is Google Alphabet with their TPUs damaging anything moving forward? Broadcom coming out with the more specialized chips within this arena, and anything out of China, sales there that might pique our interest there. But they expect another beat. I think it's going to be the 12th or 13th quarter in a row as far as a beat on EPS and revenue. But will that be enough to kind of continue this rally that we've seen over the last couple of days?
All right, with that said, let's get into the example.
Well, I've not
trades.
enjoyed
Let's
it.
start out with yours. What's your approach?
Tesla's back at the 200.
Enough. That might be the title to today's.
AMD wants to squeeze here.
They're going to put up good numbers, but will the numbers be enough? Last quarter they weren't good enough, and the stock sold off. So we'll see what happens here. But Diane, full disclosure, I have no idea where NVIDIA's stock is going. I don't know if the numbers will be good enough. The sentiment going in is kind of stale, right? The stock is flatlined, so I don't know. So what I'm preparing for, some type of move. I don't know which direction. So I did one. It's not bullish or bearish. It's movement. That's what I'm playing for. This should be the bull-bear movement sector. So here's what I looked at, Diane. I went out to the March 6th, so I gave myself a little bit of duration, 9 days total, and I bought the long iron condor, which is buying a call vertical out of the market, looking at the expected move out to March 6th, about, what is it, $15, I believe? Let's see. Out to March 6th, it's
What?
There. Tom, I know you had a chance to look at
Yeah, what's up with him?
Trade. Can you break down your thoughts on this one before we get into yours?
Yeah, this is the bull-bear debate here. Kevin's trade is bullish and it's bearish. You just want a move on this type of long iron condor. What do you mean by a long iron condor? Well, you're buying an out-of-the-money call vertical and you're buying an out-of-the-money put vertical. I'll break this one down for you. In the March 6th weekly option, so about 9 days to expiration, not a pure earnings play, giving himself an extra week in this example trade where he's going to buy the 205 call and sell the 210 call, so a bullish $5 wide call vertical, and then pairing that with buying the 185 strike put and selling the 180 strike put, so a bearish $5 wide put vertical. So in combination on this trade, $5 wide long iron condor, you're going to pay roughly about a 245 debit. That's about where it's trading right now, but the debit you pay is going to be your risk, so $245 per spread. That can expand to 255 if it goes below 180 or goes above 210 on this one. So that's where your profitability comes, below 182.55 on the downside or above 207.45 on the upside on this need a move type of strategy. And you can see here from the risk profile, Kevin set this up. I didn't even have to be a part of this discussion because Kevin gave you the bullish and bearish trade all within one strategy, the long iron condor, with the expectations that, hey, this stock is going to move more than maybe that plus or minus $11.30 move that the option market's pricing in on. That's only a one-day move. As Kevin mentioned, in the March 6th weekly options, when these expire in 9 days, you got a move of about $15.80 that the option market's pricing in. So what this strategy needs is a move outside of those break-evens to start to get some profitability. But like I said, you've got a little bit of duration in this trade. This is a bull-bear debate within one strategy here. But I've got something a little bit different, and I'll take it to Kevin when I'm done setting this one up. I just looked at something a little bit more bullish, a little bit more directional as an example trade here, where I went out to that same March 6th weekly cycle, so not a pure earnings play, give myself an extra week, got 9 days in this, where I'm going to buy an unbalanced or broken wing call butterfly to offset some of the costs on this position that's still bullish. So in that March 6th weekly options, buying one of the 195 strike call, that's in the money by over $2 now, and then sell two of the 210 strike call. That sets up about where that one standard deviation move is predicting on a one-day move that the option market's predicting at this point. Sell two of those 210 calls and then buy one of the 215 calls. For this unbalanced call butterfly, you're paying roughly about a $5 debit is where it was trading earlier. Trading about $5.20 right now, so you might pay a little bit more. But if you pay that $5 debit, that's going to be your risk, $500 per spread. And it takes your break even, Kevin, all the way up to 200. That's only about $2.50 above the current share price, so well within the 1 standard deviation move. You do lose some profitability, Kevin, above about 215 on this one, but this is just setting up for a move to the upside well within what the option market's pricing in.
SPX at the 63.
For the 1 standard deviation move, right? That's where he's putting his short strikes. That's where this spread would max out, and that's what he's planning for. Buying 1, selling 2. Then he buys
No, this week's been a weird week.
sure that he's risk defying on this trade while still giving that flat line that this would achieve if it were to move way past 210 towards $215. It would flatline in a profitable trade. So this is a butterfly, but it's a butterfly that wouldn't give you a little money and then take it away on the upside. The risk on both trades is the debit paid, Diane, and always be careful if that stock were to move towards some of these short strikes. You have to watch exercise and assignment.
Yep, yeah, you got to keep aware of that, but yeah, aiming for that 210 strike with this bullish, unbalanced call butterfly to the upside, offsetting some of the cost, but even if it goes above 215, still a double in profitability on that one with a break even above $200 a share, Diane. So there you go, bull, bear, and a bull debate here.
I know, I was going to say bull bear built into one with that iron condor, and then of course you have the bullish example trade there from Tom. We've got cash tags coming up. The team from Whitefolio will be along with new data on Salesforce. It's got earnings due as well. Stay right here on Schwab Network Fast Market. We'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Alex.
I'm Jane.
And I'm his mom.
Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
I'm Sam Vardas, live from the New York Stock Exchange. When the market moves, we're on it, getting the reaction, the strategy, and sentiment in real time. Stream Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcasts are designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, options, futures, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to
3 back crows in a hammer.
Coaching and start learning today.
Off the 63, still kind of squeezing. I'm gonna wait for the 200. It's trying. Well, she broke out. Sheet.
You know, when we looked at consumer sentiment, it was people were a little bit frustrated with the complexity, and the number one thing that they complained about was the cost for Salesforce. So that's the concern. Again, it's margin compression, I think, is the main thing that people have to watch out for. But I do think it's a little overblown at the speed at which it's sold off. And yeah, they're a cash machine. They're just printing cash right now. So at these rates, I think they're attractive.
All right, we'll see. So Salesforce has a test in front of it as well today with its earnings due after the bell. Thank you, Landon. That is Landon Swan, co-founder of Lightfolio, with the latest look at Salesforce based on their data. Now for the trading perspective on all things Salesforce, let's bring Kevin back into the fold. Tom, I'm curious to know your final thoughts, though, before you all get to the example trade, because you've said before with software, you know, you can't call a bottom. There is nibbling happening, but it'd be difficult to call a bottom. Your thoughts?
Yeah, just the massive slide that we've seen. The valuation has come down, the PEG ratio around the 1 level. So it's, you know, compared to maybe some of the competitors within this space, it's actually inexpensive on a historical basis from what it's been. I think the key is, and I've mentioned this repeatedly in the software space, we got to look for guidance, because they might have a good quarter, but if they start seeing some softening as far as growth goes, the market doesn't like that. But maybe that's already built into the shares. The option market pricing in about a plus or minus $14.60 move either way on a one-day basis, Kevin. When you look at this, we're seeing a nice little pop here today off of those multi-year lows. How do you want to look at this one from an example trade?
Yeah, you know, in line with what Landon was saying, in line with, you know, this stock getting beat up, in line with the fact that there could be a relief rally that's starting today if they put out some good numbers or some good guidance. The overall software as a service is dead narrative. We'll see if that, you know, eases, right? We'll see if the AI startups, the uncertainty that presents, we'll see if that eases. I looked at the expected move time, about $14.60. Let's round that to $15. I looked at a very 1 week call calendar based on the divergence between the February 27th expiration implied volatility, which is about 135, and the March 6th, which is about 78. So I bought the March 6th 205 call and sold the February 27th 205 call. Spent about $1.25. The $1.25 is the risk on the trade. It's actually trading a little lower than that now. So whatever you spend, the debit is the risk on this trade. That divergence is pretty significant. That makes the overall net debit of this trade more affordable. Doesn't mean you're going to be right. Doesn't mean you're going to be profitable. But the debit paid on this trade is the risk. You're looking for a move around $15 higher.
Sounds like they're calling the bottom.
Be careful of the assignment if it gets past
Randy.
$205. But
they might be calling the bottom for from the video. So what's that tell you? That's right.
You want the stock to go at or near 205, but you put out a range probably just above 190 on the downside and just below about 220 on the upside to be potentially profitable on this type of trade. You're outlaying only about $125 per spread on this one to get that upside exposure if you think it's going to go higher. Now, what don't you want to happen here? Well, you don't want the stock to fall. You don't want the stock to go up maybe 2 or 3 standard deviations where it goes above 225, 230 on the upside. You get that massive move to the upside, you lose profitability. And the key is, though, you've got your risk defined on this trade. You know exactly what your what your downside is potentially on this $125 per spread on this upside call calendar that kind of aligns with what Lightfolio's data is stating here, Diane.
Okay, good stuff, guys. We've got the breakdown coming up. It is not just about Salesforce in the software space. Snowflake is also on deck. We'll have more Fast Market after this break.
Connected to the markets, the Schwab Network.
Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on SchwabNetwork.com and on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere on any
That's
device,
not true.
free.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a...
When the internet was out, I didn't have it. New high. SPY. New high. There goes with the IWM too. I'm not the IWM, but the SPX. And AMD wants to squeeze. Watch NVIDIA have a little crash here before earnings come out. You watch. There it comes. It's coming right now. 196.30. Quiet. Silence, please. Oh my. A little warm. Woo! Coin 183.90. Before you know it, we'll be back at 260, 220. The question was asked, which one's better, Jim, MSTR or Coin? Well, Coinbase, because Kathy told me to. Kathy, you know, Kathy Wood. President Capital adjusts price target to Coinbase Global to 236 from 472. Are you kidding me? Why such a drastic dump? Wow. Okay, well, that's it. We'll see how it works. That was a good call you made off Spire, Jim. How'd you do that? Well, you see what it bounced off earlier. The 63. Yes, sir. The SPX, the 200, 63, the 63, the 63. Boom. To a new high. /ES. Then on the SPX, you had them three crows. Right over here is where we took the trade. Off the 63 with a hammer. Boom. Now we wait. See, this is what talented people do when they wait. There it goes. Got a brand new high.
Narcissistic Jim, with his ego and his wits, doesn't give a damn what you think of him one bit. The market takes a dip. SPX Jimmy will buy. Bitching at Molly Carolyn, still the apple of his eye.
Burp it up, Jim. Let it fly. Let it roar.
Stocks tend to rise with a fart from his core. Narcissistic Jim doesn't care what you think. He'll burn his heart out loud until his room stinks. Candles on his screen bounce like titties in the night. Burps get so loud the neighbors say that boy ain't right. Bull bear calls or puts, doesn't matter one bit. Jimmy's face can't wait for Nancy to come and sit. Fart for a dip, ass making noise. Burp for a rip, cheers from his boys. Jimmy is grinding away on his
washboard toy. Yeehaw! Burp it up, Jim.
Let it fly, let it roar.
Let it roar.
Tend to rise with a fart from his core. Narcissistic Jim doesn't care what you think. He'll burp and fart out loud until his room stinks. Lots of fun he has. His ego's ablaze. Burps and farts collide. The room is so amazed. Narcissistic Jim, the legend, the king, playing his old washboard till that closing bell rings. Narcissistic Jim. Narcissistic Jim. Narcissistic Jim.
Very good. Inflation, yes. I've made plenty of lectures about inflation. Okay. Well, we just keep making new highs. Volume picked up a little bit right there. 3 more minutes and it's 1 o'clock Eastern. I about slipped. It's noon here. I've already had my lunch. NVIDIA trigger ahead for coiled spring market. Well, that's interesting. What happened to doom and gloom? Pentagon spends $12 billion to upgrade surveillance of China what? Subways and satellites? Damn. That's crazy.
Let's check in on how markets are faring about 3.5 hours into the trading day. We are seeing some broad-based strength again today, attempting to continue the nice rally we saw yesterday. S&P is up 0.75%, the Dow is up about 0.6%, NASDAQ leading again up 1.3%, and the Russell 2000, our smallest gainer of the bunch, up 0.5%, but still a green day, all things considered, as U.S. equities are building again on yesterday's gains as markets brace for NVIDIA's earnings this afternoon. So software and cybersecurity are also aiding the relief rally following Anthropic launching new tools for Claude Cowork. And of course, Claude has rattled some of the software sector in recent weeks on disruption fears. But really throughout the next hour, we will focus on the individual stock stories shaping today's market. We'll start off with several key earnings movers to keep on your midweek radar. We'll also look at the technical setups and example trades of both Synopsys and the Trade Desk, with earnings out in those names this afternoon. It's not just NVIDIA reporting, of course. And for FOMO today, we'll discuss Workday's disappointing guidance, but the stock has actually notably turned around today, touching a 52-week low earlier this morning before then climbing back. Plus, we'll dive into the latest from Indeed, as that data does show a jump in worker activity, but not in demand. So we'll talk through what that could signal for the job market now in 2026. And we'll close out the show with under 30. Klarna rallying after disclosing its usage has jumped over 53% from last year.
There it goes.
But here now to help us kick off the show today is Sam Bottas, host for the Schwab
I've never seen a market so happy to see some earnings.
I do like to discuss, these optimistic days a bit more than I like to discuss some of the broad-based pressure. But, what sticks out to you in today's market?
I think what really sticks out to me is we're continuing to see these signs of stabilization, Jenny. You mentioned obviously what we're seeing as far as softwares. It's positive that we have seen this two-day rally. There are a lot of people talking about, whether we've seen a bottom or not, because obviously a lot of people are calling
Jimmy called the dead cat bounce
to softwares. But what is encouraging is the fact that, as I said, we have seen these 2 days of gains now for the IGV, for instance, and obviously this is something that we're going to be continuing
I'll never
to
get
watch
the credit.
to prove that it's not just a dead cat
Never.
bounce at this stage. But as you can see here on this heat map, for instance, you've got NVIDIA
Sam.
at about a 3-month high
NVIDIA.
or so heading into its earnings. It's not just about the numbers, but more about the narrative I've been hearing.
The narrative.
That Huang laid out as far as his confidence in
Fundamentals don't matter.
with respect to the demand story, the China story, the margin
Hogwash.
story as well. So obviously a lot at stake here with this earnings report, particularly given it's been moving pretty much sideways over the last few months or so. But we do have most of the Mag 7 green heading into this, and also across the memory space as well. In fact, some of these memory names have been the best performers on the S&P 500 today as well. So
I
think
see.
all in all, the setup looks pretty good as far as what we're likely to hear here. But as you say, I mean, it's not just NVIDIA, it's also some of the software names that
She
are
said it.
reporting as well. We're going to be hearing from Salesforce and also Snowflake. Let's see what they are able to tell the markets, given, of course, Workday sort of failed to ease some of the concerns there, particularly given the pressure it's under today, although it has come off the lows now, as you pointed out. But obviously, we just wanted to
She
get
said it
an update
magnificent.
on some of where some of these key names stand in all of this.
And he's not here to say it.
Online disruption fears have necessarily gone away. Perhaps they were just
Damn it.
eased by the Anthropic news we got yesterday, particularly on the partnerships, the fact that Anthropic is going to look to work with companies rather than work against them or compete with them.
Yeah, which definitely, I think, at least ease some of these fears temporarily, but I agree, it does feel like those fears can trickle in on a day-by-day basis, and you just never know when you'll see the market shake off some of these concerns a bit better than other sessions. But to start off with one of our big earnings movers here, that's Kava Group, which is up now 25%. I mean, pacing for a record gain. And I actually really appreciated some of the commentary from their CEO that said that people are returning to the food they like, not what's just cheap, of course, as we've been bargain hunting for the last several years with inflation running rampant. So, I mean, clearly it was enough to lift and propel the overall momentum in this name, as again, we're making a huge move to the upside today, Sam.
We certainly are, and I mean, as you say about some of the commentary, Kava seems to have really
Country.
figured out how to draw the consumer in right now. Obviously, with their offerings around protein, the salads, they're getting into seafood now. Obviously, the price point is
Getting into
something that
fish.
was mentioned on this as well, given the fact that they have had to raise prices as well. But it feels like everybody has been dealing with that as well. But I mean, you are dealing with a consumer who is a lot more health conscious as well, so that works in their favor. But it was a beat on the top and bottom line here. I mean, earnings per share, 4 cents versus the 3 cents expected, revenue of $275 million versus the $268 million that was expected. So the fourth quarter sales were up on higher prices, as I mentioned, better than expected performance at the new restaurants as well. The same-store sales were up just 0.5% in the quarter. They rose 4% for the full year. That does not sound like a lot, but you have to just see where the market was at, because in fact the expectations were indeed for a decline there. So that was actually a beat. They raised the menu prices last month, which is tricky in an environment which, as we say, consumers are very cost conscious. They are looking for value, but they say that they have only seen very modest increases and they don't plan to raise prices again this year. So I think that's working for them as well in their favor. But the high prices and that product mix, as you mentioned, it seems to be sort of offsetting at least the 1.4% drop in that foot traffic. They say that the value proposition here is really resonating with customers. I think that really speaks to what you just mentioned, Jenny, who are being very intentional about their spending. I think they call it choiceful. But it put it down to the flavors, as I said, and healthy food, but also the hospitality, obviously how they're serving the food too. But they've got some upcoming menu additions, as I mentioned, like salmon, which is the first time that they're going to be offering seafood. So let's see how that resonates. But on the state of the consumer, I mean, they had previously seen a pullback in the younger customers, but that wasn't the case this quarter. So I suppose that's encouraging. They did see better performance across some of the age categories and performed well in areas where some of those incomes are actually lower in households. So I suppose that was positive as well. And they say that they believe that there is a little bit of a bridge, what they've been able to create in the K-shaped economy. They actually highlighted and acknowledged that, where they want to be accessible for everybody, they say. So this is up 25%. It's been an underperformer for the year, but really is standing out year to date, up nearly 50% or so. And if you look at the analyst consensus, I mean, it doesn't seem like anyone is an underperform or sell camp for now.
Yeah, and I definitely think also at least showing that they're able to, form their own way. I know that they've been put into the same bucket as like a Chipotle, a Sweetgreen, but they're growing at a different pace. They're a different stage in the overall growth cycle. And so I appreciate that we're seeing a different reaction on the back of this earnings report than, say, what we've seen, unfortunately, been a bit mixed for the rest of the restaurant stocks. But now to go into HPQ, which did really try to blame memory chip prices for its disappointing earnings forecast, coming in, of course, at the lower end of the previously issued guidance. And so this initially was enough for weakness this morning. As we know, we did see, we're at 52-week lows today, then again rallied back to the overall market. And so now up about 1.3% here in real time. And I think it's interesting because this name has so fallen victim to some of the software pressures, but as we know, it's intentionally split away from that more software heavy aspect of its business. That's now, of course, HPE. HP Inc., more of a hardware focus, but has also not been immune to some of the broad tech pullback.
That's right. I think, this has really been dragged down with that broader sentiment. It's down 50% for the year, about 17% year to date. It is seeing a nice little pop now. It's been a bit choppy, actually, this performance today. Shares were under pressure earlier this morning, particularly in the pre-market. We seem to have turned a corner, but we actually did hit a new 52-week low earlier. As I mentioned, the stock has been an underperformer, very much down in double digits, but we did see an earnings and revenue beat. The guidance was really the disappointment here. You mentioned, obviously, the double M, the margins and the memory prices. The free cash flow is expected to come in at the lower end as well, but really it was about those headwinds with those higher memory prices weighing on the margins for the PC makers across the board. And so we have seen that it's not just HP. But as far as what we're seeing with respect to the analysts' reaction, you've had the price target lowered across a few of these analysts' names. You've got Barclays, for instance, that's gone to $16 from $18. We are currently trading at 18 and change right now. They've kept an underweight rating on the shares. They are encouraged by the beat here, particularly on the back of the Windows 11 refresh and the AI momentum, but they say that the memory cost pressures, as they had flagged, along with the PC and printer industry declines, are likely to pressure HP's margins in the future. Then over at BFA, they have actually lowered the price target to 16 from 18 as well, so they've done a similar thing, keeping an underperform rating here as well. They have kept the underperform rating to reflect the coinciding headwinds, they call it, of slower PC unit growth, margin pressure from memory costs, and the uncertainty from some of the leadership transition as well. So there very much seems to be a theme running through a lot of these analyst notes, because you've got Goldman, which has lowered the price target as well to 16. So they all seem to be around the 16 mark here. That came off 21%, keeping a sell rating on the shares here. Again, they mentioned how they were encouraged by the Windows 11 driven commercial refresh, but it's very much the fact that management cut its industry.
We're doing a lot of bargain hunting.
To double-digit declines and warned of this sharply rising memory cost environment, leaving these analysts basically with concerns about whether pricing, the mix shift, and the supply chain actions can fully offset some of the headwinds that they are seeing in that segment. So I think, this very much seems to be a challenge that a lot of companies are having to grapple with now. But it's interesting that while we have seen that the guidance seemed to be the spoiler here, these shares have actually managed to turn around in trade today. Encouragingly, as I mentioned earlier, we have very much seen some of these technologies, financial software stocks all making a bit of a comeback here, in trade today, which is an interesting trend we are very much tracking right now.
I know it feels a bit of the opposite that what we've known. It seems like earnings come out hot off the gate, and then those moves somewhat fizzle, but not today. Today is quite the opposite, but maybe a bit more true to what we're seeing in TJX, which actually saw at least a brief moment of green. Now we are slightly lower, but this was pretty conservative guidance. You could see clearly comparable sales growth is expected to be weaker than expected. Diluted earnings also came in below estimates now for the coming quarters, and so it was easy to see the initial pressure, but the commentary still was hugely positive on the fact that we are still in fact trying to find a good deal when shopping for clothes and various household items.
That's right. We know that this has been a beneficiary of the cost-conscious consumer, those that have been trading down as well. Interesting move in the stock today, as you mentioned, a bit of a similar or a different story to HP, going in the other direction, where it actually had hit a new 52-week high today before coming off and rolling over. Look, this was an earnings beat, and that really capped off, what had been a pretty strong year for them. They announced a stock repurchase program that increased the quarterly dividend as well. It was a good year. We know that story, as you just outlined, Jenny, and it was capped off by a good holiday season as well. Adjusted earnings, $1.43 a share on $17.7 billion in revenue. So as I said, a double beat there, as you can see here. But they did offer a more cautious outlook, and that's what's capping the enthusiasm today and perhaps weighing on the shares. I mean, they do see full-year comparable sales increasing between 2 and 3%. That is below the 3.6% that the analysts have been penciling in, and then diluted earnings per share ranging from $4.93 to $5.02, which is lower than the expectations of $5.18. So the softer guidance comes as the company even did outline the fact that they are seeing a strong start to the year. They've got a conservative outlook, and that seems to be what's weighing here. They still, the analysts view this as really not surprising that they have guided it somewhat conservatively to kick off the year here, because they still see this as a long-term share compounder, and that is because this is such an important name in the grand scheme of things when you look at the role that it plays, particularly in the retail ecosystem, when you have these companies that need to send their excess inventory over there also, as people are looking for bargains. So I think, long-term, people are still positive on this name, but the stock is up over 30% over the year, up only 1% in this year. But, I think going into this print, it did look like a substantial cohort of the analysts were in a buy or a strong buy camp here. Just a bit conservative on the guidance, but we have heard that from a couple of other names as well, particularly in the retail space where, maybe a lack of visibility or maybe some room to up that guidance down the road.
Okay, and our last name here today, First Solar, actually pacing for its worst day since June of 2025, snapping a 3-day winning streak. And I will say, to First Solar's credit, this name had been in a pretty nice recovery. We're still actually holding on to a near 42% gain on a year-over-year basis, but today, substantial move to the downside. And so, it's been a very volatile space, especially for a company that is so immune right now to policy changes that are ever evolving, it seems.
Yeah, that's right. Look, there's been a lot of bullishness around solar as it continues to play a role in the whole broader energy type of theme that we are seeing off the back of all the AI demand. We've got to get the power from somewhere, and the renewables do play a role in all of that. However, it is selling off hard today. It's one of the worst performers on the S&P 500, down 14% right now at 208 and change. And that came off the back of the fiscal year revenue guidance coming in below the street's estimates here. The company is expecting that revenue to come in between 4.9 and 5.2 billion for fiscal 2026. Analysts have been expecting revenue of $6 billion north of that. So the company said its guidance is
Retention 63.
Tariff policy
SPY.
Steel and aluminum imports. So
Yep.
that seems to be the issue here. It was downgraded over at Baird. Goldman says buy the dip, but just talking you through
Buy the dip.
other analyst notes today and the reaction here from the sell side. You've got JP Morgan that's lowered the price target now. They're looking at 256 from 303. That still implies some upside from here. They've kept an overweight rate of shares. They do cite the current environment for the target cut, but they continue to view the US policy updates as a likely upside catalyst for these bookings. So I suppose that still remains relatively bullish here. Mizuho's also lowered the price target to 271 from 326. They've cut this down to reflect lower Southeast Asia production and gross margin. So that's where obviously the tariff story comes in, because a lot of these Southeast Asian countries have also copped higher duties as well. But they've kept an outperform rating on the shares, so they still seem pretty constructive here. And Susquehanna has lowered the price target from 292 to 280 here. They've still got a positive rating on the shares here as well. So there seems to be a pattern amongst the analysts here where they've revised down the price targets, but still remaining pretty positive. They do expect the demand coming from Vietnam and Malaysian capacity to remain weak due to those tariffs, because remember, Vietnam has been actually facing a hefty tariff as well. It's not just China. Some of the issues around some of the solar companies had been, the Chinese companies, which had actually been moving some of their production to Southeast Asia and using that to sort of circumvent some of the tariffs in the previous Trump administration. This time around, we've actually seen Trump going after some of these Southeast Asian countries as well with higher duties. So I think that's perhaps what's the story here as part of the whole narrative. But the view is that the growth is slowing. That's basically what seems to be the sticking point here. The view is that, you know, there had been tailwinds related to some of the easing trade tensions, as I mentioned, but it doesn't seem like they can keep it up as far as the growth numbers are concerned. So I think, you know, while they still are seeing growth, it has come off, although the analysts still remaining relatively positive on this name despite the price target cuts, Jenny.
Yeah, it does feel like a market where we're seeing certain pockets of alternative energy rewarded, but not really in the solar space, at least more on a residential and consumer-based basis. So definitely seeing a pretty weak session, but I mean, all things considered, a pretty nice overall session to close on a more bright spot. So appreciate it, Sam, for helping us break down some of our top earnings movers today. Now, coming up next, we'll dive into the charts and synopsis as well as the trade desk. With both companies reporting after the close today, the chart master will talk us through the technicals. Stick around, we'll be right back.
Do do do. Lord. Must be, yeah, break it. We're squeezing between the 50 and the 9. We're going to know something real shortly. Here we go. Get ready. Rodney. The crowd's going wild here at the sports arena right now.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network
Oh, God.
app.
Cleavage.
And stream live coverage wherever you are.
Intern, this place is incredible. It's where I get all your office supplies. Your golf balls, your fancy coffee, your giant TV. It's everything in one place. It's like Schwab. Everything investors need, all in one place. Come again? Yeah, at Schwab, they can do everything. Invest, trade, get full service wealth management, and anything in between. Think I'm gonna be sick. We have to buy that now. Schwab.
Invest your way. Whether you're a bull or a bear, you'll want to catch the latest market action on Morning Movers with me, Diane King Hall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, only on Schwab Network.
Tell them, Diane. We're getting ready to break. Either way.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's now time for our Chart Master segment. Today we're previewing two names ahead of earnings after the close today, Synopsys and the Trade Desk. So two very different companies, but two very different charts to get into. So joining us, of course, is Rick Ducat, our Chart Master. And so, Rick, we'll start off here with Synopsys.
Rick.
Both of these names have been met with some pressure. I will say this not nearly as much of a repricing as we've seen in our next name. But into earnings here, what are you watching from a technical front?
Well, we still have a consistent low point that has held on here, 380. That was around where we had our worst close, not our intraday lows. That's around where we bottomed out a couple more times here. For now, though, the relative lows stand near about 405. So that would be the first area to watch out for to the downside. To the upside, we're quite close to these old lows that we established here. We've tested them several more times near about a 452. Still not a breakout above that area, but that could be a potential tipping point as well. Beyond that, 535, a gap level, and some old highs that we established during our most recent larger rally after earnings there. So that would be another point to look out going further. But our prevailing pattern, more of a triangular type shape here. We have an upward sloping boundary line here. We have a downward sloping trajectory here going across these highs. So either of those could be an area to look for potential directional clues as we have this kind of narrowing price range. we can see that price is starting to move above our moving averages. Our 5-day EMA in dark blue comes in near 440. Our 21-day monthly EMA in teal at about 447. So we are crossing above those ones, but our quarterly 63-day EMA in gold near 461 could line up with this old boundary line as well here. So that could be perhaps the most emphasis on that one as a possible breakout point. When we do look at our volume profile study, we can see that most of the trading activity is kind of clumped in between 420 to 485, a rather large range here. But the point that stands out specifically, 441 roughly, is our point of control, the heaviest trading area of all. There's another pocket of activity up here from 500 to 515, and then things get considerably lighter if we start to get too far above that, Jenny.
Okay, and so now as we do think through trading this name for example purposes, we are up about 2% on the session here. And so how do you think through a name like this, of course, with earnings definitely given the ability to rewrite the recent trends?
So we're pretty close to our -1 standard deviation channel here. We're kind of actually more in between our linear regression and -1 channel here. So our linear regression line, our line of best fit, our idea of fair value, 1 standard deviation below that is around where we recently bottomed out. So if we were to think about an example trade looking at March 20th, 23 days out, our orange box right there, 13% plus or minus expected move potentially here. Now if we were to kind of overlay our other studies here, we could see that our line that we saw here, our repeated ceiling near about 450 or so, that stands out. And then we have our boundary line here, kind of where things might start to peter out a little bit around some of our other moving averages and volume profile areas here. So our trading question, +1 March 20th, 450, 460, 465, call butterfly at a $3 debit here. So a bullish example trade here. Max loss would be our $300 debit paid, so it would be risk defined. This trade is an unbalanced butterfly here. So in a conventional butterfly, we have our 2 short strikes here. Our long strikes would be equidistant from those 2 short strikes, but in an unbalanced butterfly, they are not the same distance away. So now we have 450, so a difference of 10 to the downside, difference of 5 to the upside. This gives us this shape where we would have our max profit of $700 if we were to expire right at 460, but when we do start moving beyond that here, if we were to get above 465, we would top out at a gain of about 200 there. So this kind of sidesteps the problem of a traditional butterfly where a winner could turn into a loser if we do get a move that has some runaway momentum here. Given that this is kind of ancillary to this whole semiconductor space here and the extreme demand and supply constraints we've seen, perhaps this one you might want to give yourself a little bit of room to the upside for this one. Break even 453, 1.3% to the upside expected move during this time. As I said, more than 13%. So break even well within that boundary here, looking for potential upside.
Okay, and so now to shift gears into the trade desk, which has unfortunately, seen a substantial rewriting of trend. Just really a downward pressure we've seen this year. So, what do you make of the latest move that we've just not been able to recover that we saw really just, at the end of truly its last earnings report, and we've been considerably lower since?
Yeah, definitely not the most encouraging price activity if you were bullish in this name here. The best you can say is that we've bottomed out seemingly for now at 23.78, but that was only yesterday here. So not exactly a strong, firm low point that's been repeatedly established here. Some areas to watch to the upside. 29.50 was a small gap that we saw here. 41 was a repeated ceiling there. Meanwhile, 43, if you were to backtrack somewhat, a significant old low, bottomed out there again, and then held the line for a short time before we started to move lower. Never really tested it again from that point either. Our downward sloping channel type shape in white here is still in place, so that could be potential boundaries to consider for our trading here as we plan an earnings play on this name. When we look at our moving averages, all trending lower, not really any huge surprises here. Everything kind of steadily moving lower along with price. Price has really struggled to take out that teal 21-day EMA the entire quarter. I think we only had a couple intraday fluctuations beyond that. that point. That one comes in right now near 27.64. RSI improving marginally here, but this is kind of one of those fake out situations that I would caution people to make too much of here. Momentum can often slow down as we head into earnings because it's a event risk type of situation that everyone knows is coming up here, so people perhaps are a little wary of putting on any large positions here. So this bullish divergence where RSI is trending upward and the crossover out of the oversold area really is something that I would perhaps even caution you to ignore as we head into this event here. Now we have our volume nodes. We have a node that has been established here. Pretty heavy volume for the amount of time we've spent in it, 24.50 to 28. Things start to pick up again here at this area between 36 and 40, and then 43 to 46 is another spike here. But our point of control, the most trading of all the way up at 53.57.
Okay, and so as we now think through trading this name again for example purposes, I mean, we touched 52-week lows. We're 1% higher today. Earnings have been a bit lethal for this name, but, you know, obviously past price not indicative of future performance. So how do you think through trading this name?
Yeah, we've gotten pretty beaten up recently here. This name, I was thinking more of just a pure earnings play. So a very short-term trade here. It's a little hard to see, but our orange box here, February 27th expiration, 2 days out. Even in that small time horizon, the market is looking for potentially a 14.4% expected move here. So we could see some major volatility in this name here. When we do look at some of our other areas of interest here, we have our gap here, our red line near about 29 or so, and that's a bit beyond our boundary of our expected move there. So in this case, once again, looking for a butterfly type of trade here, another bullish trade. This case, a conventional butterfly though. +1 February 27th, 25, 28, 31, call butterfly at a 50-cent debit. You know, kind of when we look at this one, some caution and wariness would make sense given how unfavorable the activity has been recently here, but it's also been rather beaten up. So if we were to make this kind of butterfly type trade, it would give us a pretty wide area where we could be profitable in this name here. $50, our debit paid would be our max loss, risk defined once again. Max profit if we were to expire at 28 would be $250, so almost 1 to 5 in terms of risk versus reward. Our break even, 25.50, 2% to the upside, our expected move.
Well, we got 69, 45, 50.
But we also have to consider if we do start to move too far, 30, 50, a 22% move to the upside, this trade would turn back into a loser here. So just be aware, you know, there would be that a potential risk involved in this one here, despite the
I was just getting ready.
Area where that could work.
All of a sudden, it turned on me.
And I think that's a good way to put it, and a good way to play into, of course, some of the risks of a name that moves this widely on the back of earnings, historically speaking. But
God, you need to eat.
Today, appreciate it too, Rick Ducat. Now, coming up next, we'll discuss the overall move today we're seeing in Workday, which is hard to characterize. Initially, we saw shares touch 5-year lows, and then we've come back now, actually up about 1.9% in the session.
For instant reactions, earnings breakdowns, and hot takes that teach you about stocks and markets, follow me on X at @NPetalides and connect with me, Nicole Petalides, on LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram.
Live from Chicago, this is Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. We track macro forces, market trends, and company news that shape investor decisions, all with expert analysis and actionable context. From inflation data to sector rotations, earnings to policy, it's a comprehensive view of the market every trading day. Trading 360, in-depth market coverage straight from Chicago. Weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and get live coverage wherever you are.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing, and it's now time for FOMO. And the FOMO feeling today might be all the volatility we've seen in Workday just throughout today's session. We initially sold off, touched 5-year lows, and now we're actually up almost 2% on the day. So joining us now is Marley Caden, host for the Schwab Network. And so Marley, I mean, what to make of this move? Is this just like the overall market? Because we've talked so often about the exact opposite, where the earnings report is good, guidance is good, and then we see that initial surge start to fizzle. This has been the complete inverse story all throughout today.
It is. It's a total flip for workday today. I mean, the markets are higher, but not even as much higher as we're seeing on workday today. And like you mentioned in the lead-in, that we saw workday down to a 5-year low. I mean, it
You tricked her on the cameras.
Then it kind of
She didn't like that.
About 2% down. Now we're almost 2% to the upside. Now this report wasn't all bad, though, Jenny. I should say that the earnings
did say
came in
it.
ahead of expectations, $2.47. It's ahead of the $2.32 that was expected. Revenue came in at $2.53 billion. That was just a slight beat over the $2.52 expected. Their revenue grew 14.5% year over year for the fourth quarter. Net income came in at $145 million. That was also better than expected. The issue really came from guidance. The guidance was just a little bit light. They called for a 30.5% adjusted operating margin with $2.335 billion in subscription revenue for the fiscal first quarter. Now, the street was looking for 30.9% for that margin and $2.35 billion in subscription revenue. So a slight miss on both. Very slight, but still a miss. Then for the fiscal year, they said that they see their operating margins of about 30%. That also slightly trailed the consensus on $9.93 to $9.95 billion in subscription revenue, which, while it does imply low teens, 12 to 13% growth, was shy of the $10 billion that the street was looking for. So, and then they forecast their Q1 fiscal year subscription revenue 2.34, just as below the estimate. So it was an issue, I think, because of the setup coming in, as investors have become concerned about AI models constraining growth for these software companies. And we saw this SaaS apocalypse. I think it raised the bar so high on some of these names. And Workday was already down so sharply. I mean, they were down close to 40% so far this year, that you could have made an argument that the bar was already set so low that it would only go higher. But then we saw it plunge on that guidance. But now, maybe as the street is digesting it, it's perhaps not as bad as it seems. The misses weren't significant. They were all just marginal misses, you know, tens of millions of dollars, 0.4%. They weren't huge misses, but they were misses. And we did see a lot of response from the sell side, though, in response to this. We're obviously seeing a lot of action from the markets, but the sell side did not look as favorably on this.
That is the other thing I was going to mention. So not only, I mean, I think you make a great point that they're still executing well operationally. I mean, we saw strong margins, cash flow, backlogs, all of the things that you could make the case for a bullish takeaway. But then, to me, the bearish lean was just so much more vast. I mean, like guidance cautious, as well as growth slowing. And then I read all of the various notes today from the sell side that kind of more so reaffirmed the latter argument that things are looking a bit more grim than expected.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, deceleration was absolutely a word that was used in a lot of the reports. Growth slowing, things like that. Evercore ISI actually did a full downgrade to inline from outperform. New price target of 160. That's down from 100. For some perspective, they're trading a little bit north of 131 right now. The company said that its results were in line for the fourth quarter, but it has concerns about the new CEO, its agentic strategy being what they call in the early innings, and that lowered fiscal revenue outlook. They said that the investment narrative is unlikely to move in a more positive direction in the immediate near term. So obviously that's a major issue. TD Cowen also downgrading to hold from buy. Their new price target 155 down from 200 on growth deceleration. It's exactly what you just said, this worry about the slowdown. And then they ratcheted down their growth forecast in their guidance, so they're worried about some slippage there. UBS lowering the price target to 130 from 171 with a neutral rating. That's below where we're currently trading right now. Loop Capital, they put theirs at 120 from 145 with a hold rating. That's $11 lower than where we're trading right now. Now, we do still have several in the buy camp. They reiterated a buy rating. KeyBank has an overweight rating. They did lower their price target to 155. RBC also has an outperform rating, price target of 180 now. Rosenblatt, price target down to 150, but maintains that buy rating. Guggenheim, they've got their price target at 275. So major upside implied.
Grocery shopping with Marley.
Overweight rating, $200 price target. Oppenheimer did an adjustment on theirs to 165, but again, an outperform rating. And Deutsche Bank, the last one, reiterated their buy rating. Small decrease in their price target down to 180, but a pretty wide range there and some wide interpretation of the numbers that we got yesterday.
I think that's a great point too. The fact that, I mean, 275, I mean, the highs in this name for just the year are 281. So they're saying basically we can recover at least over the next 12 months, which I think would be encouraging. Just fortunately, we haven't seen those levels in, again, 52 weeks. So hopefully this signals the fact that we definitely have an appetite for some of these software names. But I just think it's important that the AI narrative does not
It's very important.
these companies. It's going to challenge some, and frankly, that's been the case.
Oh,
But
boy.
hey, positive result today. We will take
What a
it.
day.
Appreciate it to Marley Caden, host for the Schwab Network.
It's been like this all
Breakdown.
week.
Now coming up next, Indeed
No
latest
fun.
data shows a jump in worker activity, but not in demand. So what does this mean for the job market as 2026 progresses? We've got the details for you coming up next.
Okay. Bum bum. Dow Jones is up 278 points. Tempting to take a shower. That might wake me up. Uh-oh. Could have a reversal here in AMD. Little movement. And coin. Bum, 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 bum.
Aw, she's got your smile. Carl. Yep, your #1 broker's here to welcome your new little dependent.
Actually, we invest with Schwab.
69.34 is our target.
All in one place.
I can set up for
69.36
Trading strategies.
/ES.
Generate
Oh.
income. All
Be
this
one.
Schwab is everything you need is making me cranky.
Does somebody need a nap?
Schwab!
Invest your way with Schwab.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
Morning Movers brings traders the biggest headlines to start the day, from volatile overnight swings to the earliest analyst calls. Get your watch list ready. 8 a.m. Eastern, Morning Movers only on Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. Now, Circle delivered a strong profit rebound, even as the crypto backdrop does remain fairly volatile. The Bitcoin future is actually up almost 8% today. But for more on Circle's really blowout quarter is now Dan King Hall, host of Morning Movers and Fast Market. Dan, I mean, a 30% swing. This name looked strong earlier today. It's even stronger now. And so walk us through this report.
That's right, pardon the pun here, Jenny, but investors certainly circling around Circle today off the back of its quarterly results, and it beat estimates on both the top and bottom line. Strong quarter here. The digital currency company says circulation of its USDC product rose some 70%, more than 70% year over year. Yet on-chain transaction volume jumping nearly 250%. I know we've got some of the top and bottom line estimates here that they beat 56 cents per share. On the bottom line, that was a beat well above expectations. I mean, you compare that to the 17 cents that was the consensus expectation, much better than expected. Revenue also beating expectations at more than $770.2 million. The street just looking for $739.45 million. They had that revenue growth of 77% here. So the growth story is there for them. It is the second largest stablecoin, USDC, behind its behind Tether's USDT there. Management reiterating this multi-year 40% growth outlook for USDC circulation. So it's got strength here, and that's fueling the gains here. So this matters because, of course, Circle generates most of its revenue from interest on reserves back in USDC. So that's how it works. Higher circulation, favorable rate environment bodes well for Circle. It does mean that it's more sensitive to obviously interest rate dynamics here. But again, right now, strong gain, really helping it in terms of the recovery so far this year, Jenny.
Yeah, and I mean, definitely helping that we're seeing at least some positive reactions from these crypto exposed equities and these various like alternative fintech companies, which have seen, I mean, really nice reports. I know that the crypto market has not been as favorable, but I do think it's important to look at these things on a case by case basis. And Circle today, 30% gain. I would have never guessed we'd see this much upside in this name. I don't think markets were guessing so either, but appreciate it. Jay and King Hall, host for the Schwab Network, for that breakdown. Let's now turn our attention though to the job market trends we've seen so far in 2026. So for more, I'm now joined by Laura Ulrich, Director of Economic Research at Indeed. Laura, we know job search activity did jump in January while hiring demand has stayed flat. So really, what is this growing imbalance telling us about the labor market right now? And thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks so much for having me. You're correct. We did see January bring with it a surge in job searches. This happens every year. We call it the January jump, where people kind of take a little bit of a break from job search in the latter part of December and then hit the ground running in January as they start a new year strong. As you mentioned, while that happens on the search side, the posting side did remain relatively flat. Although I will say that varies just depending on what sector and occupation you're looking at.
Okay, and so we do expect a rebound in January in job searches, and that happens every year. But what makes this surge different from a typical seasonal reset?
So this year's surge was especially strong, especially in the beginning part of the month. So, people were searching even more this January than they did last January at the same time relative to early in December. But I will say about midway through the month, there was a change where searches fell off a bit to levels that were below what we saw in January 2025. So that was pretty interesting. Really strong first half of January, bit weaker in the second half of January.
Okay, and some of these white-collar fields saw more modest posting gains after a weak 2025. And so do you read that as right now a real turn or just further stabilization?
I think it's a little bit of a good sign. So we did see some of the white-collar areas, such as finance, even software development, which was quite slow in 2025 and 2024 as well, have a pretty big bump in job postings in January. So we take that as a positive sign. And then other sectors that tend to have a really strong seasonal period of job growth, like retail and driving, loading and stocking, fell off quite a bit in January. So we did see some special strength in white-collar roles.
Okay, something I find so fascinating is the time to hire is lengthening. And does this really give any broad signal over how confident or frankly cautious employers are right now?
I think there's no question that leverage in the market has shifted to employers. Employers have more people applying for roles and they're taking a longer time to fill them. I think they're being more cautious about backfilling roles that are empty. And so this happens when it is more of an employer's market. Quits rates are low, right? People aren't leaving their jobs as much. And so we just see that leverage shifting to the employers and the employers taking longer to fill roles.
Okay, and as we watch these trends now into, of course, this new year, we know that competition is intensifying, hiring is slowing. Does this mean that we could see wage growth take a hit at all at this point this year?
Wage growth has been slowing. I would expect to see that trend continue in a market like this. As I just mentioned, when quits rates are low and firms aren't hiring that much, employers just quite frankly can afford to be pickier and they don't have to offer people the same type of pay increases that they do in a market that has people quitting their jobs much more frequently.
Okay, so in these tighter market conditions, what do you recommend are the most effective ways that job seekers can stand out beyond just applying to more and more roles?
Absolutely. We talk a lot at Hiring Lab about how there are jobs and sectors that are seeing a lot of growth. And, I would say going on to platforms like Indeed, updating your profile there, keeping it active so employers can find you. Also, make sure you think about your skills and think about how those skills can be used across a broader set of sectors. So, there's been a lot of talk about the healthcare and social assistance subsector growing. Not everybody needs to be a nurse or a medical technician, right? But there are software engineers and accountants and finance people that work for healthcare employers. So thinking about how your skills can be used across a wide array of industries and sectors makes a lot of sense.
Okay, then I have to ask you, of course, the million-dollar question, and that's how AI plays into all of this. I mean, are you seeing this as a tool that can benefit, the overall just hiring process, or are you seeing this right now as so fear-driven where many are saying, AI is taking all of our jobs?
Yeah, I think there's no doubt that AI is impacting the labor market. I think economists would have all sorts of opinions, but my personal opinion is that really the shift towards more investment in AI is likely disrupting the labor market more right now than AI actually doing jobs that humans were doing before. There's no question that companies have been leaning into capital investments in AI. And so I think, it's going to be very interesting to see in 2026 if that trend continues and if the promise of the return on investment in AI pays off in the way companies are hoping it is.
Yeah, that will be something I'm sure we continue to hear a lot of noise about and witness in real time, as it does feel like it's an ever-evolving situation. But so appreciate your time today, and all that breakdown was just a fascinating conversation relating to expectations for jobs and, of course, wage growth this year. Laura Ulrich, Director of Economic Research at Indeed. Now, coming up next, it's time for Under 30, and we're looking at the positive momentum we're seeing today in Klarna, following the company disclosing more than 55 monthly active users globally for its platform, 55 million that is. Next Gen Investing will be right back.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends, so neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Schwab Network delivers real-time market insights, live from the NYSE, NASDAQ, the SIBO, and beyond. From earnings to economic data, we cover what matters as it happens. Streaming 24/7, anytime, anywhere, free on schwabnetwork.com.
Morning movers, be the first to find out what's shaping early market action. Tech Check, Options Corner, Futures Focus, Technical Analysis. Morning Movers covers it all. Grab your coffee and tune in every trading day at 8 a.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Stay connected to the markets with Schwab Network.
Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com
and on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and get live coverage wherever you are.
I'm Nicole Petalides, live at the New York Stock Exchange, and this is the Watch List. Your midday view into the trends driving the markets, with a sharp focus on technology, innovation, and companies leading the next wave of growth. Big movers, real-time interviews, and insight from analysts, founders, and market voices you trust. The Watch List, 2 p.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcasts are designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, options, futures, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis, from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects the dots. Watch live, subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's now time for Under 30, and we're looking at the move to the upside today in Klarna, with shares actually up now 9.3% following the buy now, pay later company announcing it has more than 55 million monthly active users globally. So joining me now is George Tillis, Senior Markets Correspondent for the network. And so George, walk us through all these growth metrics that Klarna just disclosed.
Well, I think this is interesting. If you look at Klarna, it did IPO late last year around September, and since then the stock has been declining. And it's really the situation where, they IPO'd at a time when
some of these new application and fintech companies and application software companies have not performed well. So that's part of the story for Klarna. But nonetheless, I mean, this is a business that seems to be growing quite exceptional. And if you look at, for instance, what they do, they're essentially in things like payment solutions, advertising, buy now, pay later, credit services, and digital banking services. So, you can also put them in the same camp of maybe a firm, a SoFi. They have their own credit card products, but they also are essentially still not making money, and that's important in the context of what's going on in this market. But today there was actually some positive news, and this just comes after about a week or so ago when they reported earnings, but they've denoted that the number of monthly active users has increased by about 53% to 55 million. If you look at their daily active user count too, as listed when they reported earnings back on the 19th of the month, it's around 9 million. They actually have about 4.2 million active cards on their platform, and the banking customers have actually grown double in the last year to 15.8 million year over year. And active customers now basically are at 118 million. That number was up 28%. And the merchants, by the way, this is important too, because Klarna is actually something I see when I go to check out at certain locations on an e-commerce platform. It seems to be becoming more ubiquitous as a name and a platform, and providing, of course, short-term credit options to consumers who want that, providing flexibility. The number of merchants who are offering Klarna's platform services and, of course, short-term credit options has increased last quarter by about 42% to essentially close to 1 million platform merchants to 966,000. So this is a business that's been growing substantially. There's no doubt. I think what's happened is it's getting caught up in a market, an IPO, that just happened to have been some bad timing.
Okay, and so I think that could not be better said, because frankly, some of these companies, their public offerings just came at like the worst time for whatever, given sector.
Right.
And we know, like the fintech space has been fairly challenged. And so I was curious how, global tensions right now play it all into the Klarna story. I know obviously not a US-based company. And so do they see any, tariff situation evolving? Because not saying that they're traditionally policy exposed, but they do have the, consumer sensitivity as well as just, not being a U.S.-based company.
Well, I think right now, part of this story too, Jenny, is what's going on with private equity and of course, the aspects of private credit, if you will. Let me just rephrase that. Essentially funding a lot of these buy now, pay later platforms, like Affirm, like Klarna. And so I think that's part of the story in terms of the decline. So you have to be mindful of that. I think also the fintech story is still one of the encumbering factors involved in this post-IPO decline that we've seen in Klarna. So the other thing is, I think some of the international challenges, but I think also, you got to go down to some of the other challenging variables right now are consumer ability to pay on these short-term loans. So with that said, you have to look at, the positives, which is growth, platform users, banking users, credit users, but there are also some challenging environmental aspects for the stock. So separate the business, the growth in the business, the customer growth from the stock. And so the stock right now is challenged. And that's why, I never fight a trend. And if you look at the trend since the IPO, you'll notice that there's a 10 or a 20 period moving average. And this is very simple. The stock is trading below that 20 period moving average. It's in a downtrend. Until it actually confirmably breaks above it, at least 2 consecutive closes on strength with some volume, you just have to presume it's still in a downtrend. So, interesting name, growth story. One situation that, I'm not advising anybody anything, but you could just basically, put an alert if the stock price closes above the 20 period moving average, set an alert for that. Until then, it's one to certainly keep an eye on, but nothing to certainly look at from an investing standpoint, just because the trend is still negative and declining.
And I think a good real takeaway there that the trend has obviously still been, fairly downbeat, really since this company's public debut, as you did rightly call out. So I appreciate that. George Chellis for the breakdown today in Klarna, which shares up now about 9.6%. That will also do it for us for Next Gen Investing for this Wednesday. Thank you all for tuning in. We have the watch list coming up next.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors. Named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists. Streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Mom, when my grandparents moved here, did they know what our family would become?
I don't even know if they could envision it, to leave everything behind, literally come across the entire world. I think that we totally met what their wishes were. Schwab has been with us for almost 25 years through purchasing of houses, opening up our business, having children. They've always been there for us.
I want to invest with a company that can help me give my family a happy financial future.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Watch List. I'm Nicole Petalides. It's 2 p.m. Eastern Time. We're coming to you live from the New York Stock Exchange. We have a big show for you today. Less than 3 hours away from NVIDIA. It's NVIDIA Day, and the earnings are due out after the closing bell. They really will guide this market one way or another, all angles. We'll cover it all. We'll have multiple experts over the next hour. In options corner, Rick Ducat will join us, and some outside trades on Netflix, NVIDIA, and Universal Health. We'll take a look at that. Atem Diab from Gerber Kawasaki will join us to give us his bull and bear cases on the software sector. Have you seen IGV ETF? It's down nearly 25% so far this year. It's been hovering around 52-week lows. What's going on there? Is tech still a trade? 2 hours left in the trading day. Of course, tariffs and also AI and the State of the Union, oil, all of these things is things we're talking about. In the meantime, we're taking a look at stocks right now. We're up 0.75% at 69.42. The Nasdaq Composite's up 1.3%, 25,303. Dow Jones Industrial Average up 276 points, gaining more than 0.5%. The Russell up 0.5% as well. Oil and gold are mixed. Gold's down slightly. We know Saudi Arabia has boosted some output. We talked about that. Gold at over 5,200 today, gaining about $50. The 10-year bond yield of 405. US dollar at 97.63, and Bitcoin trade sitting at 69,435. You could say, wowee on that, right? That's a risk-on trade right there, up 7.5%. All right, joining me right now, Kevin Hanks, host of Fast Market here on Schwab Network. And of course, NVIDIA, it's NVIDIA Day, and everybody wants to know about NVIDIA and the CapEx spend and the livelihood of AI and all that. What are you going to be watching for here?
2 hours to go, Nicole, and then we'll get our answer, right? We'll get, do they raise, do they beat and raise? Looking for something around $1.52, that would be 70% higher than last year. Looking for revenues around 65.5 or 65.7 billion, that would be about 65%. But then there's everything else, right? Jensen Huang's going to talk about CapEx spending and where he sees it coming in. In October, he talked about 26 and 27 over 1.1 trillion in CapEx spending. Does that number go bigger? Everyone's raised their CapEx since then. So I imagine that number would get even bigger, Nicole. Now, then what about its competitors, AMD and Broadcom? What about its supply chain with Micron for storage and Taiwan Semiconductor for making the chips? What about parts of their, partnerships with these large hyperscalers like Microsoft, Google, Alphabet, Amazon, Meta? Do all these stocks move? And then what about their portfolio? What about their investments? About Intel and CoreWeave? Remember, a couple quarters ago, he mentioned CoreWeave. How about Supermicro? All these companies that they have relationships with, they could all move on their earnings. And so in a couple hours, we're going to get a bunch of information. And this big swath or sector of this U.S. economy is going to move. It's going to be fun. Remember, 1 quarter ago, they gave great numbers that surpassed all expectations, and the stock sold off, Nicole.
Look, I mean, we're seeing a nice trend here with tech. People are feeling optimistic, I guess, because yesterday we saw tech coming back a bit. We're tacking on to that today. I mean, we're showing some of these names here, NVIDIA, Intel, Broadcom, all with up arrows. So there's certainly this interest in tech. I mean, we think about some of the software names, and we'll also be watching for Salesforce, Snowflake, Synopsys, and Zoom. I mean, what are the expectations for those? Because they're less loved these days.
Yeah, those names, well, with the exception of Zoom, whose chart looks like it's hanging in there a little bit, but the rest, Salesforce, Synopsys, Snowflake, all those charts have been absolutely beat up. They have killed this sector. Within information technology, there's the software sector, and that's where most of these stocks lie. The only chart that looks at all healthy is Zoom. So are we going to get some relief rallies from Salesforce, from Synopsys, from Snowflake after the bell? We'll see, because we used to think the second half of earnings season was about retail. Remember, we used to always talk about the U.S. consumer and retail. Well, now it's turning out to be, it might be about software. We might have to be, really pay attention to software in that second half of our earnings release. So today, I think will be a big look into not only NVIDIA and all the stocks that it controls or has relationships with, but software as well, Nicole.
No doubt. I mean, when I look at IGV here, what a dud it's been, right? It's just so out of favor. Went from 117 down to 76. It's right above the 52-week lows. Any final quick thought before I get to my next guest?
Watch when the bar is extremely low, like it is in some of these names, like Salesforce, for instance. When the bar is so low, any good news can send this stock higher. Same for Snowflake, same for Synopsys. That's the deal. When the bar is low, anything. It could be a lot of bad news, but if they give hope, stocks are forward looking, and you can see some relief rallies here, Nicole.
All right, well, thank you for that. We do have winners here. We have Axon, Coinbase, AppLovin, Supermicro, Western Dig, Corning. Those are some of the leaders on the S&P 500, folks. Thank you, Kevin Hanks. I'm joined by John Campbell, Senior Portfolio Manager, Head of Systemic Core Equity, Allspring Global Investments. Thanks so much for being with us. Some of your thoughts, I mean, I want to hear what you think about NVIDIA. Is it a name you've been buying? Will you buy before or after this earnings report?
It's a good question. So we do own NVIDIA in our large cap strategies, some of them. And for the most part, it's a name that we probably wanted to be about equal weight because valuations had gotten a little extended and sentiment turned a little bit sour, but obviously the earnings have been phenomenal. I'm expecting them to have very strong earnings today, but as you just discussed, it's really going to be all about the forward-looking comments on CapEx. And so if they talk about difficulties in acquiring memory or any sniff of CapEx slowing a bit, then it'll be difficult for them to have a large rally, a big rally.
Well, do you think it's enough to lift all boats? You know, if they come out with something really great, can you see new highs on the stock market? Will it just give a boost to tech and all things AI?
There we go again.
Yes, I think that is true. A big beat and very bullish commentary on CapEx. I think that will be a catalyst for the market to move higher.
So when you're looking at what's been going on with the rotation, what about we see the equal weight index, you know, has been doing very well, really looking at the other 493 names in the S&P 500. Some of your thoughts?
Yes, we love the other 493. It's a place where our strategies have been finding good opportunities over the last few years, and the broadening of the market, I think, is real. It started around last November. We've seen smaller caps outperform. We've seen value stocks outperform.
60/40s are now at $7.60. And no, I'm not in them.
Light of the fact that the earnings season so far has been fantastic.
Woo!
We've seen earnings growth of
Him
around
was.
13% for the S&P
But him not
500
now.
names that have already reported. Expectations were only about 7% going in.
Oh?
So
What are they now?
But yet the stocks have gone nowhere. So I think that is indicative of
Oh.
expectations coming into earnings season. Not quite priced for perfection, but a lot of optimism priced in. And so a good report by NVIDIA might get that animal spirits going again.
Oh, I disagree with you.
Understood. I know you like small caps, mid caps.
What's
you
your
know,
mouth?
In fact, you think that they could outperform the large caps as well. So this mid cap
Tell it.
range. Tell me about some of the stocks you like. Name some names.
Yeah, so in our
NVIDIA.
ETF, a name that I'll talk about since we're talking about NVIDIA is a company called Fabrinet. They make optical components, optical transceivers. They actually derive about a third of their revenue from their relationship with NVIDIA.
Oh.
And they've got a new transceiver coming out later this year. They're also diversifying into relationships with many of the other hyperscalers. So it's a company that has good leverage to the data center build out, but the stock has done really well, but it still trades at a reasonable valuation and has no debt on its balance sheet. So that's a name that we really like.
Understood. You also have Urban Outfitters in there.
Yeah,
tell me about this retailer. Why this name?
Yeah, so our process is a quantitative process, and our alpha model looks at valuation, quality, and momentum metrics, 150 different factors. But the thing about Urban is it's ticked the box on valuation metrics, it ticked the box on earnings quality, and momentum. Basically, they've done a good job of really turning the business back around in the namesake. They've done a good job of right-sizing their stores and managing inventories so that their promotional activity has been a lot less in recent quarters. They also own a couple of other brands like Anthropology.
Sorry, mister, we can't do this.
A very small part of their business, but growing, is their newly subscription business. And so it's an area where they're seeing good growth. And so it's just been good execution, and the stock still trades at a reasonable valuation.
It's not true.
SONEX, SNEX, a name that you like in the financials. Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, the nice thing about
SNEX.
SONEX is they like to concentrate on niche areas in the markets that some of the bigger banks and brokers don't dominate. And so it's a company with a storied history. It's been around, I think, more than 100 years. And they've grown by acquisitions over the years. They focus on physical commodities trading, metals, and agricultural commodities. But last year they did a transformative acquisition. They purchased R.J. O'Brien, which made them the largest non-bank futures commission merchant. And so they've seen significant uptick in their derivatives trading business.
Oh, come on, guy.
Report, the year-over-year sales growth was something like 47% and earnings growth about 63%. So just a lot of good momentum in the business.
Understood. I mean, you also had a few others. Just big picture, when you think about the different groups, I mean, you'll rotate more back to tech at some point, and when will that be?
We haven't been avoiding tech per se, but we've been overweight.
Nope, can't do it.
Hardware relative to software.
Sorry.
And with the carnage, if you will, in software, it is creating some opportunities where the valuations are looking much more compelling. So it's hard to call a bottom on a rotation like this,
No,
but
it
it
ain't.
does seem like
I
it
can
makes
do it.
sense to start poking around at the software names.
All right, John Campbell, Allspring Global Investments. John, great to see you. Thank you so much. All right, folks, coming up, Options Corner. Of course, we're going to talk NVIDIA. Rick Ducat's going to be taking a look at a few names in the options activity that he's seeing on the recent news of Netflix, Universal Health, and NVIDIA, like I mentioned. Let's check it out right after a quick break. Options Corner. We'll be right back.
Not a bad day.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term investor? Our investing webcast series breaks down different investing styles, including growth, value, income, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis, from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects the dots. Watch live, subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com.
Dad, I have a question for you.
Sure.
When did Granddad first start investing?
Granddad had an account with Schwab before there were branches in the area. He really started with nothing. He worked hard, and after he passed away, the torch has been passed to me, and my advisor, Jennifer, she was with me with the journey, helping with the estate distribution. The two grandchildren, planning for their college educations. Someday it'll be their turn.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Welcome back to the watch list. It's time for our Options Corner, where we analyze unusual options trades that we're seeing throughout the day. Rick Ducat is with us, lead market technician, and we're seeing a lot of trading going on Netflix. This has Paramount, of course, raised its bid for Warner Brothers. Netflix has 4 days to sort of comb through that counter offer if they really deem that Paramount's the better choice. You have the Netflix CEO going to Washington, Ted Sarandos, to go visit the White House because there are some concerns about regulatory hurdles. Is Netflix out of the Warner Brothers bid? I don't know, but look at the move, 6.5%. Let's talk about this. Rick Ducat, your thoughts? You're watching Netflix.
Yeah, this whole saga has been worthy of a Netflix drama itself. Just the twists and turns and the counteroffers have been really pretty fascinating to watch. I mean, it's probably kind of annoying to deal with if you're working on the deal. But you know what we saw here, the market seems to be perhaps opening up more to the idea that this may not work out for Netflix and that Paramount will win this bidding war. Netflix would have to pay quite a lot of money at this point, a high price, take on quite a lot of debt here. Also, a story caught my eye today. Attorneys general from 11 different states have said the Netflix acquisition of Warner Brothers should face an antitrust review from the Department of Justice. Not saying that they're filing or anything, just saying that they think that should happen is what they seem to be saying. So the reasoning was that the deal could raise subscription prices and threaten movie theaters here. So Paramount made this even sweeter offer of $31 a share. They would pay the $2.8 billion breakup fee to Netflix for the deal falling apart here, among other things. So really quite an interesting situation. And from a trading perspective, I honestly could have just done a segment with all 3 trades, just Netflix today. There were staggeringly large amounts of trading for huge amounts of money across the board today. This was one of the biggest ones that I found here. The trading question was a long call vertical plus 60,000 September 18th, 90, 100 call vertical at a 488 net debit here. So that equates to a $29.2 million debit paid for this trade. You know, these are opening trades as well. All the trades I discuss in this segment, I always try to find opening trades where the volume exceeds the open interest, so it's a new position being put on here. You know, just like this is a huge kind of quantity. You don't really see neither the volume nor the dollar amounts involved with this trade very often here. We can see that the break even, 94.88.
Huge trade.
15.7% to the upside during the next 205 days until this one expires here. The expected move during that time frame is about 28.5% here. So, you know, this would be, you know, well within that realm of possibilities. Even that max profit area would be kind of around that higher point of the range that the market could be looking for with this one. So really quite a lot of twists and turns in this potential situation here. Almost seeming like at this point, given how much money Netflix would have to pay to compete with this bid, almost seemed like it might be better in some ways for them to not do it here. But the trading question, at the time I checked, was about 10% of the total market. The sizzle on Netflix's trading activity options volume here, 5.7 times the 5-day moving average of options volume at the time that I checked earlier.
Yeah, understood. I mean, I almost wish we could have had all the trades here. I mean, just give us a glimpse into the others. I mean, what were they like?
There was actually there was 2 other trades that were paired with the one that I mentioned for 60,000 quantities in that same expiration, but they seemed to be closing trades though, so I didn't want to get into those too much. There was just other very large trades in June as well, looking for, I believe it was kind of similar strikes. I believe it was around 85 to 90 or so, something around that area, but there was many large trades in this game.
Understood. All right. Thank you for that. How about we get to NVIDIA, since that is the story of the day, because it's reporting after the bell. You found a bullish trade you're sharing with us.
Like I said, it took quite a bit to make me put something
there you
ahead
go.
of NVIDIA.
Big old treat on Netflix.
King of the market for now. Obviously, earnings today is the big story. It feels kind of like there's this tension in the market here. Everyone's kind of waiting with bated breath for these earnings to come out because it answers one of the fundamental questions that faces traders right now is this AI trade going to have any continued strength here? Is this overblown? What is the demand going to be like going forward? It seems like the insatiable demand is still kind of the general theme, but all these things, it's like, does the guidance match up to what they were expecting, from the analyst perspective here? That's kind of how all these things can play out. Nevertheless, low volatility is often the precursor to high volatility. I say that frequently on these shows, and with this sideways that we've seen for NVIDIA and kind of for the broader market as a whole, it seems like it has the potential to have a energetic breakout if we do manage to push above some of these defined boundary areas. That being said, though, when I look at the expected move for this earnings event here at the end of the week, plus or minus $12,
yeah, I am.
Be enough to take those all-time highs of 19. So perhaps seeming like that may not be in the cards at this point. The trading question, plus 2,000.
You can't see it or hear it? Is there a problem?
Yeah, there's a problem, boy. Okay.
Randy can't see my screen. Well, it's there.
Oh, Randy got a little better. Ooh, that's clean. That's clean as hell, actually. Don't mind me, I'm just pardon. Just being a chartist.
Yep.
Look how clean this freaking ES trend line is.
Very clean. Very rising wedge clean. Very yin yang clean. Very triple top clean breakout. Very head and shoulders. Oh.
Now, on the other side, here, is your freaking, here's your hourly resistance.
Uh-oh.
That's clean as well. That is a free touch hourly trend line.
It's a 1, 2, 3. Almost a Forbes.
Almost a 4, yeah.
Almost a 3 too. It could be a 3.
And it's pretty damn close on that middle one.
We can make it a 3.
Make it a 3. Make it so. Make it happen, Captain.
Woo! Okay. What time is it? Oh God. Another hour and a half.
Day where we don't trade.
Yeah. Well, I'll be right back. Oh boy. Is this necessary? We just suspected a spam call. that was really necessary. Oh, no problem there. Not too many trades today.
Hey, look at something for me and tell me if you see it.
I see it.
Look at Google on the 4-hour. Tell me if you see a cup and handle.
Google on the 4-hour. Oh. God.
Yeah, I'm sure looks like a cup and handle to me.
It is a snake. A falling wedge. And it's cup and handle.
That might be the first one I've ever picked out.
Yep. It's a snake breakout pullback. You could get a little bit more.
That's the cup and handle, right?
Yep.
Crazy.
Yep. Where it's getting ready to break out. Yep. It's right there. Perfect.
Give her some freaking calls on it, man.
Oh. Okay.
I mean, cup and handle, freaking bullish.
Yeah, but Workday hits over 5-year low on weak sales forecast. It's up to you if you think you're bullish in the trade. Definitely.
Let me check. Check the flow. See what's up.
If you want to check it out,
Where's Google?
I give him second thoughts.
Yeah. Well,
You gotta be in there now.
Google, it's a second thought on the market in general, since we're coming up with that hourly trend line.
Exactly. You hear that, Randy? Randy heard it. JYH, how are you doing today? Thank you very much. Randy said 10-4. Jimmy. Oh. It's 1:30.
Okay. Twice as many puts as calls. No bueno. Damn, $3 million AVGO call just came in. There's another million in NVIDIA calls. By God, if NVIDIA dumps, there's going to be a lot of damn people out of the money. But based on the amount of money being traded, I think people are quite certain what's going to happen.
Coming up to a double top.
They've got 123 million in premium just today.
Man, it's been a really weird week, tough week for me. Just a little bit.
Do you take calls out of the gate?
Yeah. Well, it took a while. Never got new highs. Just rose up new highs just every 3 or 4 minutes. There she goes.
No, Elon is a very unique individual. I mean, what he's done is really amazing, but also at the same time, I think his foray into politics and to really buy in Twitter has been really damaging to the brand in general. But the reality, the cars are really good. It's just, it's a consumer discretionary brand, right? Like the perception matters. I don't care how good the car is. If people don't like the CEO, then they're not going to buy the car.
Right, and also there's the political views. Some folks don't like his political views these days. Let's get back to tech overall. What is working, whether it's energy, infrastructure, data centers? What are some of your favorite picks that you are really into these days?
Well, I think the infrastructure layer is really what we've been into. I mean, NVIDIA being like the king there. But we own GEV, which is basically makes power or natural gas turbines for data centers. We're really trying to own anything Amphenol, which makes cables and high latency latency c wiring for data centers. So like anything really that works within the infrastructure for data centers, I think is going to last. And again, the reality is we have almost $650 billion that needs to be spent, and that spending is going to happen next 2 or 3 years. So I think people need to look at that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking right now at GE Vernova, and that's at a new high. So you definitely like that one. And then I think the other one is it APH? That's also not far off.
Yep.
It's high. So yeah. So we'll look at Amphenol too. All right, APH. I got them both down. Hatem Diab, thank you. Managing partner at Gerber Kawasaki Wealth Investment Management. Thank you. Great to see you, Hatem. Coming up, our next guest says Alphabet is the best positioned stock for AI exposure. Take a listen, see if you agree. We'll get an explanation. The watch list. We'll be right back.
Nope. There it goes. Gradually.
Sometimes, you know, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Real-time market moves, earnings breakdowns, and trade-ready insights. Follow me on X at Sam_Vardis and connect with me on LinkedIn or Instagram for more.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Welcome back to the watch list. I'm Nicole Petalides. We welcome in Ben Kennard, Portfolio Manager, Carnegie Investment Counsel. Thank you so much for being with us. What are your thoughts on the economy? The Fed obviously is in this hold pattern. Doesn't certainly seem like they're doing anything. What are your thoughts?
I think the Fed should be holding. Inflation is coming down slowly, but it's getting there. The biggest part of inflation is shelter. That's been steadily coming down, as that comes down, it drives overall inflation down, gets them close to their 2% target. So therefore, they can, and then the job market is doing okay. The reduction in estimates for 2025 was pretty high, but the economy is strong enough, and then we can hold interest rates, and they don't need to feel pressure to cut.
I mean, when we think about, Fannie and Freddie helped to bring things down a bit, right? They bought some mortgage-backed securities, like I think $200 billion, where some of the rates actually came down. Mortgage rates came down. We saw refis going up. That may be a good sign. Is affordability for housing happening maybe for the spring season?
Yeah, that'd be a good sign. I mean, housing is in a recent trough as far as, activity there. And, the housing market drives a lot. It's not just you buying a home, but when people buy a home, they tend to repair it. They put a lot of money into it. So it leads to a lot of economic activity. So if those rates come down and there is a nice spring season, spring home selling season, that will be a positive for the economy for sure.
Right, understood. So at this point now, when you think about, so you're less worried about inflation, it's going in the right direction. Labor, I guess, is not front and center. You're not really talking about that right off the bat. You don't seem particularly worried. Maybe it's slowing, I don't know. And then I want to get to what's going on in the AI race. Some of your thoughts on the AI race?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, I mean,
My thoughts?
labor is tied to AI because a lot of seemingly what's driving the positives in the labor market is AI related, the AI infrastructure build out.
Well, Spy had a good day today.
The market's trying to shake out who the true winners
That
and
first
losers
bounce
are
this morning.
from AI. Is it going to software companies particularly? Are they going to be winners and they're going to be losers, or maybe certain software companies like consumer-focused software companies are going to be losers, while enterprise-focused software companies are going to be more winners? And I think that's what the market's trying to figure out. Right now, it's just really excited that there's a lot of Google, Microsoft, Amazon, they're all spending a lot, so CapEx keeps going up. So a lot of the sort of infrastructure plays are still doing well. But long term, we'll still see who benefits from AI technology.
Right, understood. I mean, what do you think? What kind of names within AI and tech? I mean, do you love Alphabet? Why?
To me, Alphabet is a clear winner. They've Google Cloud. The growth there last quarter, it was up 48%, I believe. That is much more than Microsoft. So it's demonstrating a lot of market share growth there. They created their tensor processing unit, which provides a sort of a cost advantage, I think, compared to some of the other players. So their Google Cloud is growing nicely. And then obviously their legacy search business, they can use their AI technology to improve search results. And better search results means better ad revenue off the search. So that's
very good point.
Continues to drive their business. And then they're obviously Gemini large language model, getting it into Apple iPhones is key, and just getting it through their apps.
Well, tonight.
People using that.
That's what we're waiting for.
And that's only going to benefit the company long term, especially if large language models become somewhat commoditized. If theirs is the most used, then they're able to monetize it the best.
Look, Google right now, when we look at it, it's at 310. I mean, do you see it going to the new high? I mean, if the high was 349, do you think that's easily attainable? And how much higher can it go?
Yeah, I mean, over the long term, we're always looking for
220
long term.
coming.
We're always trying to project 4 years
For
out.
NVIDIA.
And so we can see their earnings continue to grow. They could grow in the double digits, and we think their multiple could expand. Their multiple's been beat down a little. So you could see double-digit returns over the next few years out of the company, because again, it's got the building blocks for actually benefiting from AI, and the story is not complicated, and it seems like it's going to play out to their advantage.
Yeah. How about Home Depot and Ulta Beauty? Those are two names you like. Consumers still spending?
Yeah, those are sort of anti-AI plays in a way. We don't expect artificial intelligence to dislodge sort of the home repair market or the beauty market. We're just talking about housing. Housing's in a trough. That starts to pick up. That'll really benefit Home Depot. They benefit more and more consumer when there's more housing turnover, because again, consumers tend to pour more money into houses after recent purchases. And Ulta Beauty, we don't see artificial intelligence disrupting their business model much. They're about increasing stores and getting traffic into those stores so people can come and try out new products and try out new fragrances and makeup, and then they're expanding into the wellness market. So they have a sort of a couple of avenues for growth there, and ultimately, yes, consumer may not be as strong as they were a couple of years ago, but beauty is something consumers tend to spend. You know, even though it's discretionary, it's staples for a large portion of the population.
Right, understood. Quickly on Stryker and utilities.
Yeah, Stryker is just, if you're looking towards, again, away from AI, Stryker is well positioned in the healthcare market. You know, hips and knees continue to need to be replaced. They have a Mako robotic system. They continue to install that at more and more hospitals, and the usage of that system is higher on surgeries, and that, you know, makes the robot more valuable, and then it's more likely to purchase at new hospitals. And then as far as utilities go, there's sort of an AI adjacent play. Obviously, when data centers are constructed, they need power, and utilities have to provide that. As they build that capacity, they can push those costs through to their end customers, and that can drive their earnings. You know, they're projecting most utilities project 5 to 7% earnings per share growth, which is oddly higher than normal, and so they've been bid up. And then obviously the counter utilities, they pay a nice dividend, somewhat of a bond substitute. If rates come down, you know, that'll hold their valuation up just because they do pay the nice dividend.
We're doing NVIDIA next. Do you think NVIDIA pushes the market higher or lower tomorrow, Ben? You want to take a guess?
I mean, a lot of the good news is most likely priced into the stock. People are always expecting big things, so my guess would be pretty minimal impact from NVIDIA, just because it's a lot of the information's out there. Any news, you know, would probably be bad news and be worse for the market than better for the market. So.
Ben Kennard, Carnegie Investment Counsel. Thank you, Ben. Good to see you. Really appreciate it. Coming up, our panel is ready all about NVIDIA ahead of these earnings that are due out after the bell today. Right here on Schwab Network, we'll have all of that for you. The watch list continues. We'll take a short break. NVIDIA details next.
The final 90 minutes of the trading day, that's when markets make headlines and traders make decisions. From earnings shocks to sector rotations, we're tracking the catalysts that move markets right into the close.
Here on the floor, I bring you real-time sentiment from traders driving the action.
And in Chicago, we break down the data, technicals, and trades you need to see before the bell rings.
Live coverage of the close every single day.
This is
Market on Close, live weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends, so neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Hey, investors, you know the market moves, and Schwab is here to help you move with it. So, whether you're buying, selling, holding, or planning, whether you're ETFing or 401k'ing, saving, spending, or even retiring, you can count on Schwab for market insights, live support, powerful trading platforms, and 400 branches. All at your service, all so you can invest your way. Sounds nice, right?
I'm Sam Vardis, live from the New York Stock Exchange. When the market moves, we're on it. Getting the reaction, the strategy, and sentiment in real time. Stream Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Welcome back to the watch list. We want to preview NVIDIA. The earnings are due out after the close today. And Ray Wang is with us, CEO of Constellation Research, author of Everybody Wants to Rule the World, and Ryan Trout, president of Signal 65. Thank you both for being with us. Ray, I mean, this is it. This is the moment. What are your expectations for NVIDIA today after the bell?
Well, the expectations are definitely a beat, but the question is, how big is the beat and what does the forecast look like?
And I think the questions have to be answered as to, are there any delays in shipment? People are going to be listening to every bit about what hyperscaler commitments look like. Is that $650 billion?
Is it priced in?
For the year? But I think it's really going to come down to the forecast. Can they raise a forecast that gets the street excited, that reignites the AI trade, and puts away some of these reports that really don't make a lot of sense? So I think this is really what's going to be happening. It's about driving up these valuations for everybody else in the marketplace, but it's also about showing that this is durability of the demand.
Understood. And just very quickly, can you tell me how you think it might affect the others? You know, the other names. Could we lift all boats here?
Exactly, and that's the point. I think there's going to be a reset to be able to lift all boats. We're starting to see some of that. There's been some buying here in the dips as people are getting some bargain basement prices on some of these software names. But it really feels like someone just put a reset on terminal dates on DCFs from 30 years to 10 years, which is why a lot of these SaaS companies got hit hard, and a lot of companies that are looking where the AI revolution is. I think what we have to really think about is there are moats. The moats are your cost of energy, your distribution capability in software, your data, and of course the relationships. And that's what you have to be looking for, the winners and losers in the SaaS market.
Ryan Shrout, I know you've been combing through these numbers. Tell me what you're watching for. I mean, what's going to be the game changer here?
I think what Ray commented on in terms of the financials makes a lot of sense. I'm very interested to see what they say in terms of future generations of products, right? I know they've got their GTC conference coming up in the middle of next month, where they're going to preview some more performance metrics and kind of what their next generation answer is going to be to all the competitive landscape shifts that have happened over the last year from AMD or Google TPUs or anything like that. So I'm really interested to see what Jensen has to say from a product standpoint.
What do you think is one of the details that might make a difference, Ryan? You know, because the CapEx spend, we're sort of expecting that. We know that the hyperscalers spend a lot. Demand, the Blackwell chip is out of this world and everybody wants it. What's going to be a detail that might really make a difference, Ryan?
I would look towards indications of kind of what the sell-through is going to look like for Rubin, right, in the next generation of product. I think you're right. The narrative about Blackwell being sold out is kind of something we've heard multiple times now. And I think for the market to really get some kind of reaction, we've got to know what is coming after that and what the impact of that product is going to be on the market. So indications about sell-through, sell-out, kind of quantity and demand from some of the cloud providers on Rubin is going to be the key next thing to keep an eye out for.
I mean, there are some folks who think that the demand has been underestimated. I know we don't really count China, that's for sure, in the numbers. I mean, that would be the icing or cherry on the, ice cream or something like that. But really, have we underestimated what NVIDIA could tell us, Ray Wang?
Well, there is some interesting pieces. If we look at the previous China data, we're looking at somewhere $4 to $5 billion a quarter that's missing off of the books. And we kind of see some pass-through. I don't think they'd admit to it, but pass-through through Singapore and Dubai, where chips are making it in places where they shouldn't be. But that's not going to do billions right there. What we should be focused on is sovereign AI commitments. What does it look like? That's the near-term 12 to 18 months. Which countries are doubling down to make sure that they have AI capabilities for their people? And then, of course, physical AI. Where's it going to show on the robots? Where's it going to be on the decentralized piece? Jensen has like a 10-year roadmap. We're only seeing like 2 years of it at a time. The question is, can we get inside his head and figure out what's next? But there's definitely stuff in the pipeline.
And I always think about where the chips are being used. We think about data centers, then we think about automotive, then we think about gaming. I mean, what areas may be more lucrative than others, Ryan?
I don't think there's any doubt that data center and AI is going to be the most lucrative, highest margin area for NVIDIA to sell into. And that's what you're seeing play out inside the company itself, is the kind of the gaming division gets pushed back into the pipeline a little bit in favor of that. I think robotics at an industrial level is going to be the next player in that space. Automotive still has some pricing pressure in it because it is a consumer sold good at the end of the day, whereas industrial robotics, you have much larger entities to deal with in terms of pricing structure. So that's how I still think it would play out. But I think sovereign AI is a great look, is a great point to raise indication there in terms of where NVIDIA can lean next. But there's plenty of opportunity out there in the consumer space for AI, for demand to tick up over the next 6 months to a year and still drive kind of another full cycle like the one we're seeing.
And look, quarter over quarter, if you look back a few years, of course you're going to have revenue growth slowing. We've seen that in the bar charts. I don't think that would be a surprise. Slower growth is okay as long as they're really seeing the demand and all that. Ray Wong and also Ryan Shrouch, thank you both so much. I'm Nicole Petalides. Keep it right here on Schwab Network. I see you every day at 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. And Market on Close is next.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors. Named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists. Streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Mom, when my grandparents moved here, did they know what our family would become?
I don't even know if they could envision it, to leave everything behind, literally come across the entire world. I think that we totally met what their wishes were. Schwab has been with us for almost 25 years through purchasing of houses, opening up our business, having children. They've always been there for us.
I want to invest with a company that can help me give my family a happy financial future.
Google bounce. If NVIDIA bounces. Oh, AMD pulling back. And Apple.
Good afternoon. It's 3 p.m. on Wall Street, and this is Market on Close. I'm Marley Caden, coming to you live from our Chicago headquarters.
And I'm Sam Barnes, coming to you live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Let's take a look at what is coming up on today's very busy show. NVIDIA is front and center today, and we'll have you covered throughout the show. We'll have an extended 2-hour show for you today, where we'll react live to the numbers as they come out and get instant analysis from that report. There are some software names in focus as well, as we look at reports from Salesforce and Snowflake. But for now, Marley, take us through what you're watching today.
Yes, Sam, Circle stock soaring today, up more than 30% after its fourth quarter earnings blew past expectations. Revenue also beat, showing growth of 77% year over year. And shares of Kava up double digits as well, jumping on surprise same-store sales growth. The fast casual restaurant beat Wall Street estimates for its fourth quarter earnings, reported full-year revenue of more than $1 billion for the very first time, and forecast growth for fiscal 2026. And Workday moved to 5-year lows on the heels of issuing softer than expected guidance, but then recovered throughout the day, now in positive territory. The company did beat on a Q4 beat on both the top and the bottom lines, but several analysts still issued downgrades and price target reductions today. We'll take you through that full report and more, but let's see how the markets are faring as we head into the end of this very busy day, NVIDIA day. The S&P trading up 0.8% higher at 69.4805 right now. The Nasdaq up 1.33%, 25,319. For the Dow, we are up 0.6 higher, 49,486, and the Russell 2K is in the green, up 0.6 at 2669.69. As we take a look at the 10-year, it's at 405, holding 405 for most of the day. The dollar at 97.63. Gold's ticking higher, up to 52.2230 a troy ounce. Crude oil just about $65 a barrel right now, and Bitcoin getting even closer to that $70,000 threshold. We're at 69,120, up more than 7% today. I do want to check back in with Sam, though, and see what top stories caught her eye today on the floor of the NYSE. Sam?
Well, Marley, software is really building on the rally today, shrugging off some of the Workday earnings. But now we're seeing a little bit of a turnaround for that stock, as you mentioned. There's talk of whether we've seen a bottom for the IGV, which is up for a second day now, up 3%, although it's still down 24% year to date. But some pointed to the record volumes we saw in the ETF yesterday. But the market is still waiting to see just how meaningful this rally really is and if it's more than a dead cat bounce. Now, Kevin Green was talking to me about this morning, calling this from a technical standpoint, saying that it could prove itself if it gets above the 85 level. Right now, it is around 80 and change. The next software names to watch this afternoon, as we mentioned, will be Salesforce and Snowflake. Both of these names are down over 20% year to date, but have rallied today alongside the broader market ahead of their report cards. Now, financials have also staged a comeback. So another one of the underperformers, which are higher today. That sector has had a tough start to the year, and the only sector down over the past year. And talk about a recovery. Bitcoin, as you mentioned, now knocking on the door of 70K again, Marley, after rallying 7% in the session today. And we're seeing that helping out some of the crypto-related names. Coinbase up 14%, Strategy up 9%. But for now, I'll send things back over to you and Jenny in Chicago with some of today's top movers.
Thanks so much, Sam. Yeah, a lot of big moves today on the backs of earnings for several companies across different sectors here. So let's start with Cava. We saw a huge move to the upside on surprise same-store sales growth from this restaurant.
I mean, a name that's seeing a bit of a relief rally here in real time. And so a huge move today. As fourth quarter results clearly did beat estimates, and they did give guidance that suggested that we could see finally this bounce back in 2026. So we know that this group and as a whole had a messy 2025. Revenue did rise as change did continue to expand, but traffic softened, and we saw same-store sales become choppy as consumers chose to dine out less or be more selective with their dining out dollars. But investors did stop paying really to any of this growth at any price as far as valuations for brands that were not able to prove this durable demand. And so then on the other hand, Cava now finally able to rise its revenue by 21%. That figure did beat. We saw earnings contracted modestly year over year, but still top forecasts, and comparable sales edged up about 0.5%, which was actually the worst since they went public back in 2023, but still did at least mark a change, because we've seen like a name like Chipotle, for example, just ridden with negative comps. But higher menu prices did mask some of their weaker guest traffic, which declined about 1.5% from last year. And so, I mean, encouragingly so, the sell side to me seemed pretty optimistic. JP Morgan did give a note where they highlighted the results may have bottomed, and they did continue to have this overweight rating on shares. But we've seen a deceleration in a lot of these fast casual names because, frankly, I know that they say that they've masked higher prices with, you know, their overall trends and some of these like limited time menu items, but it's gotten expensive to eat at any type of these like Sweetgreen, Cava, Chipotles. And I think that consumers are starting to then use their dollars accordingly. But they also did mention on this call, which I thought was just interesting, that they are saying that they're not seeing the same selectiveness where consumers are finally just dining out where they want to and not maybe perhaps looking for as much of a deal as they were a year ago.
Which is certainly a different narrative than we've heard from some of the more fast food, not fast casual fast food, more like McDonald's, saying they're really looking for that value deal. They raise their prices, plan to raise them again, and they're forecasting more growth. So very interesting to see how it's working across the spectrum and how each company is sort of
differentiating their consumer and how that consumer is spending. But I want to talk about Workday here and pivot into software. Workday sort of standalone in the SaaS space, but had a very interesting day in terms of its market performance. We saw it drop to 5-year lows. It was down about 10%. Then it clawed back and stayed around down 2% for part of the morning. Then after lunch, we were up 2%.
On what was a very mixed quarter. And so, I mean, don't let necessarily the turnaround dictate the strength of this report, because frankly, it was mixed. I mean, I think that the bullish takeaways were very clear. This company is still executing well. I mean, it still sees strong margins, cash flow, and very durable enterprise demand. And so they did see top-line growth despite, again, a tougher macro, with revenue rising about 14% year over year, and subscription revenue, more notably than that, rising 15.7% year over year. Their full-year subscription revenue also climbed 14.5%, showing demand for their core HCM and financial management platforms. And margin expansion continued to impress, as we did see their fourth quarter non-GAAP operating margin expand to 30.6%. And again, that strong cash flow and backlog visibility was huge. We saw their 12-month subscription backlog increase to almost 16% year over year, total backlog reaching $28.1 billion, also up 12% year over year. So then what did not go as well? Well, we know that they're still seeing fiscal 2027 guidance that disappointed. They're also seeing right now more enterprise customers pulling back on new tech spend amid the economic uncertainties, and a valuation that frankly leaves very little room for error. And so if you look at right now on a forward basis, their PE has come down at least versus historical levels, but versus right now the expected growth, you could say that a current trailing 12-month PE of 45 times is expensive. And they're also still seeing restructuring costs, which are going to, now expected to at least, drag on their GAAP overall profitability metrics. And so margins, well, yes, we're improving this quarter. The picture does still remain fairly murky now going into this fiscal year. But I would say that the appetite for risk for these broader software names is really demonstrated here in real time, because again, we've climbed almost 13% from the 5-year lows just in the single session that is today.
And we'll hear from more software names after the close, so we'll be interested to see if Workday moves at all in sympathy with Salesforce or Snowflake when we get those earnings to come out. But a very interesting move today in terms of the price action, now trading 1.5% higher. I want to talk about Circle next. Up, I think, more than 30%. It was about 33% last I checked, on the heels of their report.
Yeah, I mean, another blowout report, I will say. Also getting a bit of a lift today, I'm sure, because Bitcoin is higher finally. We're finally seeing some momentum hold in the broader crypto space, but hugely optimistic because of USDC circulation, which rose 72% year over year, with some of their on-chain transaction volumes also climbing a whopping 247%, which signals, again, this strong real-world usage, not just speculative demand. And they did deliver roughly $133 million in their fourth quarter net income, and saw an improvement in their adjusted EBITDA, which now continues to, I think, show that as scale does improve, they are also seeing meaningful operating leverage here. Fourth quarter revenue and reserve income climbed 77%, and full year revenue also climbed by roughly 64%, beating expectations, and institutional adoption is expanding. So despite, though, the strong fourth quarter, we did still see a $70 million net loss in fiscal 2025, tied hugely to the $424 million in IPO-related stock-based compensation, reminding, I think, that, I mean, anyone that was reading this earnings, that profitability is not yet consistent for this name. Interest rate sensitivity does remain a risk, and while we know that USDC is growing fast, yes, they do continue to trail, say, Tether in market share, and that does raise questions about some of their long-term purchase power. So it's a crowded space. It's not going to get any less crowded. It's all about how they're going to utilize some of these new offerings. And again, a company, I think, that is fairly sensitive to policy regulation. If we continue to see a more favorable administration implement for their policy, I mean, that's a win for the entire space.
Absolutely, and seeing just a massive move to the upside for Circle today, about almost 33%, still a little north of 32% right now. Now, this last one, you know, is one of my favorite stories. It is the ongoing saga that is Warner Brothers Discovery, Paramount, Skydance, and Netflix. We've got some commentary, at least, from Warner Brothers Discovery. Not a whole deal of certainty around it, but they did at least make a comment.
They have. So now we know that Paramount Skydance is seen as the major frontrunner that could win control of Warner Brothers Discovery, which is the latest plot twist in this messy saga, as we've coined it, that could really upend a lot of these media companies. And so they did say that yesterday that the board of directors had decided Paramount's $31 a share bid could reasonably be expected to lead to a proposal that's superior to the deal that they agreed to with Netflix. If Warner does decide that Paramount's proposal is better, Netflix would then have a 4-day window to decide to match it. And we know that that most recent all-cash offer from Netflix was roughly $27.75 a share for Warner's streaming and studio assets, with Discovery Global's cable business being spun out to investors. So for now, the board is still recommending in favor of that deal, which is why it's commentary. It's not really a narration shift by any means. The most likely outcome is that we could still see Netflix walk away from this bidding war. I've seen various opinions though about that. Not to say that's the most likely outcome. That's still a very real outcome. And prediction markets actually are now suggesting Paramount is in the driving seat, as polymarket event-based contracts do imply roughly a 46% chance it closes the deal, which is better than Netflix at 41%. And I also think it's interesting, I know that we're lower today in Paramount Skydance, and Warner Brothers has been all over the place as of this year, at least now turning positive on the month. But Netflix is really rallying, which I seemingly from the street and the sell-side analysts I was reading today view it as actually a relief if Netflix walks away from this deal. And so I didn't realize that we were seeing such favorability tied to Netflix maybe stepping away. But I do think based on Netflix's nice move today, this is actually being read as a favorable outcome for Netflix. Warner Brothers, we'll have to see how this continues to unfold, because again, we haven't really gotten direct confirmation from either company yet.
I've seen similar notes out saying that the real winner here is the loser of the acquisition, and I think that's why we're seeing this potential move from Netflix. But I also did just see some reporting saying that the CEO of Netflix is going to head to the White House tomorrow to talk to the president about some potential regulatory scrutiny surrounding this Netflix deal. So they do appear to be very much still in play until we hear who has the superior bid, which we may hear tomorrow morning, because Warner Brothers Discovery has their earnings tomorrow morning. But thanks to Jenny Horn for breaking down all of those top stories for us today. Lots of things to cover today, and it's NVIDIA Day, so we still have lots more to come. I do want to send it back to Sam, though, for a look at some of the things we have coming up in the show.
Well, Molly, we're going to be looking at the big picture and get the current state of the market and see what direction we could see equities heading in this year, as the S&P 500 is just 1% away from a record high. That's coming up next on Market on Close.
Hey, investors, you know the market moves, and Schwab is here to help you move with it. So, whether you're buying, selling, holding, or planning, whether you're ETFing or 401k'ing, saving, spending, or even retiring, you can count on Schwab for market insights, live support, powerful trading platforms, and 400 branches. All at your service, all so you can invest your way. Sounds nice, right?
I'm Nicole Petalides, live at the New York Stock Exchange, and this is the Watch List. Your midday view into the trends driving the markets, with a sharp focus on technology, innovation, and companies leading the next wave of growth. Big movers, real-time interviews, and insight from analysts, founders, and market voices you trust. The Watch List, 2 p.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term investor? Our investing webcast series breaks down different investing styles, including growth, value, income, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis, from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects the dots. Watch live, subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com.
Welcome back to Market on Close. I'm Sam Bardas on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange alongside Marley Caden in our Chicago headquarters. let's just get a quick market update here as we, of course, are counting down to what is going to be the spectacle this afternoon with NVIDIA's earnings. But we have seen a very nice rally today, very much building on the gains that we'd seen yesterday. And the Nasdaq 100 very much is taking us higher today. It is very much a tech-led rally. We've seen NVIDIA, of course, at a 3-month high today after trading largely sideways. So a lot riding, of course, on this company to see what it says around the whole AI demand story. But the S&P 500 within 1% of this all-time high now here at 69.47. So obviously watching those levels as well. The Dow Jones is holding up, and so is the Russell 2000 after actually flip-flopping between gains and losses earlier today. So all in all, we are seeing a nice rebound and continuing to see this rally in areas encouragingly like software and financials, Bitcoin, which is also staging this comeback as well. All areas of the market which had been really struggling throughout the start of the year. So obviously we're waiting to see if a lot of this is going to hold. And as we look across some of these futures products, we actually have seen a softer dollar today, coming off a bit there on the Dixie at 97.63 there for us. Crude oil has been holding about $65 a barrel. We continue to look ahead to, of course, more US-Iran talks later this week. Bitcoin, as we mentioned, we know that story up 6.5%, really helping some of those other Bitcoin-related type of.
I say the market holds.
As well, alongside that price action and the 10-year yield, which really hasn't budged a huge amount.
I say the market holds. What do you say? We got bull flag on SPY.
Market holds.
Jim says market holds.
For how long?
Recent sessions. I suppose the big question is whether this can hold.
Yes.
Well, I think that and by the way, I wanted to bring a little sunshine to New York to you. This is where I took that photo about 2 hours ago. So thank you for having me on. You know, I think the market has an opportunity. It's sort of a normalization year. And I think if we keep inflation under control and, you know, the Fed is looking at incremental changes in interest rates, I think the market has the opportunity to continue to move higher.
And Gary, you had to just rub it in for us here, freezing, that you took that photo. It's not a stock photo. You took that photo, so
No.
You are in that beautiful location.
This morning.
In that beautiful location.
My vineyard has some weeds growing in it. It's time for the tractors to show up, but they're starting to bud. So.
Well, let's go with a vineyard analogy then. Where in the markets right now are you seeing the weeds, and where do you expect to see the tractors coming, you know, to deal with the cracks?
Well, I think that you know, I think the conversation couldn't happen if we didn't talk about AI. I think AI will continue to drive a lot of the market, and that will drive opportunity in software and in the technology space. I think defense, you know, has an opportunity, but I'm really sort of thinking, trying to comment on the overall market environment, and I believe that there are no signals that I see that would harm the fundamentals or the systemic direction of the market. You know, the elements that have been in play during prior crashes just aren't here. I mean, we've got plenty of liquidity. We've got credit markets signaling calm. We have balance sheets stronger. We have earnings that are strong. Liquidity strong, and so I think overall the market has an opportunity to continue to move up. So.
Okay, but does it move in sync? Because obviously we've seen a lot of the concern coming from the AI trade around some of the disruption fears, and that's where we've seen a lot of the market participants sort of hedging some of those worries in places like obviously the more sort of cyclical parts of the market, obviously in bonds, international markets as well. Metals, talk to us about what you're seeing there. I mean, you know, what is likely to benefit this year, do you think, if tech isn't playing the role that it has in recent years?
Well, I don't, you know, I'm not an expert in metals, so I don't really, you know, I don't really follow gold and silver and those kinds of things. But I actually think that what we're seeing, for example, is that there will be a move toward investors looking at the picks and shovels that control it, and you know the liquidity-driven market is probably over, and we'll see the markets driven by, as I say, the companies that have stronger earnings, stronger revenues, good cash flow, and strong balance sheets. So you know that's where I would suggest that that investors focus. I'm not so much a, hey, you know, you should be in this sector or that sector, because those can change over a period of days or months or, you know, even a year or so. But my concern is that you avoid some of the really big moves and the market crashes, and I just don't see anything leading to that. As I said before, I believe if the Fed can deliver incremental changes in the right direction, meaning down, that we'll see strength in the marketplace overall.
All right, Gary, so then instead of focusing on specific sectors, let's talk about the thing that seems to be affecting every sector right now, and that's, of course, AI and these disruption fears. You said in the notes that you sent over that you make a very clear distinction that from your viewpoint, AI is structural. It is not cyclical. What evidence tells you that this CapEx cycle has real staying power?
Well, you know, I've been through a lot of cycles, and it's sort of interesting. I go back clear to the 1987 crash and watching the cycles and watching the dot-com bubble and you know, biotech bubble and all of these bubbles. Ooh.
Oh, it's getting set up. Coming to the 200. What time is it? Oh, might have a chance. It's this guy in a lawn chair.
These other sectors, power and others, and then beyond that, we'll see the specific software companies that are developing solutions that, again, can be strong players. So I just see a long-term play in that and a sustainability. The companies in AI are making money. The companies in a lot of cycles in the past have not made money. I point to 2000, the dot-com bubble is a perfect example of story stocks and that kind of thing. I don't think we're seeing that in AI. So I think that's sustainable.
What makes you so convinced that we're not seeing it in AI? And I just wonder, because obviously with the story regarding financials, it's not been a case of, okay, AI is coming to eat the lunch of the wealth managers and maybe some of their business models, but more about the AI funding. There's been a lot of conversations around the debt to equity ratios, particularly with names around Oracle. You've got Alphabet, you've got big companies sort of tapping the debt markets now in other currencies as well. Just talk us through that, because you've had Jamie Dimon, talking about cockroaches, and more recently people doing dumb things and sort of drawing parallels to pre-GFC as well, which you lived through professionally. So just give us a sense of what makes you so convinced on that.
Well, a lot of companies tapped into the debt markets, the credit markets a couple of years ago. When we had easy money and free money and that type of thing, and they've been able to strengthen their balance sheets. And I'm not sure that I don't see the over leverage that has existed in prior markets. So that doesn't worry me so much. The credit spreads are at close to historic lows. We don't see high yield markets flashing distress signals. So, it doesn't bother. It doesn't concern me as much. Although, at some point, I think taking on a lot of additional debt could impact some particular stocks. I don't see that being a major macro issue.
All right, a bullish view there with a beautiful view behind you. You brought us a great piece of analysis, sunshine, wine, solar panels, I think they are in the background as well. Gary, really appreciate it. Please come back and do it again. Gary Shields there from Nassau Street Partners there. Coming up next, we will check in on retailers after TJX earnings, where shares hit a record high but have since pulled back and now turned negative. Market on Close will be right back.
I didn't get there. I was hoping it would have, but it did not do it at all. Looking at the 1 minute time frame,
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
I'm Diane King Hall on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. When markets react, we are live with analysis that matters. Watch now, only on SchwabNetwork.com.
Sometimes, you could have done better. The same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Welcome back to Market on Close. I'm Marley Caden alongside Sam Bottis in New York. All eyes are on NVIDIA earnings after the close today. Earnings expected to come in at $1.52 for EPS on revenue of $65.56 billion. Investors will be watching for confirmation of AI spending plans from some of NVIDIA's biggest customers, as well as any commentary from CEO Jensen Huang. Earnings are expected to be released at 4:20 Eastern and will be going an extra half hour today to get instant reaction and analysis. NVIDIA shares are
an extra half hour.
2% right now. I do want to shift gears here, though, as we had lots of earnings today, and take a closer look at a retailer that we heard from today and how it might impact some of the other retail earnings that we'll be getting shortly. Joining us now, Patrick McKeever, founder at Dior Consumer Research. Patrick, thanks for being with us. Now, we heard from TJX, TJ Maxx's parent company today. They beat on the top and bottom lines. They raised their full-year guidance, said they think they'll be able to sidestep any of these concerns with ongoing tariffs here, but we are seeing them now move to the downside. What were some of your takeaways from the earnings we got today?
I mean, it was a great quarter for starters. They had a 5% increase in comparable sales. on top of 5% growth last year in the fourth quarter. So it was a very good fourth quarter. They grew earnings double digits.
TJX.
It's broad-based momentum in the business. They've got TJ Maxx, Marshalls, Home Goods, bunch of different concepts.
Are we going to hit the 200?
That off-price area, and they all did well. So there were no weak links across the divisions that the company operates. So a really clean, high-quality quarter, and all is good. They raised their dividend by they're going to by 13%. They announced $3 billion in additional share buybacks. They're going to buy back more than $2.5 billion of their stock this year. So it's a really good story. They guided 2026 a little bit conservatively, which is why the stock's down a little bit. But that's pretty much par for the...
As we watch the SPY approach the 200 SMA, we're looking at the SPX. We hit the 200 SMA on the SPX/ES. Should I take the 3 black crows? That's the question we're asking each other. Too late. We have a problem. $69.45. Less than 27 minutes left. Washboardjim's got his finger on the 69.45s. He had his chance and he missed it. The crowd's going wild here at the Sports Arena. $69.43.59. Can we do it? Hello, I'm Mrs. Walton from the Waltons family. We just got the internet here at the Waltons, and we're watching you on YouTube. What's that orange line down there? Ma'am, this the Waltons? That's the 200 SMA, ma'am, on the 1 minute time frame. Prepare ye in the name of the Lord. Come on. Oh.
Joe, they claim that they want body cameras.
Getting real close here. Well, this is one day ago. Ah! You weren't supposed to do that. There's another game plan. You're not doing what I told you. Hit the 69.43, 69. Oh. That was very unprofessional. Very unprofessional. Oh, 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 go, no, oh, 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 oh. Why? That was my play. Now that I look at it a little bit closer, I see the inverse head and shoulders. I see a triple bottom wick. I see a 420 on the 69.45s. Randy, I missed the trade of the day. Well, I tried to tell everybody. Shit. Cheaper. Well, we had a problem here in aisle 5. Somebody just puked up. Oh, it's just a finger pushing, buying 3 of them. Oh, yes. Well, well, well. That was the perfect one. See these 2 right here. No. Didn't do it on that one. Oh well. 19 minutes left in the game. Washboardjim's got less than 19 minutes left. What should he do? You just watch this trade. Oh, God, not again. Oh. $5. Oh. Ooh. That's 3 times $250. Oh. Okay. Should I go to Putville? I think I should. 69.45s. Can you give them to me for $1? Huh? You know? $1. Jimmy's, uh-oh. 69.45 puts at $1. Uh-oh, this is risky. You can do it. Uh-oh. They're $1.10. Uh-oh. There it is. Thank you very much. Woo! Nailed it. Oh. Okay. That's all right. Washboardjim sits here and watches this here. I'll buy him $1.10 right now. $1.05. Oh, there she goes. Oh, man.
Damn. Somebody just bought a hell of a lot of XLF butts.
Two more minutes left. Well, tomorrow should be a bright day. I'm waiting for my accountant. Oh.
swing.
And now it comes. Not enough time for the trade. It's all right. Blutch. Here's my dealing.